This child was the daughter of the most powerful Orca Duke, yet she possessed no hydrokinesis in her grandmother's eyes. The child was nothing more than a useless disgrace to the family. The grandmother carelessly named her Calypso and turned away coldly. Just then, Calypso stunned them both by crying out, "Grandmother, wait!" Her grandmother whirled around, thinking, what, did she just speak? She is only 2 years old. Children from ordinary Orca families do not talk until they are 5, and she even understands what I am saying. The grandmother immediately grabbed the child by the scruff of her clothes and lifted her up. What an audacious little thing. But the grandmother still found fault. You may not have hydrokinesis, but can you prove you are useful? Without another word, the child reached out her small hand and viciously tore out a handful of her grandmother's hair. The handmaiden was horrified. Calypso clenched the hair in her fist and declared firmly, "I will prove it." Her grandmother suddenly burst into laughter. To think that your father Pierre, who had given up on life, would produce something like this. Then she tossed Calypso aside. "Send that child to the training facility," she commanded. Her eyes turned menacing. "If she fails to pass even there, just throw her out. We have no place for the useless." Calypso thought with determined eyes, "Just you wait, grandmother. I will be the one to kick you out of your seat as head of this family." The truth was, she had been reincarnated into the world of a children's novel. She had regressed 3 times but could never escape her tragic fate. In her first life, she died trying to seduce the male lead. In her second, she died of tetanus. In her third, she died because her ambition was too great. She had lost the battle against the Dragon Duke, but in doing so, she discovered one thing. He was the key to her returning home. Calypso's goal was to survive until she was 10 and become the dragon's bride. Only then could she get close to the Dragon Duke and find her way back. After being acknowledged by the matriarch, a servant's attitudes did a complete 180. How pathetic. The girl paced her room, calculating. Her father Pierre was known as the most powerful Orca, but he had never once met her since she was born, nor did he care for her older brothers. Calypso resolved to cling to this lifeline, but how? She went to the fountain. Before her stood Pierre, looking incredibly handsome and aloof. She approached with a bright expression and greeted him. "Hello, mister. Do you know where the training facility is?" Pierre remained silent, completely ignoring her. After a moment he spoke. "You are in the wrong place, little one." Calypso's face was still beaming. "Can you take me there?" Despite her enthusiasm, she was once again completely ignored. Pierre turned his head and said no. Not giving up, she went and sat down next to him, thinking she could win him over with some dried fruit. "Mister, would you like a bite?" He remained cold and unresponsive. What a strange man. Realizing this approach wasn't working, Calypso started bemoaning her fate. "Do you have any friends, mister, or are you a loner like me?" Pierre remained silent. "Ah, this is so frustrating." Calypso got up to leave. Before she did not forget to turn back, smile brightly and say, "See you next time." As Calypso left, he finally spoke. "Is that my daughter? But she probably does not know." Meanwhile, as Calypso ran off, she guessed what her father was thinking. Any normal person would have recognized me at a glance. There is no way Dad did not know who I am. That night, when she returned to the training facility, Calypso hid behind the door and peeked inside. 2 maids were bad-mouthing the children there. "They are all useless. Taking care of them is just a waste of time with no reward. I wish they'd just throw them all out already." Calypso closed the door, thinking, to think they'd put a direct descendant of the Orca lineage in a place like this. If I cannot awaken my powers, I'll be thrown out and left to die too. To survive in this place, I need my father's help. The girl crossed her arms confidently and declared, "I am going to win over that cold-hearted father of mine, no matter what." Early the next morning, Calypso hurried outside to meet Pierre. She muttered to herself, "What can I do with this weak body? My brothers were born with outstanding strength and physical abilities. Why am I the only one like this?" Calypso tried to focus and awaken her latent powers, but she soon gave up. "Damn it, is it no use?" she mumbled in disappointment. "In my past life I saw something called the Tears of the Water Dragon. If I can obtain Rios's treasure there, I can awaken my hydrokinesis. But I cannot just go out and find the treasure right now, so getting close to Pierre is my top priority." Lost in thought, Calypso was startled by whispers nearby. "Hey, is this the right place? You sure we are not lost?" "I told you, this is it." Calypso approached slowly and cautiously, wondering who would be here at this hour. A black-haired boy stood with his arms crossed and said coldly, "I heard a new descendant was born here." A brown-haired boy asked nonchalantly, "I know, so what? I heard she cannot even use hydrokinesis. Besides, rumor has it she has been sold off as the dragon's bride," the black-haired boy replied. "They say she was acknowledged by the matriarch and is being moved to the main house. If we do not deal with her now, she'll definitely become a problem for Lord Bayan." Calypso thought to herself, "Bayan, my uncle's son, so these two must be his self-proclaimed retainers, just a couple of parasites sucking up to a powerful heir. No wonder they look down on other direct descendants," the brown-haired boy said with a threatening gesture. "Then we'll have to teach her a proper lesson so she does not get any funny ideas." Calypso peeked out cautiously, feeling anxious. "I have no power right now. Running away is pointless." Just then, Calypso accidentally stepped on a dry twig. The sound gave her away, and the 2 boys spotted her immediately. "Hey, over there, is not that her?" Calypso panicked. "I have been caught." She immediately turned and ran. But the 2 boys quickly gave chase, shouting, "Stop right there, you little brat." Calypso ran, panting for breath. "I cannot keep this up." Her stamina depleted. Calypso eventually tripped and fell. The brown-haired boy approached and sneered, Let us see, you are really a direct descendant. You look like such a weakling. How did you get acknowledged by the matriarch when you cannot even use hydrokinesis? For a moment, a cold, sharp glint flashed in Calypso's eyes. She retorted defiantly, you have got a lot of nerve, coming all this way to say that. You are just Bayan's lackeys, are not you? The black-haired boy exclaimed in shock. Hey, is she talking? Am I the only one hearing this? How old is she to be talking already? The brown-haired boy got up and continued to taunt her. I heard it too. I was wondering how she caught the matriarch's eye without any powers. Turns out she is just a bug whose only trick is talking early. In an instant, she grabbed his finger and bit down hard. The boy screamed in pain. No matter how hard he tried to pull away, she clung to him like a snapping turtle and would not let go. A moment later, the boy clutched his swollen finger, wincing in pain. Calypso spat contemptuously and asked, are you done? Bugs are land creatures, you know. How dare you, you ignorant fishhead, compare me to something from the land? The two boys burst out laughing. What is she even talking about? The brown-haired boy scowled, displeased. I was just trying to give you some advice. Calypso frowned and thought to herself, talking back is fun, but I cannot run anymore. There is no way I can win a 2-on-1 fight. She shouted loudly, trying to intimidate them. Do you really think my dad is just going to let this slide? The two boys were startled by her words. Their expressions quickly turned worried. If her father is Lord Pierre, Calypso thought, there is a fierce succession battle going on among the heirs right now. The appearance of a descendant acknowledged by the matriarch cannot be good news for them, but still this is too much. Two older boys ganging up on one little girl. The brown-haired boy still looked suspicious. Do not lie, you think Duke Pierre would even care about you, the black-haired boy added supportively. Yeah, that is right, he is the one who even refused the matriarch's invitation. Calypso replied nonchalantly, trying to maintain a confident demeanor. What are you talking about? I am on my way to see my dad right now. She muttered to herself, what's wrong with a little exaggeration? Calypso continued, emphasizing her words. What do you think my dad would say if he saw Bayan's lackeys treating me like this? Calypso thought, in times like these, using dad as a shield is the best strategy. The black-haired boy grew anxious and quickly tried to stop his friend. Hey, let us go. Something feels off. The brown-haired boy shook him off and approached Calypso with a menacing look. Move it. Before we go, I am going to teach this brat a lesson. Calypso squeezed her eyes shut and prayed desperately. If only I had the power of water. Just then, a huge column of water suddenly erupted from the ground. The brown-haired boy was swept up by the torrent, launched into the air and then fell to the ground like a sack of salt. The black-haired boy ran over, terrified. Hey, snap out of it, the brown-haired boy stammered in a voice trembling with fear. A water vortex. The black-haired boy was shocked, as if he could not believe his eyes. I heard she could not use water powers. What the hell happened? Fine, damn it. You'll regret this. As they fled, Calypso playfully raised her middle finger and shouted, eat this. Phew, what was that just now? How did I suddenly awaken my hydrokinesis? This is amazing. I knew I was a genius. Anyway, I am hurt. I cannot go see Dad now. I need to treat my wounds first. Pierre, who had been standing nearby, muttered softly, does that kid know who I am? Calypso limped away weakly, muttering to herself. Still, there is nothing better than a good meal. Hearing this, Pierre, who was leaning against a tree, looked slightly surprised. A meal? The best. After that incident, Calypso tried to summon her water powers several more times, but nothing happened. Just as I thought, my powers have not fully awakened. Sigh, it'll work out somehow. Calypso tried to hide her anxiety and reassured herself. While she was lost in her worries, a soft knock came from outside. Your ladyship, are you in? A voice called. Calypso turned slightly and spoke. Come in. The door opened gently, and a young handmaiden entered. The girl bowed respectfully and said, Your ladyship, my name is Misa. I have been assigned to serve you from this day forward. I am at your service. Calypso was slightly surprised. Oh, I have been promoted from young miss to your ladyship, Misa continued. Also, your enrollment date has been set. Calypso watched her closely and thought to herself, this person, where have I seen her before? Ah, I remember now. She had a sudden realization. To fight land animals or beastmen, two things are necessary. 1, an outstanding commander with the ability to control water, and 2, a beastman who can detect water sources within a certain range. If you lack a commander with hydrokinesis, the ability to find water sources becomes even more crucial. If my memory serves me right, the future Misa will possess a very remarkable ability. Though even she does not know it yet, she'll definitely be a great asset later, so I must remember her. Misa asked cautiously, Your ladyship, where might you be going at this hour? Calypso replied calmly, Just going for a little walk. Misa looked worried. Your ladyship, many buildings have been collapsing recently. It could be dangerous for you to go out alone. Please allow me to accompany you. Calypso looked at Misa, recalling the faces of those who had bad-mouthed her. She smiled brightly at the handmaiden and said, All right. Pardon? Misa seemed moved by Calypso's response. Your ladyship, she whispered softly. Calypso replied with a wide smile. I appreciate the thought, but I'll be fine on my own. With that, she calmly walked out. A moment later, Calypso found where Pierre was standing and greeted him cautiously. Hello. Without turning around, Pierre asked coldly, his arms crossed. Are you lost? Calypso puffed out her cheeks, slightly annoyed. Do I look that stupid? She thought. I need to say something Dad cannot ignore. After a moment of thought, she asked point blank, Mister, do you know how to use hydrokinesis? Pierre turned his head slightly, but his gaze did not fall on Calypso. He asked back, What if I do? Calypso said quickly, Please teach me. I think you'd be a really great teacher. Pierre raised an eyebrow. And what makes you say that? Calypso answered immediately without hesitation. Is not it obvious just by looking at you? That is what my observations tell me. I really want to learn. Cannot I? You have a golden opportunity right now to take on a genius student like me. Pierre turned completely to face her. There was a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Who on earth did you get that audacity from? Calypso puffed out her chest confidently and said, I probably get it from my dad. My dad is incredibly handsome, has unparalleled power, and is the coolest man in the world. Pierre rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Am I really that kind of man? Calypso continued nonchalantly. And my dad loves me very much. I love him a lot too. He always showers me with love. I am so scared of getting hurt. I am a fragile child, you see. I just cry when I get hurt. At that moment, memories of her life before being reincarnated into the novel flooded Calypso's mind. My parents loved me so much I could forget everything else. Nothing can replace my family. No matter what, I have to find a way to go home, if only to see my mom and dad again. Pierre asked with a blank expression. Then why did not you learn from your father directly? Calypso crossed her arms, pouted, and replied, My dad is super busy, but you look like you have nothing to do, so you should help me. Suddenly, an invisible heavy force pressed down on Calypso, startling her. She thought, he is using his hydrokinesis to intimidate me. Despite this, Calypso held her ground. She continued, I'll be going to the training facility soon. To be number one there, I must have hydrokinesis. Pierre warned her seriously that forcing her powers to awaken could cost her her life. Calypso, still brimming with confidence, even lifted her chin. It is fine, you only live once, so what does it matter if I die? Besides, I do not even know what that facility has to do with hydrokinesis. Why should not I have that ability? To be the best, of course I need that power. Pierre could not help but wonder, who on earth raised this child? How was she taught to be this way? Calypso continued in an innocent tone, My dad wants me to be the best orca. Hearing this, Pierre furrowed his brow slightly. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Why is she lying when she knows I am her father? Calypso looked Pierre straight in the eye and said firmly, So mister, please teach me. Pierre remained silent, not uttering a word. Seeing this, Calypso became disheartened. He said in a charming voice, Look at me, mister. I am so smart. Just help me a little, please. Pierre exerted a slight pressure on her, contemplating inwardly, what is this unexplainable contradiction at the last moment? What if this child sees through my intentions? Then Pierre used his hydrokinesis to lift her gently and asked, Your father wants you to be strong, yet he does nothing to help. Do you really think he loves you? Calypso smiled brightly without hesitation and answered, Still, I love my dad very much. To me, my dad is the best. He is the coolest and strongest person in the world. Despite hearing Calypso's words, Pierre's heart remained unmoved. He gently placed Calypso back on the ground and said, You set the time, but do not expect any special treatment because you are young. Come here at the same time every day. Upon hearing this, Calypso stared blankly for a moment before her face lit up with joy. That is amazing, so what should we call each other? I'll call you Master, Pierre sighed. It was in effect his consent. Do as you please. Calypso followed him excitedly, saying, Then I'll call you Master. She thought to herself, Now that Master has agreed to help me, it is only a matter of time before my hydrokinesis awakens. I will never regret this meeting and decision. Never. She recalled her past life. In my past life, I awakened my hydrokinesis thanks to a certain treasure. But just awakening it wasn't enough. I had to learn how to control it skillfully. Fortunately, I met someone who guided me. He insisted that if I kept in contact with water, I would naturally learn how to control my powers. Perhaps that is why I learned to control them so quickly. But I really thought I was going to die back then. Pierre crossed his arms and commanded sternly, We'll start by making contact with water. Dive in. Calypso was still a bit stunned by the sudden command but answered obediently, Yes. With a cold expression and arms crossed, Pierre declared firmly, Dive. Powers often awaken when one's life is in danger. Calypso immediately retorted in a frightened voice, No, I cannot do that. But if we do it that way, Pierre cut her off without the slightest hesitation and said firmly, If you do not like this method, there are many others. Calypso, her eyes filled with hope, quickly asked, Then what are the other methods? Pierre then listed several other methods, but they were all extremely difficult tasks, almost impossible. In the end, Calypso sighed and said with resignation, I'll go dive. With that, she jumped into the water with a splash. As she sank deeper, Calypso thought to herself, The training intensity seems a bit excessive for my age. If it is to strengthen my body to withstand hydrokinesis, I am doing very well, but something feels very vague. However, Calypso's eyes slowly closed and her heart pounded as if it would burst. Suddenly, she swallowed water and frantically shot up to the surface, shouting, I am really going to die. Pierre paused in thought and then asked a strange question, Are you an aquatic insect? At that moment, Calypso coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of water. Pierre still had his arms crossed. He continued, No, even if you were, you would not react so severely to a stimulus. No one has more potential to awaken hydrokinesis than you. Ha, Calypso replied in a slightly sarcastic tone, Master, that is just a word of encouragement. It does not mean I am not in pain, and are not you forgetting my age? Pierre replied coldly. What does age matter if you can endure all the training? Calypso clenched her small fists and vowed to herself, Dad says that, but I felt something tiny moving inside me. It is nothing compared to my brothers who are called geniuses, but in this life I will definitely become someone greater. The scene changed and a voice echoed, Your ladyship, we have arrived. Calypso's eyes widened, her heart was filled with emotion. To think the day would come when I would officially enroll in the academy. In my second life, I was sold off as soon as I arrived, and in my third, I was expelled midway through. Just then, as she was reminiscing about all she had been through, a woman approached. She opened her mouth. "I have heard a lot about you. I am Layla, and I am in charge of the elementary division." Calypso looked her straight in the eye. A thought crossed her mind. "We meet again here. The reason I had to leave the academy early in my third life was because I fell into the schemes of my relatives. That is when I first met Layla. Despite her reasonable defense, I was ultimately expelled. Later, when I became the head of the family and returned to the academy, she was gone without a trace." Calypso approached, bowed respectfully, and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Layla." A flicker of surprise crossed Layla's eyes. She said, "I would heard, but this is truly surprising. You are only 3, yet you speak perfectly with clear pronunciation and even have good manners. I'll guide you to your classroom. This way, please." Calypso followed, observing her inwardly. "She is walking at a moderate pace to match my steps. She is making sure I do not fall behind. Come to think of it, I never properly thanked her in my past life." Layla stopped, turned around, and said, "We have arrived. Please go inside." As Calypso entered, Layla drew everyone's attention and said loudly, "All right, everyone, listen up. We have a new student joining our class starting today. This is Lady Calypso Akiao. The new lady is really pretty," another child added. "I heard she is really good at talking. Is that true?" Layla stood still, evaluating inwardly. "But an orca who cannot use hydrokinesis, that is a fatal flaw. Due to the slow growth of our species, children usually do not start talking until they are 7 or 8. The rumors about a genius lady who speaks well weren't entirely baseless. But if this is an act fabricated by some means, I will find out what they are hiding." Just then, a purple-haired girl whispered softly, "Teacher Layla, we cannot continue with the current curriculum in this situation." Meanwhile, the other children were just calling out, "Abu Abu," to the lady. Calypso rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. "Building blocks? Sorry, I do not play such childish games. Tisk tisk, look at that. A grown-up orca does not whine. Oh, is this plankton candy? Thank you." Calypso turned to Layla and said in a confident voice, "Well, Layla, do you need more time to test me?" Layla was startled and let out a sigh. "No, I will assign you to a higher class. Is there a particular class you'd prefer?" Calypso smiled brightly. Inwardly, she was overjoyed. "Good, everything is going according to my plan. This is the moment I have been waiting for. To get on grandmother's good side, I first need to become a genius." Then Calypso spoke in a firm tone. "The class with the most outstanding children is the 8-year-old class, right? Half of them are likely to be selected, and the other half are the oldest in the elementary division. Well, is there anyone in that class who speaks better than me?" Layla bowed her head slightly and replied, "No, your ladyship is the most outstanding. However, you must take responsibility for your own choices. Do you agree?" Calypso immediately put on a triumphant expression. "You do not see me as a 3.5-year-old child, do you?" Layla replied. "No, it is truly astonishing. I have not been this surprised since your ladyship's third brother appeared at this facility. By the way, who told you about the curriculum here?" Calypso glanced at the people talking secretly and answered, "My dad taught me. My dad loves me very much. I have told you everything now." After Calypso finished speaking, the atmosphere became unusually quiet. Layla was silent for a moment before speaking. "First, I will guide you to the class you requested," Calypso replied. "All right." Layla then led Calypso away. Layla glanced at Calypso secretly. She thought to herself, "Lord Pierre took care of that child. Everyone knows that Lord Pierre has never once visited his children. That means her ladyship and Lord Pierre have met and interacted. It seems rumors travel faster than words. She cannot control her hydrokinesis yet, but with Lord Pierre's help awakening, it will only be a matter of time. This might mean more than that. The emergence of a genius direct descendant. A new challenger for the succession may have appeared." A short while later, Calypso said with a delighted smile, "This is going smoother than I thought." Pierre asked, puzzled, "What's going so smoothly?" Calypso beamed and replied, "I have been smoothly acknowledged for my outstanding abilities." Pierre looked at her and said in his usual calm tone, "I do not know why you are so happy, but if you cannot control your hydrokinesis, you'll be expelled." Calypso crossed her arms with a dissatisfied look. "Geez, master, you are such a wet blanket, but I'll forgive you since you are so lacking in social skills. After all, I am a 3-year-old who speaks very well," Pierre retorted. "Do you want to go for another round today?" Calypso immediately tried to change the subject. "I was just being poetic. But master, look at me. My muscles have gotten so strong I can even break rocks," Pierre murmured thoughtfully. "It is truly strange you cannot produce water, yet your physical abilities keep improving." Pierre stood up and sighed once. "Follow me, I will assign you a new training." A short while later, they arrived at a very beautiful-looking mansion. Calypso's eyes widened in amazement, her mouth agape. "Wow, your house is amazing, master." She looked around and thought to herself, "This place is rather shabby compared to Pierre's power. It is probably because it is out of grandmother's sight." A moment later, they arrived at a room inside. Calypso was once again surprised and exclaimed, "Master, what is this pigsty?" Pierre looked displeased and said, "That is really annoying. Why do you keep comparing things to land animals?" Calypso looked apologetic. "I am sorry, but what is this messy room?" Pierre said. "It is my room. From now on you will use hydrokinesis to clean this room." Calypso was flabbergasted and shouted, What are we going to do?" "I said you have to clean," Pierre replied calmly. Calypso quickly cut in, "No, I heard you, but is this some kind of hydrokinesis training to become the strongest when you want to face someone? Is it that hydrokinesis is related to endurance, or is this sensory training?" Pierre looked at Calypso with a suspicious gaze. You sometimes speak as if you know that power very well, as if you have used it before. Surely that cannot be. Calypso became crestfallen. It could be in my past life. I was the greatest aquatic creature, she spoke again. So I have to clean everything? I might get dizzy and faint after cleaning all this. Calypso trembled with anger. That orca must have completely forgotten that I am only 3 years old. Calypso shouted. I do not want to. You mean I have to use hydrokinesis to clean? Pierre replied nonchalantly. That is right, there are several ways to apply hydrokinesis. The first is fear, to intimidate your opponent. The second is to manifest water and control it at will. The third is to release the suppressed power of merfolk on land. The fourth is to strengthen the body with hydrokinesis. Currently, you can only use the enhancement ability. If you show no signs of awakening, you must continue to use your power, Calypso thought to herself. Did Dad mess up the room on purpose to train me? What a strange father. Calypso spoke up. Master, she glanced at Pierre and then muttered to herself again, that expression again. A face that seems to have no attachment to anything in this world. Are all sick people like that? Time flew by and evening came. Master, where should I put this? Pierre said with his arms crossed. Throw it away, it is useless. Pierre's reaction was proof that it was something that could not be thrown away. Calypso's past life data told her so. Calypso put the handkerchief in her pocket and said, Okay, I'll throw it away. But is not this yours, master? Pierre turned his head and replied, No, it belongs to my wife. Calypso thought to herself, Phew, that scared me. Why did he come in without turning on the lights? I have been reincarnated several times, but all I know about Mom is that she was also an orca shifter and a good person. Other than those two facts, she knew nothing, nor did she care to know more. Pierre approached and said, This work must be too easy for you. Calypso wasn't surprised at all. Pierre crossed his arms and said, Is that so? Then move faster. You do not want to be here all night, do you? Calypso frowned, thinking, This father of mine is really something anyway. Using my strength like this feels like I am gaining experience points. I can definitely feel my muscles developing more than when I was just running. Move this over here and that over there. Without realizing it, a small smile crept onto Pierre's face. The scene changed to another location. Your ladyship, as you requested, your quarters will be maintained as they were, Calypso replied glumly. I'm okay. Clutching her aching arms, Calypso thought, It'll be hard to see Pierre once I am back in my old residence, though Dad did say my next training session would be doing laundry. I'll just leave it for now. Just then Layla approached. Your ladyship, please follow me. I will guide you there myself. Judging by her attitude, Layla had become even more polite than she was the day before. Your ladyship has become quite famous in just one day. Calypso was surprised. What I have, Layla replied. The rumors seem to have spread to at least 16 of the Orca clan's direct lineage families. Calypso was flustered. What you mean what happened yesterday has already spread everywhere? Layla continued. The teachers who were with us yesterday each had something to say, Calypso asked perplexed. Are they really that talkative? Layla added. One of them is a flying fish shifter who are known for having loose lips. Calypso thought, the flying fish clan famous for their gossip. I suppose it is not that surprising. The stranger the rumor, the faster it spreads. Calypso asked, Are you saying my story is strange? Layla turned her head and said, To some it would be, would it not? The Orca clan consists of about 32 direct lineage families, centered around the matriarch. If you include the closely related families from other marine species, the number is staggering. They have all chosen a successor to support, so it is only natural that my existence is a thorn in their side. Seeing Calypso climbing the stairs, Layla glanced over and remarked, Not only does your ladyship have exceptional language skills at the age of 3, but you also climb stairs with such ease. Calypso said, That is right. With abilities like these, I believe I can stand shoulder to shoulder not only with Bion or Bellis, the sons of my first and second eldest uncles, but also with my own brother who is hailed as a genius of the century. Calypso crossed her arms and asked, What do you think, Layla? Layla lightly brushed her hair back and said, To be honest, everything your ladyship does is truly astounding. Calypso laughed. You cannot be this surprised already. A moment later, they arrived at their destination. This is the top class, the Alpha class. Please go inside, your ladyship. Calypso asked Layla, In just one day, rumors of me being a genius have spread, and I have been assigned to the top class. Are not I amazing? Layla replied. Of course you are, Calypso said confidently. Then please tell my grandmother that I am the greatest genius you have ever seen. And with that, Calypso ran off. Layla chuckled. Things are about to get troublesome. Shifters carry the traits and personalities of their species. That is why orcas usually avoid fights, love peace, and are generous to other species, but there are always a few rebels. The scene shifted to the classroom. That is all for today's presentation. From now on we'll be playing with blocks, 2 boys said with teary eyes. Sniffle, Karen hit me, the teacher warned. Karen, you should not disrupt the class. Karen tilted her head back and said, Yes, I know, but why are we doing such childish things? The 2 brothers said. Karen's right. These 2 were the Beluga twin brothers, Luca and Ruba. Karen raised a fist and said, You do not even measure up to my fins. Got something to say. The twins shook their heads. There she goes again. She is starting again. Karen scowled. Hey, you Beluga twins over there, cannot you shut your mouths? The teacher raised her voice. Everyone pay attention. We have a new student named Calypso joining our class today. Let us have a round of applause. Karen was startled. What? Is that the descendant? If it is a girl, then it must be. Karen recalled what she had overheard. She is Pierre's daughter, right? But I heard she has not even awakened her hydrokinesis. A useless girl. They say she is going to be sold off as the dragon's bride. Good riddance. Why would someone like Pierre have such a useless child? The teacher turned her gaze to Calypso and said in a soft but expectant tone, "Now why do not you introduce yourself first?" Hearing this, Karen sneered with contempt. "She is just an ordinary little kid. I'll make her cry." Ignoring the whispers, Calypso stepped forward confidently with a bright smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. This is an educational facility founded by the Orca clan, a place that teaches the harsh law of the jungle. Here I will become the absolute best." Calypso puffed out her chest slightly and said in a bold voice that echoed through the classroom, "I am Calypso Aquastew. I hope this class lives up to my expectations." With a loud round of applause, Teacher Camus said cheerfully, "All right, did everyone hear that? Let us give our friend Calypso a big hand. Now let us begin playing with blocks. Everyone back to your seats." As soon as she sat down, Karen approached with a menacing expression and said in an arrogant tone, "Hey you are that descendant, right?" Calypso crossed her arms over her chest. She looked Karen straight in the eye with a sharp gaze. "Who are you, and how old are you?" Karen, not losing her arrogance, lifted her chin and retorted, "I am Karen and I am 8. You are too small for a descendant. You look filthy." Calypso looked at her, frowning slightly, and thought to herself, stupid kids are everywhere. Then, in a surprisingly cold voice, she said, "Hey kid, you should not speak so carelessly when you are still young. At 8, should not you be moving up to the intermediate facility? I heard that if you cannot even make it to the intermediate class at your age, you are nothing but a failure. And what else was it? Let me tell you one more thing. I am only 3 now. Are not you ashamed to be in the same class as a 3-year-old? Karen's face turned red with anger as she shouted, "That is impossible. We cannot even talk until we are 5. Calypso sneered with a defiant look. "Do you really think your brain is on the same level as mine?" Karen clenched her fists and growled, You defective little brat." She swung her fist, but Calypso dodged it lightly. "You should learn some manners first." Instantly, Calypso grabbed Karen by the collar. Then she delivered a powerful headbutt, sending her stumbling backward. Karen clutched her head, trembling, and said, "A headbutt? That is a cheap shot." Calypso crossed her arms with a nonchalant expression. "Cheap shot? Look at the size difference between us. I did not want to resort to violence either, but I have no intention of quietly enduring insults. Besides, my dad told me not to go around getting beaten up." Camus, the alpha class teacher, approached with a look of surprise. To have such strength without having awakened her hydrokinesis, Layla stood quietly in a corner. She calculated inwardly, Karen may not be the brightest, but she is exceptionally strong. For her ladyship to overpower her so easily this time, I am certain, this incident will surely spread far and wide, enough for everyone to know. Calypso was very satisfied at this moment, nodding quietly. Good, it is all going according to plan. Now I get to learn in this class. This is what you call real power and attention." Camus broke the atmosphere and said, "All right, everyone, take your seats. To become great orcas you must study hard." Time passed and it was afternoon. Calypso stretched with a satisfied smile. Today was a meaningful day. She recalled what Layla had said. "It seems there will be no need to change classes anymore. You probably will not be staying in the elementary facility for long." Calypso smiled triumphantly. Just then, the twins, Ruba and Luca, came running over in a flurry. Your ladyship, your ladyship, your ladyship, hello, your ladyship saved our class. Karen was bullying everyone, but you beat her. You saved us and beat her." Watching the chattering twins, she thought, "So these are the beluga shifters? They are smart and kind shifters. All belugas are, but who could hit kids like these? Their hair is so fluffy too." Calypso asked quietly, "What are your names?" The two, looking excited, said at the same time, "He is Ruba, I am Luca, and together we are Luca, Ruba." Calypso was a little puzzled. "Ruba," the two spoke simultaneously again. Again Luca, Ruba. Calypso smiled faintly and said, "Well, it is nice to meet you. You are my first friends." Suddenly Calypso remembered something. She vowed to herself, "Please do not say weird things like asking for help. Do you think that'll make me try harder? The one who tricked me in my 3rd life was also a beluga. It was bad luck, but he was smart too." The twins continued in an enthusiastic voice, "We have to repay your ladyship's kindness. Mom told us to be nice to the first person we meet, so we have to be nice to her dad too." "Yeah, good job," Calypso replied with a searching look. "This does not seem like the first time you have said something like this, does it?" "Why so sudden?" Ruba asked with a worried expression. "Your ladyship, you must be tired from going up and down the stairs, right?" Luca, in an equally earnest voice, added, "Do you still have any energy left?" Calypso chuckled and waved her hand. No, I am not tired at all. What is it now?" "Hey, wait," the twins shouted loudly and ran off. "Dolphins help their friends from today on. Your ladyship is our friend." Then, while Calypso was still dumbfounded, the twins hoisted her onto their shoulders and ran all the way to her carriage. Calypso pied softly and thought to herself, "It seems I have acquired a few cute minions." As soon as she arrived home, Calypso froze, her face a mask of utter shock. "What? Why is everyone gathered here? There are people I have never seen before." A man who looked like a butler with blonde hair and a gentle smile approached, bowed, and said, "It is an honor to meet you, your ladyship." Calypso asked, puzzled, "What's going on?" The blonde man replied smoothly, "We have been dispatched to cater to Lady Calypso's every wish and to make your life more comfortable during your stay in this building." Calypso looked at the servants standing solemnly. She thought to herself, "Aha, so that is why the servants here have those expressions. Good, I'll take this opportunity to punish them one by one." Then she spoke in an authoritative voice, "Ah, I like the sound of that. I will choose my own nanny. Misa was the only one who was kind to me, so I choose her, especially the one in charge of my meals," the blonde man, looking slightly flustered, asked. "Your meals, you say? What about them?" Calypso said bluntly. "You probably do not know this, but the staff here often did not even provide me with a proper meal." The blonde man immediately cut her off. His tone was firm. "But your ladyship, that is the law of survival for the strong," Calypso sighed. "The rule of the Orca clan, I know, but is enduring a bath with water so hot it burns my skin also a rule our family pursues. I felt abandoned, and this is child abuse. I certainly do not think I am undergoing a trial." The blonde man was utterly shocked. "Did such a thing happen?" Calypso continued in a firm tone. "Therefore I will be sure to tell my father about this." The blonde man immediately grew flustered, his face turning pale. "Are you referring to Lord Pierre?" Calypso crossed her arms, a confident look on her face. "My dad is very curious about me, you know." The blonde man, at a loss, hurriedly bowed. "We, Lady Calypso, if you would permit us, we will rectify this immediately." Calypso thought to herself, "If I do not make a move first, I'll be in deep trouble. I'll make you pay for your sins." Then, retaining the innocence of a child, she spoke with a dignified voice. "I may be fine, but the other children will be hurt. I will tell my father about this matter as well." After she finished speaking, she tugged on Misa's clothes and smiled brightly. "It is all over. Let us help each other, Misa." Misa knelt down, bowed with a radiant face, and replied, "Yes, your ladyship, I will do my best." Time flew by in a flash. Misa, working under the dazzling sunlight, muttered, "The young lady called herself a genius, did not she? I remember now," she thought to herself. "In my past life the beluga clan was wiped out. The beluga and dolphin shifters were originally the wisest of species. But in my third life, when I tried to protect the beluga clan, they all met a tragic end. The main culprit was my cousin Bayan, all for the foolish reason that they had accidentally insulted him." Calypso closed her book, her eyes filled with determination. "In this life I do not need to go to the trouble of gathering talent for the succession war. I'll be leaving this place soon anyway, but before I go I need to land a solid blow on that old hag and disappear." Just then 2 new maids entered and saw her reading, their eyes sparkling. "Her ladyship is studying. My goodness, how can she be so smart? Oh, look at those tiny hands holding the book, they are so lovely. Lady Calypso, you are just too cute, and your voice is so clear." Seeing their enthusiasm, Calypso let out a sigh of relief. "I was worried about what kind of people the main house would send, but it seems my fears were unfounded." The 3 maids bowed cheerfully and introduced themselves. "We are herring shifters and come from the same hometown. I am E, I am Bidio, and I am Dia." Calypso smiled with a sweet voice. "Your words are so pleasing to the ear, and you are all so cute and smart. Even Lord Bellis and Lord Bayan are no match for you." Then the girl stood up, stretched, and said, "That is enough for today. I am going to bed now. First, get to know Misa, my nanny. I hope you all get along." The 3 maids smiled brightly. "Oh, so you worked here originally. It is a pleasure to meet you." Misa, the gentle nanny, replied, "I am just a nanny, so please everyone feel at ease, then you can all stay and chat." "I have to go see my dad." Calypso quickly made an excuse and left. "If I stay any longer I'll be caught in an endless conversation and will not have time to escape." A few days later her recent life was truly peaceful. It could be said to be the most peaceful in all her lives. Everything was fine except for one thing. "Master, you call this training?" Calypso shouted, her face scrunched up. Pierre, unfazed, crossed his arms and said in his usual tone, "How many times must I tell you, step on it and press down, this damn father of mine," Calypso grumbled to herself. "The training is getting crazier and crazier. By the way, who started the rumor that Pierre likes things clean? These things must have been here for over a year." "Master, how do I wash this?" "You still cannot summon water?" Pierre asked, slightly surprised. "I am not even 8 yet. It is a serious problem if you cannot even do something this basic. This is why I hate talking to geniuses." Calypso was angry. "Still, I am the center of attention in my class." Pierre's expression grew serious. "You, the standard of newborn orcas these days must have dropped to an appalling level. Now I see why everyone calls Dad an icon of misfortune. This is the most terrible training I have ever had. I need to try another way." Calypso changed her attitude and said in a charming voice, "I cannot step on it. What should I do?" Pierre pointed with his finger. "If you had strength, where would you focus it?" Calypso thought for a moment and then exclaimed, "Right here, master, do you see? There I stepped on it." The girl rejoiced inwardly. "Using my strength this way I can compensate for this small body." "It is just as you said, master. You are the best." Hearing the girl's praise, an indescribable strange feeling welled up in Pierre's heart. Dad must have recognized that I am his daughter. Calypso glanced at him sideways. He had received everyone's attention his whole life, yet he himself had no interest in anything. "Just you wait. The Orco Duke will one day be surprised to see someone who looks exactly like him." "Oh, master, you have already gone down? I am almost finished," the girl said proudly. "Anyway, I cannot call him Dad just yet. I'm all done. I did a good job, right? It is nothing. It wasn't a difficult task to begin with," Pierre replied indifferently. "Whose daughter could be so talented?" Calypso said slyly. The girl smiled as brightly as the sun. "Of course she is my dad's daughter." Pierre paused for a moment, then said coldly, "You mean the father who has never once shown up to care for his 3-year-old daughter? Does he not know he is taking care of his own daughter right now?" Calypso fumed inwardly. Pierre crossed his arms and evaluated her. "The more I look at you, the more I see you are not stupid." "Of course, I am the student you taught yourself," Calypso said excitedly. "There is no need to mention me every time you open your mouth. What? You are the one who taught me." That expression again. "A face that seems to care about nothing in this world. Master, why are you always alone? Is it because you dislike crowded places?" Pierre suddenly recalled a whisper from the past. What a waste of Lord Pierre's power. His body is too weak to contain such extraordinary abilities. He gazed into the distance. It is best not to get involved with that troublesome family. So that is why you always have that indifferent expression, master. As if you could disappear at any moment, Pierre replied quietly. No, Calypso stretched out her small arm and lightly tapped his leg. How can you say something like that so easily? Do not speak so carelessly in front of a 3-year-old child. Master, are you crazy? Tomorrow is the day this father is supposed to compensate his regressed daughter. No, Calypso clenched her fists. Your life is too boring, master. You need to learn to appreciate the beauty of this life. But Pierre was bewildered. Since you have taught me, we are partners. Trust me. I'll show you how fun this life can be. After saying that, the girl ran off cheerfully, leaving Pierre alone. A servant's words echoed in his mind. Lord Pierre, I do not know if you are aware, but your daughter has been going around lately boasting about how much you love her. It is just a rumor, right? What on earth is that child up to? Pierre was lost in thought. A child that cautious would not have called out by mistake at the Duchess's academy. Did you finish building? We finished too. The twins came running excitedly. The teacher smiled and said, Now that we are done with the blocks, shall we play hide and seek? No, we do not play such childish games, Calypso replied in a grown-up tone. The twins' eyes sparkled. Wow, she talks just like our dad. We want to be like that too. Wait until you are older to talk like that. You should speak in a way that is appropriate for your age, Calypso advised seriously. Yes, your ladyship, the two boys answered in unison. Our mom wants to meet you and thank you. We used to get bullied by Karen a lot before, but it does not hurt anymore. It is all thanks to you, your ladyship. Should I beat her up some more then? Calypso asked nonchalantly. Your ladyship, we will pledge our lifelong loyalty to you, the twins exclaimed. Loyalty is a given, Calypso nodded. You do not need to give me anything, just answer one question. The girl moved closer and lowered her voice. Have you ever cooked fish? The twins' eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked at Calypso. Then they looked at each other, puzzled. A short while later, a maid brought food to Calypso's mouth. Lovely lady, Calypso say, Ah, how can there be a young lady with such plump cheeks and an adorable face? Bideo, standing beside her, nodded in admiration. That is right, I have never seen such a cute child, Calypso thought to herself. The herring clan may be kind, but this enthusiasm is a bit much. Anyway, nutrition is essential for growth. All I need now is to grow up quickly and resolve the dragon's flood. Just then, Dia spoke up, interrupting her train of thought. By the way, the Dragon Festival is being held again this year, right? The Dragon Festival, a major event hosted by the imperial family in the Dragon Empire. In truth, it was a display of power to show that even the mighty Dragon Duke family was under the imperial family's thumb. Yi sighed with a hint of regret. Only land animals and beastmen were invited again this time. It is a shame. I would love to go just once. No underwater beastmen have ever been invited. My dad always wanted to meet the Dragon Duke even just once. Calypso silently reminisced. Suddenly, Bideo excitedly shared the news. Did you all hear? The matriarch will be returning soon. Returning? Calypso was curious. Immediately, the maids could not hide their excitement. Oh, so cute, your ladyship, did you just wink? No, I did not, Calypso denied. Could you do it just one more time, Dia pleaded. Calypso gave a small wink. Just this once. A moment later, Dia approached and whispered, The matriarch has ordered a family meeting to be held as soon as she arrives. You know a lot, do not you? Calypso was intrigued. Dia smiled proudly. The information network of our herring clan is everywhere. Your ladyship, how can I attend the family meeting? Calypso was lost in thought. I cannot suddenly awaken my hydrokinesis now. The best way is, I suddenly remember what my brothers said in my past life. Since you have defeated us, we will follow you on your path to becoming the head of the family. Step on us and rise. Which of those 3 idiots should I approach first? Dia held out the spoon again. Your ladyship say, I do not eat carrots, Calypso said firmly. Dia immediately looked crestfallen. I apologize. My cooking must not be to your liking, Calypso was flustered. How no, you do not need to apologize. No, I mean no, it is all right. Fine, just this once. The girl reluctantly took a bite. Immediately, the people around her erupted in thunderous applause. After the meal, the maids left. Lady Calypso, we'll see you again for lunch tomorrow. We'll prepare something even more delicious. Calypso waved goodbye, but her mind was already elsewhere. A family meeting. What are my brothers up to? I should go find them. Scene change. Calypso moved cautiously, her small body navigating the academy hallways. This way leads to the intermediate section. All 3 of my brothers are here, so it'll be troublesome if I get caught. I have to be careful. Suddenly, an arrogant voice came from ahead. Are you deaf, or are you ignoring me on purpose? Cannot these idiots understand human speech? Calypso hid behind a corner of the wall. She was surprised to realize that the person being surrounded was her 3rd older brother, Asenlo Akiao Dello. Why is he being bullied like that? Asenlo stood still, his head bowed in front of the group. A purple-haired guy raised his voice. Do not you know you are supposed to come and greet us first? A red-haired guy sneered, pointing at Asenlo's hair. How did you get into our class with that hair color? Do not say that, Asenlo said softly, his voice trembling. Haha, listen to that voice, like a baby goat. The group burst into laughter. A memory from her past life suddenly flooded back. Everything became clear. I remember. The Asenlo from my school days was a madman who enjoyed pretending to be bullied. He would act weak to lure in the bullies, then attack and destroy them. Damn it, if he goes berserk now, those guys will be dead before I can even attend the family meeting. I cannot let a rumor spread that the Duke's son beat his classmates half to death. Everything will be ruined. The red-haired guy grabbed Asenlo by the collar. Are you still ignoring us? Are not you going to answer? Just then, a clear but firm voice rang out. Wait! Calypso walked out and called out clearly. Stop it! A brown-haired guy approached. Kid, why are you meddling? Hey, look at her hair, the blonde-haired guy quickly interjected. The red-haired guy frowned. What's wrong with her hair? Then he suddenly froze, his eyes widening. A direct descendant. This trait only appears in the direct bloodline of the family, but why is she so small? But there is a rumor that the Duke has another daughter these days, the purple-haired guy muttered. Anything related to a direct descendant is a pain. Let us go. The red-haired guy pushed Asenlo hard and turned away with his group. He did not forget to throw a threat before leaving. You are lucky today. Calypso crossed her arms and stuck her tongue out at them. Losers. Hey, what are you doing? Asenlo asked irritably. The color of his hair was slowly changing. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Another memory flashed in Calypso's mind. A more mature future Asenlo was speaking to her. Calypso, if you had met the younger me, you probably would have died of embarrassment. I was young and did a lot of unfair things. I really regret that. I wonder what it would have been like if I had met you sooner. Back in the present, Calypso placed her hands on her hips and looked up at her brother. Why do not you come closer? Asenlo, you are my older brother, right? What nonsense are you talking about? What's with this, Asenlo? I made the cutest face possible and said, you are my older brother, right? Is not this a scenario from a parenting book? He should at least be a little moved. Calypso screamed inwardly. Asenlo turned his back and walked away. Do not block my way. Go home. Are not you even going to say hello? Calypso quickly blocked his path. Why should I say hello to you? Because I just saved you. I know you were about to kill them all, right? No matter how outstanding you are, that action would be grounds for expulsion from the family. You know that, right? Asenlo crossed his arms. Even if you had not interfered, I could have handled it without getting kicked out. Before he could finish his sentence, Asenlo was shocked. Calypso moved with unbelievable speed. The girl flew through the air and smacked. She landed a perfect smack on Asenlo's head, causing him to stagger in pain. Calypso landed on the ground and smiled with satisfaction. Only a loving smack can bring someone to their senses. I thank my dad for his teachings. Asenlo staggered to his feet. His face was filled with astonishment. You, that strength. How about it? Calypso approached him and said triumphantly. I am a much stronger and cuter younger sister than you. That is ridiculous. How can you? Before Asenlo could finish his sentence, Calypso grabbed him by the collar again. Brother, have you ever done laundry? As soon as she finished speaking, she once again slammed him to the ground with a clean move. Calypso dusted off her hands. The stronger you are when doing laundry, the better the dirt comes out. Are you going to challenge me again? The girl approached him and gave him a few more smacks on the head. That is enough. I may not have awakened my hydrokinesis yet, but my physical abilities are not ordinary. It is useless no matter how many times you try. Admit it. Asenlo shouted. Admit what? Hey, do you even know how old you are? How do you have that kind of strength? Did you take some kind of drug? Calypso looked at her brother with contempt. Such a weakling, she thought. If I am going to stop the male lead from destroying this family in the original story, I need to train my brothers to be strong. I need someone to stand up to him. I'll have to train them myself so they can overwhelm that guy. Just look at that glare. He looks like he wants to tear me to shreds. To get this arrogant Asenlo on my side, I'll have to resort to my final move. Calypso leaned down and looked Asenlo straight in the eyes. Call me your sister. No, Asenlo turned his head away. Calypso moved closer to his ear and whispered in a seductive voice, Do not you want to be stronger? My power is incredible, is not it? Amazing, right? If you want, I can teach you. Asenlo sighed in defeat and finally hung his head. Tell me, how can I get stronger? A sly smile spread across Calypso's lips. The blood of an orca never lies. The thirst for power is etched into his very bones, she answered casually. All right, I'll teach you a few things. But there is a condition. You have to listen to and follow all my instructions. Asenlo frowned, his arrogant nature showing. What? Why should I take orders from you? Calypso shrugged and turned away nonchalantly. Then I guess I'll have to go find Brother Yan. He'll probably be more interested. Wait, Asenlo shouted immediately, grabbing her arm in a hurry. No, I'll do it. I'll do whatever you say. Calypso turned back and held out her hand to seal the deal. Then promise me. I promise. Asenlo nodded firmly. Few people knew the hidden story behind Asenlo's mad behavior during his school days. The person who insulted his mother, saying she was unworthy and that no one cared, met with a terrible accident. The memory flashed through Calypso's mind and she returned to the present. Now listen carefully, Calypso said in a serious tone. Never think of seriously injuring or killing anyone. You are forbidden from attacking to destroy evidence, and most importantly, you must never bury anyone alive again. Can you promise? This is the condition until you can defeat me. If you can do that, after that you can do whatever you want. What do you say? Then the two of them linked fingers and made a firm promise. A short while later at Pierre's residence. Master, are you thinking of taking on another student? This is my older brother, Calypso introduced with a bright smile. Pierre narrowed his eyes and said bluntly, What are you up to now? I do not need one, so go home. But I beat my brother today, Calypso said a little proudly. I made him my underling, but I did not know what to do next, so I brought him here. He is a loner like me. That last part seemed to strike a chord with Pierre. He sighed and shook his head wearily. You win. Do as you please. He turned and walked away, but his mind was filled with thoughts. I really cannot figure this child out. To think the third son of the Akiao family is tagging along after a little girl. She pretends to be innocent but she knows too much. What on earth is she plotting? Elsewhere, the twins ran happily towards Calypso. Your ladyship, we prepared some food. Let us eat together. Okay, let us go. You two are always so full of energy. Calypso smiled and followed them. Looking at the lavishly set table, she could not help but think to herself, how are 3 kids going to eat all this? Oh, your ladyship, one of the twins began. Dad said to invite you to our house. He promised to prepare lots of delicious food. You have to come. Okay, Calypso agreed happily. A moment later, the other child held out a letter with a proud expression. This is what you asked for before. I asked Dad for it myself. That is great, thank you. As Calypso took the letter, their father appeared at that very moment. Dad's here. Your ladyship, please return safely. They look exactly alike, Calypso muttered to herself, looking at the twins' father. Beluga shifters, the Beluga family. In my past life I had almost no interaction with them. Before I became the head of the family, their entire clan suddenly disappeared. A wave of memories washed over her. The Orca clan originally follows a matriarchal tradition, but the family head, Akiao, had no daughters. So she declared that one of her grandchildren, regardless of gender, would be the heir, and that they should seize the position with their own strength. This news opened up an opportunity for those who had never dared to dream. The most likely candidate was Bayan, her aunt's eldest son, who was strong but very cruel. The Beluga clan accidentally offended him, and as a result the entire family was annihilated. Ah, that is right. I remember now the cruel crime Bayan committed against the Beluga clan. Calypso's thoughts were interrupted by an arrogant voice. Hey, watch where you are going. Are your eyes on your feet? Karen, a member of the same family, had deliberately bumped into her. If you want to pick a fight, find a smarter way, Calypso shot back coldly. You do not look cool at all. Did you think I would jump at you like you do? Karen's face turned red with anger. A girl should be gentle and graceful, not walking around with her head held so high. Head up, eyes forward. That is the basic rule of etiquette. You do not even know that? Calypso sneered. Then let us have a fight. I'll see what you are made of. You'll be kicked out soon anyway, Karen shouted. Calypso crossed her arms and thought to herself, what nonsense is this kid spouting? There must be a reason she wants to kick me out. Karen continued to boast. Who gave you permission to beat Lord Bayan's men? You'd better be ready to regret it. Oh, so she is one of Bayan's lackeys, Calypso noted with an interested expression. Is that so? Then go ahead and kick me out. I am curious to see how I'll be kicked out. Do you think I am joking? Karen trembled with anger. Who said you were? Just tuck your tail and go snitch to Bayan. You'd better hurry before it is too late, taunted. Karen lost her temper. She grabbed a nearby decorative sword and swung it at Calypso. I will not forgive you. Calypso leaned back slightly to dodge. I really do not want to lay a hand on her, but it'll hurt if I get hit. I hate pain. In a swift motion, she jumped high into the air and brought her heel down hard on Karen's head, then followed with another kick that sent the sword flying from her hand. That was really dangerous. Just then, Layla appeared and picked up the sword. What is going on here, Karen? A decorative sword is not a weapon. Her voice sharpened. Let us continue this in the disciplinary room. Strength is important, but using a weapon to attack others is strictly forbidden. After Karen was dragged away, Calypso said politely, Thank you. There is no need, Layla replied. As the head of this educational facility, this is my responsibility. I must maintain a neutral and fair stance. Still, thank you very much, Calypso said with a bright smile. Layla sighed. I feel like I am talking to a top student from the intermediate school. Do you have anything to explain, or shall we go to the disciplinary room together? There is no need for that, Layla interrupted. We have heard everything that happened. Your ladyship does not need to go to the disciplinary room. Besides, he has ordered me to take good care of you. This is a first. I was truly surprised. He, Calypso asked, puzzled. Your father, Layla answered. Lord Pierre. Those words struck Calypso like a bolt from the blue. Back in her room, her mind was a tangled mess. What do I do now? Layla's words kept echoing in her head. I am indebted to Lord Pierre. I am also one of his servants. Layla is Pierre's subordinate? What on earth is going on? Calypso clutched her head. He knew everything from the beginning, even my clumsy lies. Has he been enjoying playing along with me all this time? It is time to end this act. She took a deep breath and resolved to confront him. But when she opened the door and saw Pierre sitting there, her courage instantly vanished. She felt like a traitor. She had thought she could easily end this fake master-disciple relationship. It was a relationship that started out of mere curiosity. But now, for the first time in her life, she was afraid of losing it. Hello, master, she whispered softly. Pierre glanced at the paper in her hand. What is that? Oh, this. Calypso quickly unfolded the paper, feigning nonchalance. It is something I want to make for you, master. Are not you curious? Are not you excited? No, Pierre answered coldly. Good, he is not angry. Since he is not saying anything, I'll have to take the lead. She quickly collected herself. Then I'll stick to the plan. It is Luca Ruba's recipe. She took a breath and smiled brightly. Please wait a moment, master. I am going to cook a very delicious meal for you today. Pierre stared bewilderedly at the food set before him. You cooked? A short while later, Calypso spoke up cautiously, breaking the silence. Master, I am sorry to keep you waiting. The food is ready. I prepared this by combining my knowledge of nutritional balance with the tastes of the head chef of the mansion. It was a bit sudden, but I hope you like it. Ta-da, this is my special fish dish. The girl forced a bright smile. Pierre asked with a suspicious look, you even considered nutrition? Yes, this is a very special recipe. I have included plenty of the 3 major nutrients, Calypso explained. Her voice trailed off, a guilty light in her eyes. Actually, I did not feel good about what happened. This is also an apology for suddenly bringing my brother and asking you to take on another student. I was too arrogant. I am truly sorry. Pierre sighed and his gaze upon her was no longer as cold. Explain the food. Pardon, Calypso was surprised. If you have served food, you should explain it, Pierre said in a flat voice. Yes, I understand, the girl immediately perked up. As for the recipe, this is the famous Luca Ruba dish from the beluga family. While Calypso excitedly explained the origin and recipe of the dish, Pierre quietly took her small hand. The burns and scratches from cooking slowly began to fade under his gentle energy. And that is all. Calypso finished her presentation and waited with sparkling eyes. Master, how is it? I do not like it, Pierre replied firmly. And I will not be taking on any more students. The smile on Calypso's lips froze. Oh, I see. I am sorry, Master. Do not make this mistake again. Yes, I will not do it again. Calypso hung her head low. The girl hesitated for a moment, then lifted her head and changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Master, something strange happened at school today. Dad ordered Layla to protect me. Why would he do that? So, Pierre asked back without any expression. What do you think about that, Master? Calypso probed, thinking to herself. Even if he knows I am acting, I have to pretend I do not. I have to find out why he is acting this way. In the past, my indifference led me to witness the Dragon Duke destroy the world. I hate uncertainty now. Why are you asking for my thoughts? I am not your father, Pierre replied. I see. When did he find out I was lying? Why did he help me? All right, I'll just go with the flow. Calypso clenched her fists and then put on an innocent smile again. But you and my dad are the same age, Master. So I was curious. I thought adults would understand each other's thoughts. If he saw through my act, why is not he exposing me? The girl continued to wonder. Not all adults are the same. Pierre cut off her train of thought. So he does not want to talk about it, but that will not stop me. Calypso pouted inwardly. Pierre suddenly said, did not he say he cares for you and loves you? Why does not your father say it himself that he cares for you and loves you very much? That must be the answer. Calypso was startled. She looked down at her hands. All the wounds were completely gone. She unconsciously cupped her now immaculate hands. That must be it, in an open space. Senlo frowned. What in the world is this bizarre scene? In front of him, Calypso, a girl who had just turned 3, was carrying a huge boulder on her shoulder. 335, the girl shouted, sweating profusely. Focus the strength in your legs, Pierre pointed out coldly from the side. How much does that rock weigh? A 3-year-old child lifting a rock more than 335 times. She is even using hydrokinesis to enhance her strength. Senlo's face darkened. Master, surely you are not going to throw that. You'll kill someone. Calypso cried out in fear upon seeing Pierre lift another boulder. I'm going to throw it. Consider this part of your training, Pierre said, and then hurled the rock towards the girl. Senlo witnessed everything, admitting to himself that his defeat to that child was inevitable. Senlo, Pierre's third son. He was a recognized genius from a young age, always eager to find his limits. He wanted to face the strongest, but no one dared to challenge him because of his reputation. So he chose another way. He would deliberately provoke others into bullying him, then take them down one by one. That was once Senlo's pleasure. Until this temporary sister appeared, calling his own father master. He did not know what had happened, but his father was clearly very interested in that child. No, there is no doubt, that child is my savior. My belief is in breaking through my limits. What if that child is so strong that I can never surpass her? I must worship and serve her. Yes, that is what I must do, but I cannot stand this insane training. What are you doing over there? Pierre's voice echoed, pulling Senlo back to reality. You are next. A smaller rock than Calypso's, please. Master. Senlo's cry froze Pierre and Calypso on the spot. Pierre crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. A smaller rock, are not you ashamed? No, Master, I will become stronger within my limits, Senlo answered firmly, thinking to himself, what's wrong with calling Dad Master? If I call him this, he'll surely grant my request. Calypso asked in a trembling voice, Master, is my training over? Yes, you may rest. Phew. Calypso let out a sigh of relief. Senlo immediately approached her, his face bright and completely different from a moment ago. My dear sister, you worked hard. What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? And what's with that look? Calypso watched him warily. You are incredible, so cool, so extraordinary. Senlo showered her with praise. Seeing you reminded me of something. Can you do me a favor? What is it? Go on, Calypso replied, wiping her sweat. I have 2 older brothers and one of them is named Yan, so please take good care of my second older brother too. Calypso's jaw dropped. That ill-tempered, obnoxious second brother of mine. Compared to herself, his expression was truly infuriating. Fine, I cannot be the only one suffering. Senlo smiled brightly and said, make sure he never gets up again, alone. Calypso mulled over Senlo's words. What happened between Senlo and Yan? My second brother Yan has a personality like a cotton ball but is much more mischievous. Since they both hate losing, they are probably not on good terms. It is strange, in my past life the 3 brothers were perfect partners. They were so close they would even give their lives for each other. It seems this life is completely different from my past one. Anyway, I have had no chance to meet Yan, so I'll just set aside Senlo's crazy talk for now. Just then the twins Ruba and Luca came running. Your ladyship, what are you doing here? Come to think of it, you 2 are brothers, right? Calypso asked. Yes, what is it? Haha, do you two get along? Not at all, they replied in unison. Ruba insists he is the older brother, but that is completely wrong. Just ask Mom. Alright, calm down, I get it. Stop. Calypso quickly separated them. By the way, your ladyship, Karen still has not come, Ruba said. Oh right, she has been out for a few days, Calypso replied, sensing a change. With Karen gone, the atmosphere here has gotten really strange. It is like everyone is divided into two factions. Indeed, I was just wondering what has divided them. Layla, how long have you been standing behind me? Layla spoke. Your ladyship, are you leaving now? Is there anything you need from me? Come here for a moment. You know about the upcoming family meeting, right? I do. I will be attending as a candidate for the family head, Calypso said in a firm voice. Layla urged her with concern. Yes, please be careful. Prominent candidates are often recommended, but not a few have mysteriously disappeared right before the meeting. Thank you for your concern, but I'll be fine. My dad will protect me, and you are here too, right? Yes, your ladyship, but never let your guard down. This grand family has too many vulnerabilities. I'll be careful. As Calypso turned away, she thought to herself, Dad will not protect me. I have to prepare everything myself. That divided atmosphere is also very worrying. On the way to the training grounds, Asenlo suddenly appeared beside her. They will each follow a different heir, he said, as if reading her mind. Why are you here, brother? Calypso complained, frowning. We are going to see Master together. Asenlo beamed. Do I really have to go with you? But you come here every day. I was so surprised when you showed up. Do you already have followers? How many? Am I the first one? Can I become the first if I get rid of the ones before me? Calypso stared at him with ice-cold eyes. If they dare to bother me, they will die by my hand. Calypso frowned slightly. A myriad of thoughts swirled in her head. Where did their consciences go? What about those poor little twins beside her? Asenlo chattered on about the likely candidates for succession. If we have to choose someone to support, it would naturally be the main and branch families of our clan. Calypso lightly brushed off some invisible dust from her skirt and casually remarked. The atmosphere in the intermediate facility is just as tense. My dear sister, what are your plans for the upcoming family meeting? Asenlo turned, a slightly worried look in his eyes. This is your first time attending, right? Seeing his sister's bewildered expression, he quickly reassured her. Do not worry. I'll introduce you to people there. It would not be so bad to have Asenlo introduce me, Calypso calculated inwardly. Having Dad's backing would be best, of course, but that is impossible. As if reading her thoughts, Asenlo continued in a confident voice. Everyone has to prepare thoroughly before the meeting. I had to face both my eldest and second older brothers. But I have never seen you as a competitor. Calypso, have I been too soft on you? Use me wisely. Calypso giggled and reached out to gently pinch her brother's cheek. Do not talk like that. After a few peaceful days, one afternoon, Calypso received a strange note. She muttered under her breath, It has been strangely quiet lately. The scrawled words on the note loomed menacingly. Come to the back garden alone. If you do not, the twins you cherish will be in danger. Calypso gritted her teeth and crumpled the note in her hand. Such a cliché line, like a third-rate villain. Fine, I'll go meet this bastard, whoever he is. When she arrived at the designated spot, Karen's voice came from behind the bushes. She really came, no doubt about it. The ringleader Bayan swept his hair back with an arrogant air. She is just a girl. What's the big deal? Just a piece of filthy rat droppings in the end. Rat droppings, Calypso growled, fire in her eyes. How dare you compare me to that? You all gathered here to bully a girl and kidnap two kids. Bayan, is your brain smaller than a jellyfish's? Bayan sneered, amused. Oh, you have got quite a mouth on you. I heard the rumors and was quite curious. It seems grandmother has let you run too wild without warning. Calypso rushed forward, grabbed Bayan's wrist and slammed him backward onto the ground. If all I had was a mouth, this grandma would not have even bothered, you idiot. Release the twins now. I will make you pay for this. Hilarious, Bayan smirked, getting up and dusting himself off. So the rumor about you being Lord Pierre's daughter wasn't a bluff? That is right. Calypso puffed out her chest and declared clearly. My father is the great Pierre Chiaudello. So what? Bayan spread his arms, taunting her. That just proves you are a little girl who only knows how to hide behind her father. No, Calypso retorted firmly. I inherited all of my father's talents, and I will make sure you remember that. She shattered the silence with a shout. Luca, Ruba, the twins screamed. You dare use such a cowardly trick? Bayan spun around in anger. Orcas may be the top predators, but they are not invincible. Every marine creature has its own weapon for survival. For beluga shifters like Luca and Ruba, that weapon is a supersonic scream, a sound wave attack that can rupture an opponent's eardrums. As the ear-splitting scream echoed, Calypso commanded, Asenlo, save the twins now. Asenlo shot forward like an arrow, shouting, Leave it to me. He was here too. Bayan was startled, but before he could collect himself, Calypso was upon him, grabbing him by the collar. Where are you looking? I am your opponent. Thwack! A thunderous punch sent Bayan staggering, blood spurting from his mouth. He wiped the blood and growled, You are just a girl full of cheap tricks. Then how about this cheap trick? Calypso asked. She turned and shouted to her brother, Asenlo, protect the twins no matter what. She took her stance, an overwhelming aura radiating from her entire body. He beckoned provocatively. Why are you all just standing there, scared, you cowards? Witnessing this scene, Asenlo could not help but be amazed. Is this a fight? Orca fights are usually very brutal, using hydrokinesis. This just looks like a chaotic brawl. but to be this formidable without even awakening her powers, she might be even more terrifying than our eldest brother. As the situation turned against him, Bayan frantically ordered his underlings to seize her. Cannot you catch one girl? Use your hydrokinesis. Then he whirled towards the twins. If you cannot get her, take those two hostage again. Just then an authoritative voice rang out and Bayan's group collapsed, clutching their ears in pain. Lord Asenlo, we came as soon as we received your message. What is happening here? The twins hurried to the newly arrived man. Dad, Luca will not open his eyes. Calm down, Asenlo said. It is almost over. Her ladyship is taking care of it. On her side, Calypso had anticipated everything. This place is quite close to the main house, so this commotion will surely draw them out. Her thoughts were cut short by a loud shout. Stop this! What is the meaning of this? Layla, the head butler, appeared. Calypso smirked inwardly. Everything is going according to my plan. A short while later, in the infirmary, after being carefully bandaged, Calypso sat across from Layla. Your ladyship, please explain everything clearly, Layla said grimly. Calypso feigned weakness and said in a gloomy voice, Layla, please give me a moment to calm down. After a sip of water, she began her story. Her voice still seemed to tremble with fear. First, let me be clear, they were the ones who started it. The Beluga twins were captured and beaten by them. How could I stand by and watch children who are not even 7 years old be treated like that? We orcas have an unshakable truth. We must protect the children. Not only that, but their actions are a serious violation of the Jeong-eo law, the very code of our educational system. The superior student must not oppress the weaker one. This is a rule set by the family's ancestors themselves, so it cannot be taken lightly. She raised her head, her gaze firm. For these reasons, I, Calypso Akiao Dello, demand that an official disciplinary hearing be held. Knowing what he knows about me, Bayan must have thought I would be too scared to speak up, she thought to herself. But he was wrong. I hate rule breakers more than I hate violence, and that, my dear Bayan, is why you should not underestimate a regressor like me. Layla pondered for a moment before replying, As you wish, your ladyship, a high-level disciplinary hearing will be held. As a party involved, you must also attend. Understood, that will not be a problem. Calypso nodded. Layla continued. Your guardian must also attend the hearing. In other words, you must bring Lord Pierre. The smile on Calypso's lips froze. She was dumbfounded and then stammered. What did you say? Back in her room, Calypso's mind was a tangled mess. I just wanted to hold a small disciplinary meeting. Why do I need a guardian? Am I supposed to go to Dad and say, Dad, I just beat up Bayan, can you attend the disciplinary committee as my father? What if he says he is not my father again? As she was panicking, a man approached and bowed respectfully. Your ladyship, I have been waiting for you. I am Rova Bluga, the father of Luca and Ruba. I came to express my gratitude. Lord Rova, Calypso quickly composed herself. Are Luca and Ruba all right? My wife has taken the children to rest. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart, your ladyship. If you had not sent word, I would not have arrived in time. I only did what I had to do, Calypso hesitated. Besides, it is also my fault that the two children were involved in this. On behalf of my foolish Orca clan, I apologize. Our kind has always believed that strength is everything, often disregarding morality and rules. The fact that Ruba and Luca were caught up in such a terrible incident is also my responsibility. I sincerely apologize. Rova looked at the girl before him, surprise and respect in his eyes. It is difficult to expect kindness from an orca. As you said, your ladyship, they are creatures far from morality, but meeting you has changed my mind. Nevertheless, I must receive a formal apology from Bayan for his cruel actions. Calypso smiled faintly, relieved. Most people think that but do not dare to say it. I am glad you spoke so frankly. Listening quietly to the Beluga's story, Calypso's heart ached. Rova, one of the survivors, recalled in a somber voice, We Belugas are a truly pitiful people. Bayan ordered everyone to submit, but we refused. The result was a massacre. He paused for a moment, pride and pain mingling in his eyes. Among us were outstanding warriors, despite being peace-loving Belugas. I remember it clearly. Bayan is the type of man who will never accept harmony, not until the day he dies. After hearing the whole story, Calypso offered her heartfelt condolences. Thank you for telling me your story. I will be sure to visit Luca and Ruba soon. Rova managed a rare faint smile. Yes, the children will be very happy to see you. A short while later, a shocking rumor spread through all the educational facilities, from the elementary to the advanced sections. The little lady had single-handedly taken down Bayan and his gang. Hey, did you hear the rumor about the lady? You mean the one about her taking on Bayan alone and winning? A rumor was spreading that all his followers had been crushed, which was truly unbelievable. How could a young lady from the elementary class do such a thing, especially when she had not even awakened her hydrokinesis? Anyway, the two had fought, and the lady had won an overwhelming victory. What do you think? Say something. Awakened by the noisy conversation, Yan shot up and snapped sharply, Do you guys get that much of a kick out of bothering people? The gray-haired boy was startled. No, but do not you have anything to say? She is your sister, after all. Calypso's second older brother, Yan Akiao Dello. He turned his head and said in a voice as cold as ice, Do not talk nonsense. I do not have a sister. If you wake me up one more time, I'll kill you. The gray-haired friend winced. All right, what a temper. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in another place was much quieter. Lord Bellis, what are your thoughts on the rumors about the young lady? A servant asked. Calypso's first older brother, Bellis Akiao Dello, calmly turned a page in his book. Those who have sinned must be punished, that is only natural. Sinned, my lord, what do you mean? Bellis closed his book. His eyes were deep with thought. Grandmother greatly dislikes those who break the rules, but Bayan is not the biggest problem in the end. Meanwhile, Calypso stood before her master. I won, the girl exclaimed proudly, her eyes sparkling. You taught me such amazing things, master. Thank you. What a child's body this is, she thought to herself. The slightest strenuous movement made her entire body ache. But it is okay. I have to work harder. I need to please Dad so I can bring up the matter of attending the disciplinary hearing, Pierre replied coldly. Not a hint of emotion was in his voice. A true victory is one that brings glory without any wounds. Calypso was stunned. Master, what are you talking about? How can anyone win without getting hurt? I have always won without a single scratch, Pierre asserted. But that is you, master, Calypso quickly cut in. I have not even awakened my hydrokinesis yet. Pierre's eyes narrowed menacingly. The moment you accepted me as your master, did you not agree to follow my words as if they were law? That is true, but a victory that leaves you covered in wounds is no victory at all, Pierre said firmly. It is merely proof of weakness. Calypso fell silent. He had praised her just once only to scold her for everything else. Was it easy to win a fight like that at her age? Tears began to well up in the girl's eyes. Dad, cannot you praise me just once? I have trained harder than anyone. From my past life until now I have always done my best. As the girl turned to walk away, Pierre asked, Where are you going? I do not know, Calypso answered, hastily wiping away her tears. But I am leaving. My dad would never treat me like this. Dad, I miss you so much. Pierre simply watched, his arms crossed in silence. Suddenly an invisible current of hydrokinesis gently lifted the girl off the ground. Your body is a weapon, he said. Calypso frowned. So, if not properly maintained, a weapon grows dull. The same goes for your body. As your master, I am scolding you for neglecting your own weapon. A well-maintained weapon can protect you for a lifetime, yet I have failed to teach you how to polish it. A hero revered by all. Calypso suddenly recalled the stories about Pierre. That great orca had unfortunately been struck with an incurable disease. He had always considered his life a failure. He had never lived a day free from the concern and pity of others, unable to overcome his weak body. That was until he met her. Someone with a healthy body and extraordinary potential he had so desperately craved. Calypso asked hesitantly, Are you saying it is my fault that I got hurt, that winning this way was wrong? If I do not fight with my life on the line, how can I ever achieve a glorious victory like yours? I do not even have the hydrokinesis that you possess so easily. Even if I gave you the answer, you would not accept it, Pierre said. The relationship between a master and a disciple is destined to end. Did not you yourself ask me to keep my distance and treat you objectively? Why does his voice sound so bitter, or is it just my imagination? Calypso suddenly grabbed the hem of Pierre's clothes. Master, you are worried about me, are not you? Pierre was silent for a moment before asking, You said your father cherishes and loves you very much, did not you? In a situation like this, what would he say? Calypso's eyes widened and lit up brightly. He would scold me for making him worry. Then he would hug me tight and say, I love you, my daughter. Master, can you repeat just one thing for me? Just say that you were very worried about me, Calypso. Pierre was silent for a long while before his hand finally came to rest gently on the girl's head. I was very worried about you, Calypso. A bright smile bloomed on Calypso's lips. The reason I fought so hard to get here, I think I finally understand it now. A few days later in Calypso's room, So the two of us are attending that meeting? Asenlo asked. Yeah, Calypso replied. I was so angry that day. I forgot to give Dad the invitation. There is no other way now, so we'll have to go by ourselves. I cannot just suddenly ask my master without a valid reason, Asenlo worried. But will that be okay? The highest level hearings require a guardian to be present. We'll manage somehow with just the two of us. Or what if you just tell Dad the truth? No, absolutely not, Calypso shook her head firmly. I want to stay with my master like this until I meet the Dragon Duke. Asenlo smiled reassuringly. I am not worried. I am sure my sister has already calculated everything. Come to think of it, I did not expect the high-level disciplinary hearing and the family meeting to be held on the same day. Thanks to the rumors I have spread, I am sure I'll be the center of attention the moment I show up, Calypso thought to herself. I want to see the look on grandmother's face, the one who always ignored me. Bayan definitely will not be attending, so I need to wrap this up well. If it weren't for Asenlo, Bayan's faction would have surely been a nuisance. She turned to her brother. Asenlo, thank you for always helping me without any conditions. Asenlo grinned. What are you talking about? This is really fun. It is the first time I have ever fought to protect someone. Calypso smiled too. Really? Then look forward to it. A lot of very interesting things are about to happen. Just then, several maids entered. Oh my goodness, the young master is here too. You two look so close. My young master, you are so handsome. You two look so much alike. Asenlo cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. Sister, we should discuss tomorrow's disciplinary hearing in more detail. Calypso caught on. All right, ladies, you may be excused now. Once the maids had left, Calypso leaned in close to Asenlo's ear and whispered, Tomorrow just do as I say. Listen carefully. First me, then you, brother. A moment later, all right, I'll do as you say. Asenlo was firm, but then asked, Are you sure we do not have to call father? Calypso smiled confidently. Trust me, Asenlo, we can handle this on our own. Asenlo nodded, but he could not shake the worry in his heart. I trust my sister completely, But will everything really go smoothly? The day of the high-level hearing finally arrived. Standing before the mirror, Calypso looked at herself dressed in the carefully prepared formal attire. "Let us begin," she murmured with a quiet smile. "This outfit really suits me." At first I refused, saying it was unnecessary, but the maid's sincerity softened my heart. I can feel their earnestness, so it is not bad. These fancy clothes are now a kind of weapon. She let out a sigh of relief. It is a good thing the guardian invitation is not a mandatory requirement. My master-disciple relationship with Pierre is not a father-daughter one, so I must protect it. Her resolve hardened. I can do this. I have always been used to handling everything on my own. As the grand doors to the hearing room opened and Calypso entered, all eyes turned to her, followed by whispers of surprise. "My goodness, is that Calypso? I cannot believe it. A child that small started a fight? I suppose it is because she inherited Lord Pierre's blood. She has such exceptional grace." Calypso glanced around the room. "Fewer people than I thought, since it overlaps with the family meeting. Most of them seem to be here to see the spectacle that is me." She found it strange that the two important events were held on the same day, but it is fine. Layla will handle everything well. Layla approached with a dignified air and bowed. "Your ladyship, you have arrived. You look quite different today." Calypso smiled with a mischievous glint in her eye. "The maids went to a lot of trouble, are not I pretty?" Layla nodded in admiration. "You are truly beautiful. Please have a seat over there, next to Lord Asenlo." Layla thought to herself. Her resemblance to Lord Pierre alone is captivating enough, but the young lady has a unique beauty of her own. It must be something she inherited from her mother. As Calypso sat next to her brother, the whispering started again. "The young lady is sitting next to Lord Asenlo. Did not they say he has a terrible relationship with his sister? I guess the rumors about Lord Pierre's children fighting whenever they meet were false." Calypso quietly surveyed her surroundings, quickly analyzing the situation. "Let us see. Bayan is here. Just as I expected, my eldest uncle did not come. What is that old fox after? He probably sent a proxy because he needs to keep an eye on grandmother at the family meeting. This is troublesome. The person who came as a proxy is a core member of my uncle's faction. A talented heir is always valued more than an incompetent one." Just then a dignified voice echoed, silencing all the noise. "Everyone, please be quiet. We will now begin the high-level disciplinary hearing. Here, everyone has the right to participate regardless of rank. I ask you all to swear in the name of the sea to speak only the truth." First, the perpetrator of this incident, Bayan. Bayan crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "I swear it on the sea." Next, the victims, Calypso and Asenlo. The two said in unison, "We swear it on the sea." As soon as the oaths were finished, an old man suddenly spoke up. "Hold on. As the chairman of the disciplinary committee, I have a few things to suggest." He was the director of the Orca clan's intermediate academy. He continued solemnly, "This meeting has been convened to judge the actions of students who are minors. Therefore I trust everyone has been notified that they must be accompanied by a guardian. Why then have Calypso and Asenlo come with no one?" Calypso unconsciously clenched her fists. "It has finally happened. I was hoping Lila's presence could help me avoid this. She must have done her best since Dad did not show up, but her opponent is grandmother's old friend and an extreme traditionalist." Without hesitation, Calypso rose from her seat and said in a calm but firm voice, "I do not have a guardian. A guardian is necessary for a minor. But Asenlo and I do not need one. We are our own guardians." Her declaration caused another round of murmurs. "Why did not Lord Pierre come? But this is the rule. Could his illness have worsened?" Layla quickly raised her voice. "Silence. Everyone please be quiet. For this special case I will allow Calypso and Asenlo to attend without a guardian." Bang! Chairman Cha slammed his hand on the desk. "Nonsense, the law is the law. I cannot continue a meeting with people who do not even follow the basic rules. Calypso, summon your guardian at once." "Damn it," Calypso cursed inwardly. "So much for being grandmother's best friend." Bayan sneered. "Go on then. If the kid says she does not have a father, what can we do?" The people around him burst into triumphant laughter. "Bayan's right. Lord Pierre must be busy with the family meeting or business." Chairman Cha's face darkened. "Silence. Calypso and Asenlo, is it true that you two do not have a guardian?" Rage boiled up inside Calypso, but she forced it down. "Calm down. I expected this. I need to think calmly. Think there must be a way to turn this situation around." Just then, at that moment of tense silence, the hearing room doors opened once more and a tall shadow entered. A low, steady voice echoed through the entire space. "Of course rules must be followed. As the guardian of my son and daughter, may I attend the meeting?" The entire hall held its breath. Calypso was also stunned. What in the world is happening? This shock was more intense than anything she had experienced in her 4 regressions. Senlo beside her looked no less surprised. "I do not know why or how Dad is here, but it would be strange to look flustered now, and there are too many rumors to quell. Damn it, in this situation all I can do is smile." Her bewildered expression immediately changed to one of radiant joy. Calypso cried out, "Dad!" Inwardly she was screaming, "Please, please play along with me, Dad." She ran and threw her arms around him, who now placed a hand on his young daughter's head. "I am sorry I am late." Calypso hugged him tighter and said in a sweet voice, "Dad, are you okay? I was so worried you would not make it in time." Pierre replied softly, "It is all right now. I am sorry for making you worry." Hearing the words directly from Pierre's lips, Layla and Chairman Cha were too shocked to speak. Pierre continued in a dignified voice. Do I need to separately confirm my attendance? Layla hastily replied. Ah, no, sir, your attendance has been confirmed. The chairman cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. It has been a while, Pierre. I did not think you'd come, Pierre explained calmly. My daughter was so worried that she forgot to tell me the time, so I am a little late. Bayan shot up in anger, grinding his teeth. This is unacceptable, he is late, Layla said in a cold voice. Lord Bayan, calm yourself, the chairman knows the rules better than anyone. Did you really think I would stand idly by? Bayan shouted. His mother, sitting next to him, snapped. Son, calm down, has not the chairman already given his permission? Bayan had no choice but to suppress his anger and sit down, looking resentful. Calypso sighed in relief inwardly. That kind of behavior would not do him any good. His punishment was already a foregone conclusion. Did he not realize this hearing was merely to decide the details and severity of his punishment? It would be even better if he just self-destructed. Come to think of it, if Dad had used his power, I could have seen his corpse rolling on the floor. What a shame. Pierre went to an empty seat and sat down. Asenlo, as if still intimidated by his father's presence, unconsciously pulled his chair back slightly. Calypso could not help but smile. But suddenly another servant came rushing in, panting and flustered. Excuse me. By order of the matriarch, a high-level disciplinary hearing is to be suspended immediately, and everyone must move to the Hall of Judgment. This disciplinary action will continue in the presence of the matriarch and all family members. Calypso froze in disbelief. If they went there, that damn Bayan would have every advantage. In the Academy's disciplinary committee, the chairman's authority is absolute. Bayan's punishment was all but guaranteed, but if it moved to a family meeting, he had countless supporters. Moving to a venue advantageous to the opponent meant not only would she not get a fair verdict, but he might also escape all charges. Asenlo asked worriedly, Little sister, what should we do? Calypso answered in a slightly helpless voice. What are you talking about? There is nothing we can do. Grandmother's orders are absolute. Damn it, I wanted to see that guy get humiliated even more. It is fine. Pierre's voice suddenly rang out. Calypso looked up at him, puzzled. Dad, what do you mean it is fine? Pierre answered with a deep gaze. About the things you are thinking, and you do not need to force such pleasantries. Because you are not used to such things. A short while later, in a wide corridor. Wow, we are like celebrities. Everyone is staring at us, Asenlo whispered. Calypso was being carried in her father's arms, she said, embarrassed. Dad, I mean, I can walk on my own. With those short legs of yours, there is no telling when we'll arrive, Pierre replied bluntly. Calypso was at a loss for words. His tone is so grating, but well, it is good for me if rumors spread this way. Let them stare. By the way, what does Dad gain from doing this? Asenlo suddenly asked. Little sister, have you ever been to the Hall of Judgment? No, I do not think I ever have, Asenlo explained as they walked. Traditionally, family meetings are held in one of three main halls, and the Hall of Judgment is one of them. We are here. It is right over there. The name Hall of Judgment has two meanings. One is because of its magnificent blue doors, and the other is because this is where judgment has been carried out throughout the history of the Orca clan. All major incidents started here, and it is also the place that gave birth to the name Kun, and now we have returned to this place. As soon as Pierre stepped into the hall, a booming voice announced their arrival. Everyone, Lord Pierre, young Master Asenlo, and Lady Calypso have arrived. Immediately, surprised whispers rippled through the crowd. Lord Pierre, wow, this is the first time I have ever seen him. From the matriarch's seat, the matriarch Yukila sneered in a sarcastic voice. Look who has the gall to show his face. Is not it my son, the one I thought had rotted away and died in some corner? Pierre approached calmly and bowed formally. Greetings, matriarch. Yukila waved her hand dismissively and snapped. What face do you have to return? Get out of my sight. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze, becoming suffocatingly tense. Just then, Calypso cleared her throat lightly and broke the silence with a clear voice. Hello, grandmother, it has been a while. You are still so young and wonderful. What's your secret? Please tell me too. Yukila glanced at the girl. Ah, so this little thing was here too. Quite the silver tongue for one so young. You know how to curry favor. Excellent. You are much smarter than that brazen father of yours. Calypso whispered quietly to her father. See, grandmother loves being praised. You should try it, Dad. It is okay. You can practice slowly. A rare smile flickered across Pierre's lips. Calypso could not help but be startled by that unfamiliar fleeting smile. He replied gently, That is not bad advice. I'll keep it in mind. Dad knows how to smile. Calypso thought blankly. That small change did not escape the eyes of those around them, and the hall began to murmur again. Did everyone see that? Lord Pierre just smiled. I guess the rumor that he adores his daughter was true. A man stood up, cutting through the murmurs. Matriarch, I believe it would be best to begin the judgment. He was Pierre's eldest brother, Reason Akiao. The reunion with his younger brother was indeed a joyous occasion, but public matters could not be delayed. Yukila's eyes widened. Reason, how dare you interrupt me? Reason immediately bowed his head and said in a trembling voice, No, mother, I apologize. He got shut down the moment he spoke up. Calypso clicked her tongue inwardly and scoffed. Now where are we supposed to sit? What is this? Why are my father and I assigned to a seat way off in the corner? That old hag must have done it on purpose. This is a blatant insult. The girl nudged her father's arm. Dad, what do we do? They are ignoring us. If we sit this far away, will grandmother be able to hear me? Dad, do not pretend you cannot hear me at such an important moment. Pierre sighed. Be quiet, you are nagging too much. But you do not need to worry about whether they can hear you or not. Pierre cut in and said in a calm voice. Everyone will hear every single word you say loud and clear. We are here to attend a disciplinary hearing, not a friendly family gathering. Never forget why you are here. Just then, Calypso's eldest brother Bellis entered, capturing everyone's attention. Oh, Lord Bellis is here too. Of course there is no way he'd miss this event. Bellis stopped before the matriarch's seat and bowed elegantly. Grandmother, there must be a grave reason for you to have gathered so many people. Now that everyone is assembled, please bestow your precious words upon us and enlighten these foolish grandchildren of yours. Yukila wore a satisfied expression. Thank you, you are still as eloquent as ever. You are too kind enough. Go take your seat. Yes, grandmother. After everyone was seated, Yukila spoke in an authoritative voice. I have heard that there was an incident that disturbed the order within the family's educational system. Is that correct? Those involved, step forward and explain the commotion you have caused in my precious facility. Bayan was the first to speak. Matriarch, allow me to speak first. First of all, please do not call it a commotion. It was merely an unexpected accident. This trivial matter was not worthy of troubling you. For us Orcas, survival is a battle, and every moment is precious. Who would dare waste the matriarch's time over a personal conflict? Such a person would tarnish the dignity of our entire shifter race, the strongest creatures in the sea. Has he fed his conscience to the dogs? How dare he fight a 3-year-old and then act so dignified? Let us see how far he takes this act, Calypso thought. Yukila narrowed her eyes. So you are saying the rumors were exaggerated, and the truth is it was just a minor accident? Yes, that is correct, Bayan answered. I merely wanted to see my cousin. There have been many unpleasant rumors about her recently, so I sought her out privately to offer a few words of advice. To talk like that after kidnapping and threatening my people, what a spectacle. Calypso was scornful. Bayan continued his act. But as soon as she saw my face, she immediately began insulting my father. Perhaps she wanted to prove that she was the daughter of Lord Pierre, the strongest of our kind. Calypso gritted her teeth. It is not enough to insult me. Now he is dragging Dad into this. Who gave him permission to say Dad's name so carelessly? Furthermore, Bayan said, unlike the malicious rumors, I have witnesses to testify to the truth. The 2 goons who came with him immediately shouted, we only wanted to help Lord Bayan reconcile, but we were attacked by the young lady without reason. It's not the young lady, Lord Pierre's daughter. It was an unfair fight from the very beginning. I was a little worried seeing them, but these 2 are the witnesses. Are they proudly proclaiming that they lost to a 3-year-old? Calypso sighed, bored. That is right, the other one added. The young lady insulted Lord Bayan first. His lordship is completely in the right, Bayan concluded triumphantly. As you can see, the witnesses' testimonies are in complete agreement with what I have said, Yukila asked coldly. In short, you believe you are innocent? Completely, grandmother. Bayan said firmly. The reason I brought this matter honorably to the family meeting is to expose the true nature of this defiant cousin of mine. What right does she have to be the daughter of the great Lord Pierre? She has no power, no dignity. You can tell from her lies and bluffs that she has not been properly educated. It is the other way around. A guy insults others as naturally as he breathes. This is getting tedious. When is it my turn to strike back? Yukila shot up, her voice rising. So according to you, this wench is an ill-bred brat who has disrupted the family's discipline? Yes, precisely. Yukila slowly approached Calypso. I see. An unrecognized lowly creature daring to challenge my future heir. You act recklessly, not knowing your place. As she finished speaking, an invisible power erupted from Yukila, constricting Calypso and lifting her into the air. Choked and unable to breathe, Calypso struggled in agony. Damn it, so this is the matriarch's power, my grandmother's power. I have to endure it. This is a suffocating battle of wills. I cannot hold on any longer. Just then another energy. A more powerful energy intervened, releasing Yukila's pressure. Her power vanished, blocked by a greater force. Pierre's calm voice echoed through the hall. Matriarch, this child is only 3 years old, Yukila sneered. Do not worry, she cannot even withstand this. She is nothing but a disgrace to the family. How on earth did you teach her? Do not tell me you did not even teach her the most basic rules of our family? Is that why she became such an arrogant weakling? Rage surged in Calypso's heart. That old hag just tried to kill me. How can she say something like that now? Yukila asked Pierre directly. Pierre, did you really raise this child with your own hands? Calypso's heart sank. Wait, what if Dad says no? If he denies my existence, what will happen to me? All the lies I fabricated about Dad loving me will come crashing down. Please, Dad, do not abandon me now. In the deathly silence, Pierre opened his mouth. Every word was clear and firm. I taught her in my own way that if you go to battle, you must win. This child did exactly as I taught, without a single deviation. Yukila looked stunned, then sank back into her chair with a look of disbelief. To think I would live to see the day you protect someone. It ruins all the fun. Pierre looked her straight in the eye. Then you should also listen to my daughter's side of the story. Is that not the role of a fair matriarch? Calypso's gaze settled on the matriarch. A quiet wave of excitement washed over the girl's heart. This is it. He is giving me a chance, the chance I have longed for, to prove myself, to show what I can do. I absolutely cannot miss it. With firm resolve, Calypso took a step forward. Her clear yet firm voice echoed in the quiet space. Grandmother, I have a question. According to the laws of the Orca clan, is it true that the strong do not have to take responsibility for their actions? The matriarch, Yukila, who had been looking weary, gave a small nod. Yes, that is correct. In that case, Calypso continued in a confident voice, the core of today's meeting is about that fight. I could speak about how my dignity was insulted, but that is not the point. If you are willing to judge fairly, grandmother, I will show everyone one interesting truth. Immediately, Bayan raised his hand and exclaimed in a flustered voice, "Wait, matriarch, please give me a chance to speak." "Damn Bayan," Calypso cursed inwardly, giving him a look of contempt. "It is already too late, you idiot." "Enough," Yukila cut in, turning her sharp gaze to Calypso. "Continue speaking." Having received permission, Calypso declared clearly, "On the day of the fight, Bayan brought a group of more than 10 people. Of them, my brother Asenlo fought 3. The remaining 7 all targeted only me, Calypso Akiao Dello. And what was the result? The final victor was me. Bayan, who is much older than me, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a 3-year-old child like myself." A sneer spread across Calypso's lips. She glanced at the pale-faced Bayan and thought to herself, "You fool, how does it feel to be a living witness to my victory? Thanks for confirming it yourself." The girl continued in an increasingly powerful voice. "The very witnesses who were there have confirmed multiple times that Pierre's daughter fought fiercely. According to the rules of the family, I am the victor. Bayan, the loser, has no right to challenge me. Furthermore, there is another important reason. That day, a friend of mine was unjustly caught up in this incident. Even though that child does not belong to the Orca clan, Bayan threatened to kill him if I did not agree to fight. Everything I did was to protect my friend." Respected grandmother, in that case, what did I do wrong? Our family has always taken pride in protecting other marine creatures. Were you not the one who taught us that conflicts are to be resolved through battle only among orcas? And that force should never be used against weaker species? Yukila smiled knowingly. "This child knows a lot for her age. So you are saying you were unwillingly drawn into a fight but ultimately emerged victorious? Your story is compelling, but do you have any witnesses?" Calypso's heart sank into the depths of despair. "Right, witnesses. Asenlo is my brother, so his testimony would not be seen as objective. Luca and Ruba are still recovering. Can it be that no one will testify for me?" Just as Calypso was lost in despair, a calm voice echoed from the vassals' seats. "Matriarch, I request permission to attend this hearing as a witness." Yukila tilted her head with interest. "Oh, so there is someone who dares to speak up. Let us hear it." A dignified woman rose from her seat. Her gaze was firm. "The friend whose life was threatened in the young lady's story is my twin son." Calypso was startled. "Wait, Luca and Ruba's mother? Did the Bluga family have enough power to attend such an important meeting?" The woman introduced herself in a dignified voice. "I offer my formal greetings to the young lady. I am Ilya Bluga, head of the Bluga family. My children had to suffer under Bayan's cruelty. They sustained severe head injuries and are now hovering between life and death." "What?" Calypso was filled with shock and worry. "Lord Rova definitely said their lives weren't in danger." She quickly glanced at Rova, who secretly gestured for her to stay quiet. A flash of understanding went through Calypso's mind, her eyes turning sharp. "Ah, I see. A deliberate lie. If she can do it, there is no reason I cannot. The Beluga family, they are truly something," Ilya continued. Her voice was filled with sorrow. "Matriarch, I implore you to take this matter seriously. Why must my children be on the brink of death because of an orca's fight? As representatives of all the vassals, we can no longer stand by. We may be weak, but after this incident we implore you for respect. We trust that the warriors of the great Akiao Dello family will not turn a blind eye to this injustice." Rova also stepped forward. "Matriarch, I was the one who reported this incident to you. If more evidence is needed, you may summon other members of the family." Calypso smiled triumphantly. "I believe we have more than enough witnesses, do not you think?" Matriarch Yukila burst into a hearty laugh that filled the room. "Ah yes, the result of a one-on-one duel speaks for itself. A 3-year-old child won. What more is there to argue? A loser who does not know how to accept defeat is not even worth my time." Bayan's face turned deathly pale. "Grandmother, that is not what happened." "Silence," Yukila roared. "I have seen your true nature. You tried to show off your power by bullying the child of a prominent vassal, violated the rules of the educational facility, and dared to deceive the matriarch. For all these crimes, Bayan Akiao Dello, I hereby expel you from the educational facility and sentence you to 1 year of probation." Bayan's father Reason pleaded urgently. "Mother, please wait a moment. It is true that Bayan has done wrong, but please show him leniency considering the merits we have established." Yukila raised her hand to stop Reason and turned to Calypso. "Calypso Akiao Dello, what are your thoughts?" Calypso bowed her head, a humble yet sharp smile on her face. "I have no objections to the matriarch's verdict. However, since the Bluga family suffered the most in this incident, I believe it is only right to hear their opinion." And of course they agreed with the matriarch's decision. The arrogant brat met the end he deserved. Meanwhile, Calypso was acknowledged by her grandmother and received a fitting reward. Pierre approached and stroked Calypso's head with his large warm hand. Pride filled his eyes. "Well done, my daughter." "Yes, Dad, we won." Calypso smiled brightly, thinking, this feeling of being the center of all attention, it is the best. Yukila observed Calypso with an unreadable smile. This child, even when introduced by the matriarch herself, an ordinary child would be intimidated by the weight of it all, yet she is reveling in the attention. Top-tier physical enhancement abilities, natural combat skills, yet she cannot even produce a single drop of water. Her growth order is completely messed up. I see she is a rare genius. She called for Bellis. "Bellis, come here." Bellis approached with a face as cold as ice. You called for me, grandmother. What do you think of this situation? Yukila asked. You used to be the one acknowledged at the youngest age. Now your younger sister has broken that record. Even your father, Pierre, who never showed a single bit of interest in his children, stepped up to protect her. Even your rival, Bayan, was defeated by her. Tell me your thoughts, Bellis replied in an emotionless voice. Grandmother's punishment is very appropriate. Those who break the rules cannot be forgiven. However, Calypso Aquiao also bears some responsibility. Although she had a just cause, she still injured a classmate. In short, you are saying they are both at fault? Yukila thought to herself and said, a very clever and flawless answer. You are too kind, Bellis bowed his head. Standing nearby, Calypso clenched her fists. Rage boiled within her. I heard everything. This damn brother of mine, his sister almost got beaten to a pulp, and he says they are both at fault. Bellis, just you wait. Before I leave this place, this little sister is going to teach you how to be a proper human being. Just then, Asenlo ran over and asked, Sister, you went through a lot. Congratulations on being acknowledged by the matriarch. I thought the meeting was over. Calypso realized that the jealous gazes of those around her were still fixed on her. That is right, it is not over yet. It is best to stay quiet for now. Suddenly, Ilya Bluga spoke up again. Respected matriarch, may I say a word before the meeting concludes? Speak. Ilya turned towards Calypso and bowed respectfully. I wish to exercise the vassal's right of choice. The Bluga family, which I lead, hereby pledges to follow and serve Lady Calypso Aquiao from this day forward on my honor as the head of my family. This pledge will never change. Our family supports Lady Calypso Aquiao in becoming the next successor. Calypso was completely frozen. What is happening? I am only 3 years old, and I never intended to become the head of the family. A short while later the meeting ended. As Pierre and his daughter stepped outside, all eyes, a mix of curiosity, awe and jealousy poured down on them. Is there something you want to say? Pierre asked. Everyone's staring at us, Calypso replied. None of those people rushing over are sincere. They are all just opportunists. In that case, Pierre's voice lowered. I will get rid of all those annoying flies for you. Why is he suddenly being so kind? Calypso thought, on guard. If Dad turns around and says those who dare to deceive me will not escape death, I'll pay a very steep price. Suddenly, Asenlo saw someone approaching and was startled. He quickly said, Sister, I'll be going first. See you later, master. And then he fled in a flash. What? Who is it? Calypso asked, curious. Pierre glanced at the approaching person and answered curtly, Someone from the third branch family. Calypso crossed her arms and quietly observed the back of the branch family member as they hastily departed. Why did he have to run away after seeing me? She asked herself. He could have just said a word. Just then another presence approached, breaking Calypso's train of thought. Successor. Calypso covered her head with her hands, and an almost instinctive plea escaped her lips. Please do not call me that. Ilya, who had just arrived, simply smiled lightly. Thank you for agreeing to speak with me. There were too many prying eyes, so I wanted to find a quieter place. Calypso looked up at her, her gaze filled with a searching look. You did not just call me to ask how I am, did you? What is it you want to say? If not, may I ask a question first? Why did you recommend me? Ilya bowed her head slightly. Her attitude was humble yet firm. I apologize for bringing this up so suddenly, but now that I have used my vassal's right of choice, I will support Lady Calypso to the very end. The vassal's right of choice? Calypso was bewildered. She had never heard of such a concept. In her previous life, she had seized the position of family head with overwhelming power. What on earth is this woman plotting? There are countless other capable candidates besides me. She tried to hide her bewilderment and raised her voice. To become the head of the family, do not you have to inherit the position from the current head or build your own power base? That is correct, Ilya replied. But what takes precedence over everything else is the choice of the powerful vassals. However, since the matriarch herself used her hydrokinesis to seal a curse, the information I can give you will be limited. Moreover, this right of choice carries a special weight. Once pledged, I cannot withdraw or change the person I have chosen. Wait, does that mean? Calypso shook her head, trying to process the confusing information. Ilya cut in, her voice filled with absolute seriousness. Therefore, if Lady Calypso falls, we too will fall. But if you become the head of the family, you will gain everything. This is no different from a life or death gamble. What if I fail? Calypso thought. An invisible weight seemed to press down on her shoulders. She clutched her head, almost shouting, On what grounds are you betting everything on me? My children owe their lives to you, Ilya said, her eyes filled with deep gratitude. Thanks to your timely intervention, Luca and Ruba were able to minimize their physical and mental trauma. I know there are many outstanding successors, but until now, no one has ever given a second glance to a creature weaker than an orca. That is why I chose you, Lady Calypso. And what I am about to say now is important. I have publicly supported you in front of the matriarch. She paused for a moment before continuing. 30 years ago, the matriarch summoned the heads of 8 families. These 8 families, chosen for various reasons, were given a special authority, the right to choose the next successor. Regardless of the candidate's strength or weakness, the person who receives the most support from the 8 families becomes the official successor. But you know I am only 3, right? Calypso tried to argue. You know as well as I do that the younger the successor, the more disadvantageous it is. Ilya smiled brightly. Of course I do, but today was it not you, your ladyship, who turned that disadvantageous situation around? We believe you are the jewel we were lucky enough to find. and we are confident that betting on you is the right decision." Calypso was utterly confused. "As a mother," Ilia continued, her voice suddenly softening, "I could not help but be weak-willed when my children were about to lose their lives." At those words, Calypso's mind cleared. "What, are you saying both children's lives were in danger? I apologize for my husband telling you something different from the truth. When we just brought Luca back from the hospital, the child had a seizure and almost lost his life." Cold fury burned within Calypso, an invisible killing intent emanating from her small body. "You should have told me sooner. If I had known, I would not have let that bastard get off with such a light punishment." "It is all right," Ilia smiled gently. "The child has fully recovered. A mother is a creature who can do anything when she is angry. All parents are the same. Even Lord Pierre, who had been in seclusion for a long time, showed up for his daughter, did not he? Anyway, since you will be the next head of the Orca family, I am really looking forward to it." Hearing this, Calypso fell into a state of extreme panic. "Oh my God, how do I tell her I have no intention of becoming the head of the family? I just want to live peacefully in this life." A moment later, Ilia left. "I am so tired." A familiar voice came from behind her. "Everything is resolved. It seems you have succeeded. I have something to tell you." Calypso closed her eyes. "The time has finally come. The efforts I have made to avoid this have ultimately failed." Pierre continued in a serious tone. "First, we need to sort out the matter of how we address each other." "Does that mean I deceived Dad?" Calypso muttered in a small voice. "You knew I was your father, did not you?" "Yes," she admitted. "I knew from the beginning. Why did you pretend not to know?" Calypso gritted her teeth. Confused thoughts swirled in her mind. From today on, her relationship with him would no longer be the same. Then who will be my guardian? Now that I am the center of attention, I am sure to face countless schemes and assassination attempts. Maybe Bellis will be the first to make a move. Calm down, everything was going so well. Why did it suddenly become like this? But Dad came to the disciplinary committee and took my side, and he protected me during the meeting too. It was all of his own volition. In all her 3 past lives, she had never felt so hopeless. "I will ask you just one thing," Pierre cut through her train of thought. "Father you always talked about, was that the ideal version you always wanted?" The question pricked her memory like a needle. The image of her father from her original world, before she came to this one, suddenly came to mind. Calypso hung her head. Her voice trailed off. "No, my father was really like that." "I see," Pierre replied curtly. "What are you talking about? How could you possibly understand?" Calypso was overcome with sorrow. She really wanted to go home, to her real home where her family was waiting. "Just punish me," she said. Her voice was resigned. "In that case," he cut her off, "from now on I will become the kind of father you want. Would that be all right?" Calypso's fists clenched. "Damn it, I cannot trust anything uncertain. It was because of that uncertainty that I had to watch this world be destroyed. What about all the years Dad left me alone? If I had not sought you out, you would not have even remembered me your entire life, would you? Why on earth did you do that?" "Here we go again," Pierre sighed. "It seems these words are of no use to you either." Calypso was startled. "Dad, are you angry?" "No, I am asking for your permission. Until the 4 of us meet again, please acknowledge me as your father. In the meantime, you may call me Master." The girl hesitated. "The truth is, I do not hate Dad. In all that time I have resented so many people that I do not even have the strength left to resent him. I am grateful he made me stronger, but in my heart there is only one father, and that love cannot be replaced by anything." Finally, she opened her mouth. Her voice was laced with a hint of complaint. "Honestly, Dad, you always act so arbitrarily, doing as you please." "That is the nature of an orca," Pierre replied. "A selfish creature that only acknowledges its chosen prey. We still have time if you wish. I will continue to be your guardian. If you do not, I will give up." Looking at his daughter's conflicted expression, he thought to himself, "Will she refuse? Perhaps. If this 3-year-old child does not take the first step, this relationship will be severed forever." Suddenly, Calypso reached out and took Pierre's hand. "Swear it. If your heart will never change, swear it to the sea. It is an oath that stakes your life, so you probably will not be able to do it. But I will not be disappointed," the girl continued. "It would be difficult, would not it?" "In that case," Pierre gripped Calypso's small hand tightly. His voice echoed, firm and solemn. "I, Pierre Chiaudello, swear to be Calypso's father. This oath will last until the day I die, and I will prove it in the name of the sea." After speaking, he looked at the girl. His gaze was complex. "What am I supposed to do now? The oath of the sea you wanted is a contract with beastmen. It can never be broken. To break it is to lose everything." "What a crazy orca," Calypso screamed inwardly. "How can you ask me what to do in a situation like this?" But soon a warm, safe feeling enveloped her. "This is a good thing. It means I have gained a reliable guardian. I will not ask why you abandoned me in the past. No, I do not want to know." With that thought, the girl looked up and smiled brightly. "I'll believe in your sincerity, Master. Then, can I continue to call you Master?" Pierre furrowed his brow slightly. An indescribable sadness was in his voice. "Why have you never once called me by my name or any other title?" With a flash of anger on his face, he continued. "This cold decisiveness of yours does not resemble me at all," Calypso replied nonchalantly, with an unwavering gaze. "I probably take after my mom." Calypso smiled inwardly. This was her chance. She immediately seized the opportunity and spoke in a voice filled with cleverly hidden desperation. "Master, please grant me one wish. I want to participate in the Dragon Festival." Calypso smiled brightly. Pierre's gaze was fixed on her, and after a moment of silence he nodded. "All right, I agree. Really? Calypso could not hide her excitement. Yes, Pierre confirmed. I will hear your plan, but do not forget this promise either. When the day comes that you truly acknowledge me, stop calling me master. Calypso's gaze wavered for a moment, but she soon answered in a firm voice, of course, that afternoon. Watching Calypso's departing back, Pierre was lost in thought. He suddenly realized that Calypso was no ordinary child. She was a natural-born warrior, skilled in every gesture and her attitude toward people. For the first time, the child had looked at him with eyes full of longing. That is right, it means this child had never expected anything from me until now. How can a mere 3-year-old child make such deep calculations? Nevertheless, the reason he had granted the child's request so decisively and without hesitation was probably because he sensed the feather-soft interior hidden behind that tough exterior. At some point, the child had lowered her defenses and allowed him to enter. Otherwise, he could not explain the abnormal anger he had felt that day. His train of thought was interrupted by Calypso's clear voice from outside the door. Master, may I come in? I just finished training. The girl entered and asked in a curious voice, By the way, Master, the training intensity has been getting stronger lately. Is it perhaps because of your mood? It is, Pierre admitted honestly. Calypso, seemingly speechless at his candor, took a deep breath and then asked the question she had long hesitated to ask. Master, I have something to ask. Do you love me like a daughter? Pierre was silent for a long time. His gaze was as deep as an abyss. Did I ask a meaningless question? Calypso thought to herself as her chest tightened slightly. Finally he opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse. I do not know what love is. I thought so, Calypso replied. There was no trace of disappointment in her voice. On the contrary, it was very calm. Actually, even if you say you do not know love, Master, I have the oath of the sea to prove it. What? Pierre was startled. It is a joke. Just a joke, so do not worry, Master. Calypso hurriedly waved her hands and smiled playfully. I do not expect much either. I do not think you'll love me like a normal father, Master. So I think we need to create a mutually beneficial relationship. We'll protect each other when needed and worry when the other gets hurt. That is more than enough. We'll be good partners, Master. Time passed and the departure day approached. Oh my God, I am going to the Dragon Festival, Calypso cheered inwardly. 2 days ago a message had arrived from her father. You have been permitted to go to the Dragon Festival, so it is only a matter of time before you leave. The Dragon Festival. The most important event in the Empire, held annually in the Dragon City to honor the dragons and their great guardian, the Dragon Duke. At the end of the 3rd volume of the original novel, the Dragon Duke opened a portal, but I do not know how it works. So I have to approach him naturally at the festival and find out. If I get the chance, I will try to get close to him, and it would be even better if I could live with him. In my past life I was confined, so I only got the chance when I was 10. But in this life, thanks to Pierre, I not only officially gained recognition for my strength and reputation, but I was also permitted this important journey. As expected, this dad is very useful. Calypso, who was lost in thought blankly by the fountain, was startled by a rustling sound from a nearby bush. The 2 boys, Luca and Ruba, popped out with a few leaves on their heads and shouted loudly in unison, Your Ladyship, Your Ladyship! Nearby, her eldest brother Bellis was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, observing with an interested gaze and a slight smirk. Calypso, a Kiao. Calypso looked up. She was a little surprised to see the Beluga brothers. Luca spoke first. Your Ladyship, our parents asked us to send their regards, Ruba immediately added, and they want to invite you to our house, Your Ladyship. Understanding the situation, Calypso let out a sigh of relief. Phew, what a relief, she smiled and reached out to pat Luca's head. I'll let it slide since you are so cute. Okay. At that, Ruba's eyes sparkled. Your Ladyship, me too. Unlike Ruba's innocent appearance, Luca, who had experienced life and death, had more depth. He bowed his head and thought to himself, Her Ladyship is still hesitating. After thinking, he looked up and smiled. Your Ladyship, you are not coming to our house, are you? It is written all over your face. Why are these kids so perceptive? Calypso was surprised and sighed involuntarily. As expected, the Beluga clan was smart and sensitive. Luca continued in a calm voice, Your Ladyship is such a good person, I am worried I'll get too attached. That is right, Her Ladyship is the best person, Ruba immediately chimed in. Calypso narrowed her eyes and smiled. Do not say that. I am not a good person. If I were really a good person, she thought, I would have shouldered the responsibility of being the family's successor, not secretly planned to run away like this. Meeting the 2 brothers' clear eyes, Calypso suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She turned her head away. In that moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Wait a minute, if I publicly support Asenlo as the successor, she imagined her foolish older brother being surprised and asking me, then the Beluga family will definitely side with him. Hee. The 2 brothers' giggles brought Calypso back to reality. Ruba pointed at her forehead. You are frowning, Your Ladyship. Hee. Luca laughed along. Our mom does that sometimes too. Calypso sighed. This is why I hate getting attached. It is so bothersome. She stood up and said, Let us go back now. Class is about to start. I forgot, Ruba exclaimed. Ruba is such an idiot, Luca laughed and teased. Luca held out his hand. Your Ladyship, take my hand. Ruba also held out his hand. Me too. At the 2 boys' actions, Calypso broke into a cold sweat. Cannot we just walk normally? Calypso's eldest brother Bellis walked out from behind the corner of a wall. His face was full of interest. Just as she was about to leave, a chillingly familiar low voice was heard. Calypso, a Kiao Dello. Calypso froze. She looked around, turning her head. Seeing this, the brothers Luca and Ruba also looked around with curious eyes. Can you 2 go ahead? Calypso said, turning back. Something suddenly came up that I need to take care of. After the two brothers left, Calypso walked towards the corner of the wall where the voice came from. Were you looking for me? Bellis answered indifferently, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Yes, did you notice I was here? Calypso clenched her fists, her face hardened. I do not know what you are doing here, but just get to the point. What is it? I just wanted to talk to you for a bit. Bellis had a hesitant look on his face. Why are you so on guard? Talk. Calypso did not lower her guard. Her gaze was filled with vigilance. Your talks have never ended with just words before. Not this time. Bellis shook his head and took a step towards her. Calypso, think about it rationally. There is no way I would start a fight with you in a place like this. Others might believe his words, but not Calypso. She knew this person too well. If you want to fight, you just have to change the location. How can I believe you did not come here for that purpose? You only make a move when your chances of winning are certain. She gripped the hem of her skirt tightly and calculated quickly in her mind. Can I beat Bellis with my current strength? Even if I win, it'll be hard to get out of here. I cannot go beyond my limits in the elementary educational facility. Seeing Calypso's tense appearance, Bellis's voice suddenly lowered, tinged with a sharp probing light. You speak as if you have known me very well for a long time. Before he even finished speaking, a pillar of water suddenly shot up from the ground, creating a fierce vortex, and Calypso could not help but squint one eye despite the pressure of the violent hydrokinesis surrounding him. Bellis stood firmly with his arms crossed like a rock in the eye of a storm. I do not have a habit of wasting my strength on meaningless fights. Last time was an exception, Bellis began. His tone was frighteningly calm. Why do you think I am belligerent? Calypso gritted her teeth. She screamed inwardly, is this crazy bastard planning to flood this entire place with that water stream? As she remained silent, Bellis stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. Strange. Among the guys who were defeated by my hand, I do not think there was anyone who talked so big like you even after being beaten to a pulp. Was there such a person? At the same time, Calypso also quietly analyzed the fact that Bellis had never caused trouble inside the academy. What does that mean? Bellis was still pretending to search his memory. This guy, he is deliberately avoiding this battle of wills, Calypso realized helplessly. Just as her thought ended, Bellis suddenly withdrew all his hydrokinesis and changed his attitude 180 degrees. Even grandmother does not know that I enjoy fighting, so there is no way I would make a foolish mistake here. So I really have no intention of fighting you. See, I have withdrawn all my power, but the defensive wall in Calypso's heart did not lower one bit. I do not believe anything you say, just state your business and get lost. The space was silent for a moment. Then Bellis burst out laughing. Bayan's downfall is a golden opportunity for me. You are weaker than me, so it would be very advantageous to eliminate you now. But Calypso, I am genuinely worried about you. His words were full of concern, but the sinister smile on his lips was just detestable to Calypso. No matter how outstanding I appear in this guy's eyes, I am probably just a fish fry who cannot even handle her powers properly. It is clear he is not concerned about me. His target is definitely Dad. Seeing through Bellis's intentions, she retorted firmly, I do not need your concern, brother. The one you are really concerned about is not me, it is Dad. Is not that right? Bellis feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. Why do you think so? It is not that I am not interested in Pierre Chiaudello, but it is not like I have a father. What a despicable bastard, Calypso sneered inwardly. At her reaction, Bellis seemed to feel a bit of impatience. He sighed. It seems we're just talking in circles. All right, I'll be direct. I am observing you, and when the time is right, I want to support you as my successor. After finishing his words, Bellis suddenly dropped to one knee and looked up at her with an unbelievably sincere expression. The image you showed at the family meeting left a really strong impression on me. So I came to see if you are someone worthy of my support. What you have done has earned some respect. Seizing the opportunity, Calypso reached out and grabbed his wrist tightly. In that case, listen to me carefully, brother. With a bright smile, she tightened her grip. By the way, I have something to whisper to you, brother. Can you come a little closer? All right, Bellis answered. His mind was filled with surprise. What on earth is this strength? The moment he brought his ear close, the power in Calypso's grip exploded. Her voice turned as cold as ice. Cut the petty tricks, brother. If you are so righteous, swear it on the sea. A look of interest crossed Bellis's face and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. How clever. He lightly pulled his hand away and said in a mocking tone, But is that all you have got? Too shallow. Before he finished speaking, a fist shrouded in hydrokinesis cut through the air, flying toward her face. Thanks to the combat experience she had accumulated over countless regressions, Calypso leaned back, dodging the fist by a hair's breadth. All right. She immediately stretched out both hands, grabbed the hydrokinetic sphere and shattered it with her own power. Bellis's attack vanished, but a searing pain shot through Calypso's hands as they turned bright red. She clicked her tongue. Damn it, I was going to grab his wrist and twist it off, but with this small body it is impossible. Across from her, Bellis casually withdrew his remaining power. See, it is useless. Calypso puffed out her cheeks in frustration. He is just like a big baby, throwing a punch just because I provoked him a little. Before her thought was even finished, Bellis suddenly changed the subject. I heard you are going to the Dragon Festival this year. Calypso's heart sank. No way. My brother is very close to grandmother, so he must know most of her information. This was something Pierre Chiaudello requested himself. He clenched his fist. Interesting. Every word he spoke drove into Calypso's mind like a nail. Please let me be wrong. I am going with you, Bellis declared. A malicious curiosity gleamed in his eyes. I want to know why you are so interested in that place. I was right. Why is he going there? Calypso's jaw dropped. The look in Bellis's eyes now sent shivers down her spine. I am dead. That is the same look he had when he beat me bloody. This is a man who gets pleasure from blocking another's path. This has become a huge pain. Before her anxiety could subside, Bellis added, oh, and Calypso. Calypso clutched her head, panicking. Right, the next words will definitely be, grandmother is asking for you. In Yukila's office, the head of the family was diligently writing something with a quill pen. The matriarch's mansion was massive and opulent. As she entered, Calypso could not help but look around. All the furniture was jet black, with silvery white decorations scattered here and there. Like an orca, it was cold and full of dignity. It was the family's symbol. Opening the office door, Calypso bowed her head in accordance with noble etiquette. Grandmother, I heard you were looking for me. Yukila looked up and clicked her tongue in a voice full of contempt. Tisk, still an unremarkable child. To be summoned only to be insulted, Calypso could not suppress her anger. Did this old hag call me here just to pick a fight? Yukila stood up and spoke mockingly. I did not realize you were so small at the family meeting. Or were you just curled up like a sticky rice cake back then? A smile never left Calypso's lips, but in her mind, she was already calling her a cranky old witch. Yukila walked out from behind her desk, a stack of documents in hand. Anyway, sit down. I called you because there are a few things that I find interesting and am curious about. Calypso climbed onto the chair across from her. Suddenly, a murderous glint flashed in Yukila's eyes. I want to talk about what happened at your residence. I heard you requested a succession qualification review and measures to be taken. To put it bluntly, you want to report the maids who abused you. Calypso was at a loss for words. Why is she taking an interest now after all this time? Has everything changed because I was acknowledged at the family meeting? With that thought, she answered clearly, yes, that is correct. Everyone there received small rations and lived in terrible conditions. There were no other children my age back then, either? Yukila still did not look up from the documents. What do you mean they all died? Are you trying to say you were the only one who survived? Calypso placed a hand on her chest and corrected her firmly. No, the reason I survived is because I am me. She looked her grandmother straight in the eye and said in a steely voice, to select the strongest individuals you demanded fair competition, grandmother. But that place did not provide equal starting conditions. If a child dies because their rights are stolen and they are abused by another, that is not competition. It is murder, grandmother. Yukila finally raised her head to look at her. But Calypso wasn't finished. In truth, she thought to herself, according to the records, most of the children sent to that building died before they turned 3. Is not this just like infanticide? But it probably does not matter to this grandmother at all. Yukila waved her hand languidly, as if uninterested, but Calypso continued. Her voice was as sharp as a blade. No one cared. But if the cause of death is recorded as frailty in every report, how can we determine the truth? No one knows what potential the dead children had. Perhaps, grandmother, you have unknowingly lost countless talented individuals. In other words, that maid laid a hand on the family's valuable assets as she pleased. Upon hearing the two words valuable assets, Yukila nodded slightly with a thoughtful expression. It is working, Calypso smiled inwardly. She is reacting. Now I just need to land one final decisive blow. But her plan was brutally cut short. The door to the room was flung open with a loud bang. Pierre had suddenly appeared, his large shadow stretching long across the floor. Pardon the intrusion, mother. Calypso turned in surprise. A cold sweat ran down her back. Dad, why are you here at this hour? Yukila's eyes widened. Her voice was filled with rage. How rude of you to barge into my room. Where did you learn such insolent behavior? I learned it from you, mother, Pierre retorted without a hint of hesitation. Yukila raised her voice. Have you lost your mind from being cooped up at home? What is there for a baby fish to learn? Pierre remained unruffled. From its parents, of course. Caught between the two tense forces, Calypso wished she had a bucket of popcorn and 3D glasses. Well done, master. A good drama always needs popcorn. But the entertaining movie did not last long when words failed. Yukila used her power and the air around her grew heavy. You should have listened when I asked nicely, yet you still insist on being stubborn. A razor-sharp stream of hydrokinesis flew past Calypso and she coughed violently. I'll wait, using hydrokinesis indoors. Before she could collect herself, the water suspended in the air suddenly accelerated, rushing fiercely toward Calypso. Her eyes widened in terror and her body unconsciously fell backward. A desperate question echoed in her mind. Why me? Crash, a loud explosion rang out. Calypso slowly opened her eyes, but the painful scene she had imagined did not happen. Pierre was standing tall in front of her. His bare hand had blocked Yukila's furious torrent of water. With a single clench of his fist, the hydrokinetic stream shattered into countless sparkling droplets and vanished. Dad absorbed and neutralized grandmother's power. If you wish to vent your anger, aim it at me, Pierre growled. His voice was thick with rage. Did you really intend to kill your own granddaughter, mother? I knew you would block it, Yukila replied calmly, as if everything was within her calculations. That is why that child has been left so ill-mannered. She turned her gaze toward Calypso. It has been a while since I have found an orca that interests me. I have decided to cherish her. Hilarious. A few seconds ago she was trying to kill me. Calypso gritted her teeth, furious at Yukila's audacity. "All right, both of you, sit." Yukila waved her hand and plopped down in her chair. "So what is the reason you came running all the way here?" Pierre sat down next to Calypso. "If you summoned my daughter in your capacity as her guardian mother, then it is only right that I attend as well. Who knows what might happen if I sent the child alone?" "Nonsense," Yukila sighed. "Wipe your sweat before you speak." "Your son came running so fast he is about to pass out." Ignoring the beads of sweat running down his neck, Pierre answered curtly, "I did not run." But Calypso knew the truth. A warm feeling spread through her heart. "Was it because of me? Did Dad run all that way for me?" As if by habit, Pierre pulled her into his arms and asked in a gentle voice, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I am fine," she shook her head. "I guess even you find your daughter lovable?" Yukila asked, as if tossing the words out. Pierre remained silent. "Well, fine." Yukila changed the subject. "Back to the main point. I will ask for your opinion as her guardian as well. We are discussing the punishment for the maid who abused my granddaughter. In your opinion, what should we do to that wench? What is grandmother talking about?" Calypso's eyes widened. "Should not you confirm the facts first? Why are we discussing the punishment right away? And why are you asking Master?" She unconsciously gripped Pierre's clothes tightly. She thought to herself, "He'll surely answer, do whatever you want." But Calypso was wrong. "She must be killed," Pierre said. His voice was as cold as the Arctic ice. "Dad?" Calypso looked up blankly, and upon seeing his terrifying expression she was immediately frightened and lowered her head. Pierre stared straight at Yukila with unwavering eyes. "Give me full authority to handle this." Ikel Rumi had always thought she was the most pitiful person in the world. She was kind to everyone, but they always kept their distance, all because she was a pufferfish shifter. The memory of a recent fight came to mind. "You just insulted a pufferfish shifter, did not you?" "I heard everything," Rumi shouted, lunging at another maid, and screams erupted around them trying to stop her. "You framed me. It is your fault I got fired," the other maid cried. After the incident, people gathered around the one who had been hit to comfort her, leaving Rumi alone. "Rumi is so strange," someone whispered. "Be quiet, she'll hear you." Rumi felt no remorse. "Why am I the only one being blamed?" That woman could not hold the porcelain either. She never realized that people kept their distance not because of her species but because of her extreme selfishness. Eventually, Rumi became a nanny at a childcare facility, looking at the innocent children. Her eyes grew cold. "My life is a failure, but how bright their futures will be." A vicious jealousy began to sprout. She hesitated at first, but soon taking the lives of weak children became a habit. Then one day a child with the characteristic black and white two-toned hair of an orca appeared. "Calypso Akiao Dello. A direct descendant of the family, your future will be brighter than anyone else's, will not it?" "Yes." Calypso's clear voice answered her thoughts. Rumi was startled, and a terrible memory washed over her. It was a memory she should not have had. "She poured hot water on me. My head was drenched in hot water. Hot, it is so hot." Rumi screamed without realizing it, then gasped as she realized she had just shouted meaningless words. Calypso stood there holding a teacup, an innocent expression on her face as if she did not understand. "What's wrong? It is just warm water. I am still alive, you know." "Lady Calypso," Rumi stammered. "Yes, it is me. What in the world is this? What are you talking about?" Calypso smiled, a smile that sent shivers down Rumi's spine. "It is okay if you do not remember. I remember everything. It has been exactly 10 years, but if you still cannot remember, a very capable person will help you get your memory back." "What? Wait a moment." Calypso put down the cup and turned to walk away. "You who fed me rotten food, poured hot water on me, and deliberately pushed me down the stairs. You have to taste everything I went through too. What is this? 10 years of memories. Is this child mocking me? To accuse someone over a petty grudge." As if reading Rumi's thoughts, Calypso stopped at the door. Rumi. "Blaming others again. My goodness, the perpetrator may forget, but the victim always remembers until the end." After she finished speaking, she opened the door and left, leaving Rumi to collapse in a state of panic. In the wide corridor, Pierre asked, "Have you said all you wanted to say?" "Yes. That maid will be sentenced as a serial killer. For the next 10 years she will not live a single day in peace." Calypso grabbed the hem of his clothes and asked hesitantly, "Master, do not you think I am strange? With 10 years of memories I do not seem like an ordinary child, do I?" Pierre stopped and tilted his head to look at her. Feeling his deep gaze, Calypso quickly avoided his eyes. He did not ask anything but quietly raised his hand and stroked her head. His voice was surprisingly warm and gentle. "No matter how young a child, you can still feel pain. That alone is reason enough for those who hurt you to pay the price." He used his hydrokinesis to lift her lightly. "I have no intention of forcing any explanation from you." Pierre held her in his arms and whispered, "I told you, did not I? From now on I will be your father." The anxiety in Calypso's heart disappeared. He smiled and let out a sigh of relief. "If I had known it would be like this, I would have gone to Master and begged you sooner." "Such what-ifs are meaningless now," Pierre replied. His hand was still stroking her hair. Calypso burst out laughing and started to joke around. "You sound like an irresponsible gambler. You know, like, I will not bet money next time, I'll do better." Pierre sighed. An undisguisable resignation was in his voice. "I do not even know how much you distrust me anymore." And so, the father and daughter walked slowly, their shadows stretching long in the corridor. The investigation into Rumi was swiftly concluded in just 3 days, and Calypso knew very well that the reason was her grandmother's power. She recalled their conversation from that day. After hearing Pierre's explanation, Yukila had been surprised. You want to take full authority? She looked at her son with a judgmental gaze. Is not it only natural? I will handle this troublesome matter cleanly and consider it the price for barging into my office without permission. And the next moment, Yukila suddenly pointed a finger at Calypso, and she was startled. You little sticky rice cake, why do you want to go to the Dragon Festival? In response, Calypso offered an answer her grandmother would surely love. The maids say only land animals are invited to the Dragon Festival. Is that right? She began. It is a festival to honor the Empire's guardian deity, so is not it strange that there is no place for superior aquatic shifters like us? That is why I must go myself and show them our greatness. At those words, Yukila laughed heartily. Ha, good, I have no intention of revoking my permission. When do you leave? In 1 week, go sooner. Go there and break the arrogant noses of those land dwellers. Yukila waved her hand. All right, now all of you get out. Pierre turned and left without hesitation. But just as they reached the door, Yukila's voice echoed once more. Wait, and you, little pebble Calypso. Calypso turned her head, curious. Yukila leaned back on the sofa, her sharp gaze fixed on her. Survive until the day I call you by your name myself. Do not worry, Pierre interjected. His voice had a strange booming quality. I will protect that child no matter what it takes. Yukila raised an eyebrow. HMPH. Stop with the sappy talk. Get out now, she yelled, and the door slammed shut. Afterward, we left the investigation to Professor Layla and decided on Rumi's punishment. Layla, I am sorry, Calypso thought to herself. When Pierre went to see Layla, she was very surprised. Within 3 days, it reminds me of my days as a research assistant in graduate school. Pierre was puzzled. What's so difficult about that? Professor Layla just tilted her head. Lord Pierre, you really do not know anything. Calypso sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Ha, the day has finally come. I'll arrive in the Dragon City tomorrow. Ikina, the first dragon to appear in the Empire. The city was named after that dragon. The creature married the first emperor and became a guardian deity. Of their 2 children, one with the blood of a lion became the emperor, and the other with the blood of a dragon was appointed duke. From then on, the dragon duke with his imperial bloodline was expected to live a glamorous and fulfilling life, but the reality was a nightmare. In a dilapidated mansion far from the imperial palace, a maid's face was drained of all color. No, this is not right. She held a food tray with trembling hands. Her feet felt as heavy as lead. I was so happy when I was chosen as a maid for the Dragon Duke's family. But then he called for me and said there was a job only I could do. The butler's warning echoed in her ears, and she could not hold back her tears. The servants and maids there must act as if they do not exist. You must never speak of what you see or hear, not unless you want to be torn to shreds. Who would have thought that the famous Dragon Duke would not live in his own castle but would hide in a desolate place like this, like a real monster? Trembling, the maid fumbled as she pulled the bell cord. Dinner is served. Immediately a loud crash of objects echoed from within the room. She bit her lip hard, her face pale. The moment the door flew open, her heart seemed to stop. Crash, the food tray in her hands fell to the floor and shattered. Ah, I am sorry, she screamed, overcome with extreme terror. Maid turned and fled, shouting, Help me! The door was now wide open, and a large shadow fell over the pile of spilled food. A small hand reached out and picked up a piece of meat. It was covered in broken shards and sauce, but he did not care. The blue-haired boy immediately opened his mouth and took a large bite. In the quiet room, only the sound of the boy greedily chewing his food remained. The next day. Today is the day of departure for the Dragon City. The reason I am still at school is, Your Ladyship, Calypso turned around. I had to say my last goodbyes. Luca asked with concern, Your Ladyship, are you really going to the festival? You are going to the Dragon Festival, Ruba continued. Calypso waved her hand. Yeah, it is time to go, so I have to leave. In my current mood, I feel like I could even greet Karen with a smile, she thought to herself. Your Ladyship, then have lunch with us. Luca leaned his head against her hand as if asking to be petted. That is right, Ruba added. Lunch, I have to leave right after saying goodbye, so I cannot eat with you. Her hand regretfully stroked Luca's soft hair. Maybe this is the last time, what a shame. Your Ladyship, Luca sensed her unusual silence. Ruba took her hand. That is right, Your Ladyship. Our mom said you must come visit our house. Calypso remained silent. Your Ladyship, Luca called again. Only then did she answer, I'll think about it if I come back safely. Bye. With those words, she turned and walked away. Luca suddenly grabbed her hand, his voice choked with tears. Your Ladyship, are you not coming back here anymore? Calypso smiled but did not answer. Smart children were usually sensitive. She gently pulled her hand away, smiled brightly, and gave a final wave. Tears began to stream down Luca and Ruba's cheeks. Their cries grew louder, but they could not stop Calypso's steps. Luca, Ruba, it was really fun. The carriage procession began to move, and so, sitting in the carriage bound for the Dragon City, she was lost in serious thought. Inside the ornate carriage, Calypso tilted her head and looked outside. Even for me, if I jump out of a carriage moving at this speed, I'll probably die, right? Why am I thinking this? The reason was that the air in the carriage was so suffocating it made her sweat. She turned to Pierre and asked probingly, Master, it is already the 3rd day. Can I move to the carriage with the maids and nanny? No, he replied firmly. What? You are such a tyrannical father. Calypso rolled her eyes inwardly, then grabbed his arm and put on a cute act. For a child like me, being with a nanny is better for my emotional development, Pierre replied nonchalantly. Is not being with a parent better for a child's emotional state? Knowing she could not persuade him, Calypso turned away with a huff. Sighing, she said, HMPH, respecting a child's freedom is also an important role for a parent. Master, you must clearly distinguish between freedom and indulgence, truth and neglect, Pierre retorted. That is not something the person who abandoned their daughter for 3 years should say. Calypso could not help but be sarcastic. As soon as those words were spoken, the air in the carriage instantly fell silent. Calypso quietly sat in a corner of the carriage, glancing at Bellis. This whole suffocating atmosphere was because of him. What on earth was his purpose in following me? Instead of dealing with the remnants of Bayan's family, he chose to follow me. Since grandmother allowed it, there is nothing I can do. Suddenly a hand gently pinched her cheek. Did not you yourself ask me to be your father? I'll start trying from now on, Pierre said. Huh, when did I say that? If I do this, even you will get tongue-tied, will not you? Pierre continued to tease. Of course, let go, Calypso said angrily, swatting his hand away. I thought you'd be crying and calling for your master the moment you were born, Pierre said with the expression of someone soothing a baby. There. I'll do not do that, Calypso shouted. This is the role of a father. Thump. The book in Bellis's hand suddenly closed, he said in a low voice, each word piercing Pierre like a needle. Are you committing child abuse? I did not know Lord Pierre, who is as strong as the family head, had such a sick hobby. Calypso froze. What is he doing right now? Is he trying to pick a fight? She glanced at Pierre and thought to herself, it is okay, Dad is an adult, so he will not fall for such a simple provocation. See, he is quietly withdrawing his hand. But she was wrong. Pierre slowly stood up, his face had turned as dark as a pot lid, and a murderous aura filled the carriage. Want to race and see who's faster? Turns out Dad is not a proper adult. Calypso's eyes widened. What is this damned atmosphere again? Her intuition was screaming that something bad was about to happen. If you two want to fight, go fight outside, Calypso said quickly in a tired voice. Oh, and if someone dies, please bury them well. That way they will not be found right away. She fiddled with her hair and let out a long sigh. But I really want to go to the Dragon Festival. If there is a problem because someone dies in a fight, I will not be able to go, right? She raised her head. Her gaze was sharp and her fists were clenched. That would be really boring for both of you. If this does not work, I am going to Misa's carriage, she resolved inwardly. Once again, silence filled the carriage. This time it was mixed with a subdued tension. Calypso breathed a sigh of relief. The journey continued in an awkward silence. Bellis opened his book again and Pierre stared out the window, lost in thought. Calypso was extremely uncomfortable. Quiet was good, but this atmosphere was truly terrible. Even the slightest sound was chillingly clear. Suddenly, mocking voices from the past echoed in her head. Is not that the girl from the West Sea? Yeah, I think she smells fishy. Shish, she'll hear you now. Maybe it is because we're getting closer to their territory that these unpleasant memories are resurfacing. She sighed. I need to do something to change the mood. Master, she began. What kind of place is the Dragon Festival? Never been, Pierre answered bluntly. Then you must have been to other festivals. Pierre seemed to hesitate. Quite a few when I was young, and about twice as an adult. How was it? Not much different from an Orca family festival. It was all fights and there were many deaths. Calypso was at a loss for words. Are we talking about the same thing? Wasn't the festival Dad was talking about the one where he beat a polar bear, knocked down a 50-year-old great white shark, and even dealt with a poison-using fox? It was all just fighting. What kind of bizarre festival is that? The important thing is that I won, Pierre declared proudly. Calypso turned her head, a hint of playfulness in her voice. Of course you had to win. You are the pride of the family, Master. Silence again. Why is not Dad saying anything? Is he pouting? Curious, Calypso glanced at his sulky face again. Master, are you perhaps embarrassed? I do not know. I have never felt such an emotion, Pierre replied stiffly. Normal people call that embarrassment. You are embarrassed, are not you? I do not know. Just then, as if waiting for the right moment, Bellis spoke up again. Duels are officially permitted at the Dragon Festival. Tisk, I was going to tease Dad a little more. Calypso glared at him. Bellis smiled and continued. So strong creatures enjoy the festival in a very different way. Want to hear more? Keep talking, Calypso said, feigning interest. I have only heard rumors about that place. After I became the head of the family, our relationship with the land dwellers was very bad. Attending their festival was like walking into a trap on my own 2 feet. If you want to enjoy it properly, Bellis stroked his chin, his smile growing more cunning. Try mimicking your prey, for example. A charging octopus would suit you very well. He snapped his fingers. Snap. Fury surged just as Calypso was about to lunge. Pierre held her back firmly. Master, let me go. My fist just wants to gently pat my older brother. Calm down, your water fist cannot kill him. Sit still. Master, are you taking his side? Tears welled up in Calypso's eyes. Of course not, Pierre replied. His fists clenched and the murderous aura flared up again. I'll kill him. 1 punch is all it takes. No, this time Calypso had to hold him back. This will not do. I have to calm this atmosphere down. Can I meet the Dragon Duke if I go to the Dragon Festival? She quickly changed the subject. Pierre flinched. I do not know either. What? Calypso grew anxious. Bellis explained. The current Dragon Duke has never shown himself in public since he was born. There is no dragon at the Dragon Festival. Calypso was frustrated. What does that mean? That is like having no orcas at the Orca Mansion. At the same time, in a dark room in the Akiao Dello Mansion. I told you to cut off dangerous buds early on. Reason narrowed his eyes and smiled, but his words sent a chill down the spine. The order was given to eliminate Pierre's daughter, wasn't it? What's so difficult about getting rid of one young niece? But you failed, and in the end only my son was humiliated. I hope there are no mistakes this time. A person hesitated and spoke up. Lord Reason, but Lord Pierre is with them this time. It does not matter, he replied firmly. If everything goes according to plan, I cannot guarantee Pierre, but that little miss will never return alive, on a deserted path. The carriage procession was still moving swiftly forward. Sitting in the ornate carriage, Calypso could not hide the disappointment spreading in her heart. How boring, she thought to herself. The main character, the Dragon Duke, is not even at the important Dragon Festival. Everything is going against my expectations. I was too confident. She sighed lightly and turned her tired gaze towards Bellis. Older brother, you said the Dragon Duke has never shown himself, right? The only thing I know about him is that he is someone who longs for a peaceful life. With that kind of personality, it is natural he would not be interested in official events. Suddenly Bellis flinched. A sharp gaze swept to the side, and he secretly released a murderous aura. At the same time, Pierre, who had been silent all along, whispered in a low voice, "They are here." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrible force struck the carriage. Despite being made of high-quality materials, the carriage shook violently and tilted to one side. In the chaos, Pierre moved slightly, wrapping a sturdy arm around Calypso, and leaned his back against the carriage wall as if reclining in an armchair. "Are you crazy? They have traffic accidents in this era too. Was this an attack targeting me?" Calypso swallowed a curse internally, but shut her mouth upon seeing Pierre's unusually calm face. "No, what is Dad doing? How can he be as comfortable as if he were in his bedroom? Is he enjoying this position?" As if reading her thoughts, Bellis spoke in a low voice. His voice was still calm. "Let them come to us." Calypso's curiosity was immediately piqued, and she looked through the gap of the broken window. "Oh, let us see what kind of madman dared to lay a hand on this carriage." As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Bellis moved his finger slightly. Instantly, a giant pillar of water appeared from somewhere, followed by a loud explosion and a gruesome scream. HMPH, hearing that miserable scream, they are truly idiots who came to die on their own, she thought coldly. When the water pillar disappeared, the bodies of two assassins, having lost their momentum, fell limply to the ground with a dull thud. Pierre, holding the carriage wall with one hand and still clutching Calypso tightly with the other, walked calmly out among the hesitant, frightened masked assassins. Just then, the escort caught up. "Lord Pierre, your ladyship?" Misa shouted worriedly. The three herring sister maids also poked their heads out of their carriage. Bidio asked urgently, "Your ladyship, are you all right?" Dia continued, "We were so surprised to see your ladyship's carriage being attacked." "Okay, it is a relief everyone is safe," Calypso thought to herself and turned to Pierre. "Master, do not you think you can put me down now?" "It is safer by my side," Pierre replied. "But my maids and nanny can protect me too." "Is not that very safe as well?" she cleverly retorted. This time Pierre had no reason to refuse. He had no choice but to hand her over to Misa, who was standing beside them. Misa hugged Calypso tightly. Her eyes were brimming with tears. "Your ladyship, weren't you scared?" "It is okay, Dad is here," Calypso reassured her, but felt a little awkward inside. "Misa's gaze tickles my heart. It is not that I dislike it, but I do not know how to react." She asked, a little embarrassed, "Is everyone unhurt?" "Yes, we are all safe," Misa replied. The three herring sisters also waved their arms and legs, signaling that they were perfectly healthy. "Really?" Then Calypso gave a mischievous smile. "Let us all enjoy this interesting play together." Understanding her intention, Misa and the other maids moved quickly. They laid out a mat, served snacks and tea, creating a paradoxical picnic scene while surrounded by enemies. Just as they finished their preparations, the battle between Pierre, Bellis, and the assassins began in earnest. Pierre flicked his finger and an assassin flew like a bullet, grazing Bellis's head. Another masked man with brown hair hastily used hydrokinesis to defend himself. Calypso calmly ate a snack while analyzing the situation. There are a few who can use hydrokinesis. It seems they've mobilized the elites of the branch families. My eldest uncle is impulsive, but he is not the type to act so thoughtlessly. It is either because I, under Dad's protection, have become a threat to Bayan's faction, or they are running out of time. While she was lost in thought, a black shadow suddenly broke through Pierre's line of defense and charged straight at Misa. "Ah, your ladyship?" Misa was startled and reflexively tried to block with her body. Calypso calmly pushed Misa aside, lipped up, and split the assassin's sword in two with a single kick. He broke into a cold sweat in astonishment, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Damn it, this father and daughter are both monsters." Before he could finish speaking, another powerful kick from Calypso struck him squarely in the stomach, and his body bent like a cooked shrimp. After dealing with the attacker, she turned to Pierre and shouted angrily, "Master, you let that guy through on purpose, did not you?" "I did," Pierre admitted nonchalantly. He swung his hand, creating a powerful water vortex that blew away all the surrounding enemies. "This is combat training. You have been fighting for over 10 years, Calypso tutted and grumbled inwardly. She turned her gaze to Bellis and met her brother's astonished face. "Carelessness can bring down even the strongest. This is the most effective lesson," Bellis added. "Why is he making that face?" Calypso wondered, puzzled by Bellis's expression. Just then a hand suddenly shot up from under the ground and grabbed her ankle firmly. Calypso stared down blankly. "What? An ambush from underground? HMPH." Bellis rushed in and summoned a stream of water to attack, but it was too late. Calypso's body was forcefully dragged into the ground. "Damn it," she gritted her teeth. "No, your ladyship," the maid screamed in horror. "Your ladyship," Misa cried out, reaching a hand out in despair. Underground, Calypso squeezed her eyes shut. A mud pit, Do not tell me there is a catfish shifter too. Another hand grabbed her remaining leg. Instantly a paralyzing electric current ran up her spine, causing her so much pain she broke into a cold sweat. An electric eel too? No, this is truly disgusting, but I cannot give up. With that thought, she used all her strength to stomp on the arm holding her. Right after that, Calypso's consciousness gradually sank into darkness. Is this the end? When Calypso opened her eyes again, she heard noisy chatter in her ears. Damn it, where did the young lady disappear to? Search over there, she is not here. Ignoring the chaos around her, she propped herself up and tried to assess the situation. Where am I? The voices continued from a distance. Hurry up and find her. As long as we kill the young lady, the mission is complete. I sense an abnormal aura from Pierre's direction. Hearing this, Calypso's face grew extremely serious. The trees and terrain are quite similar. Judging from their words, I do not think I was moved far. If it is this kind of short-distance teleportation ability, her gaze stopped on a corpse not far away. A jellyfish shifter, as I thought. In that case, the ones who attacked the carriage were a decoy, and the ones who ambushed from underground were the real attack. The fact that I did not notice the catfish and jellyfish until it was too late means someone with stealth abilities was hiding them. This shows that my eldest uncle and the conservatives underestimated the shifters with weak hydrokinesis. This kind of flexible thinking could never come from my eldest uncle, she was certain. My eldest aunt must have been involved in this. Suddenly an argument broke out outside. My comrade is dead, damn it. What's the big deal over one damn jellyfish? As if hearing her thoughts, one of them commanded, hurry, split up and search. The group immediately scattered. Are they gone? I need to move. With that thought, Calypso tried to stand, but as soon as she put strength into it, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Ah, it hurt so much she broke into a cold sweat. I can walk slowly, but I cannot last long. I need to find a place to hide, even a small cave. Calypso dragged her tired body forward, and suddenly her foot stepped on something soft. She looked down. Before her was a strange creature. It was a small snake with a pair of small horns on its head. What is this, a snake? She asked curiously, then blurted out, or an earthworm. The small snake, as if insulted, hissed angrily with a strange sound. I am sorry for calling you an earthworm. Please be quiet, Calypso whispered urgently. There are bad guys in this forest. They'll kill anything they see. Be quiet, okay? The baby snake, as if it understood, immediately lowered its voice to a small peep and then fell completely silent. As the small creature quieted down obediently, Calypso could finally let out a sigh of relief. At least it understands words, she thought to herself. If it is not a shifter, it must be a creature with exceptional intelligence. She carefully placed the baby snake on the ground and urged it in a hurried voice. There is no time, so I'll be brief. I know you understand me, so listen well. This place is about to become a battlefield. Hurry and find a safe place to escape. After speaking, she turned away without any hesitation. Now go, goodbye. Calypso lowered her body and skillfully navigated through the dense bushes. Under the faint moonlight, she followed a familiar path toward a secret basement. As she pushed aside the camouflaging vines, a memory flashed through her mind. I remember leaving home and living in the forest before. I cannot believe I am reenacting this scene at the age of 3. She glanced to the side. The baby snake was still stubbornly following her. Why do you keep following me? I told you it is very dangerous here. Do not follow me anymore. The voices of her pursuers came from the distance. I definitely heard a strange sound, one voice called out. Another speculated, maybe the young lady ran into a wild beast. But how can a child move without leaving a single trace? It is as if she is used to living in the forest. Hearing that, Calypso raised a corner of her mouth slightly and put a finger in the squirming baby snake's mouth. Oh, I have lived here for quite a long time, she whispered. Anyway, I cannot keep hiding. The time they've been searching plus the time it took me to get here. A lot of time has passed. Will Dad be able to find me? Sensing her anxiety, the baby snake raised its head and stared at her with its black eyes. Suddenly, a strange sound came from deep within the cave. What was that? Calypso was startled and on guard. Suddenly, a mountain rabbit brushed past her from a dark corner and ran straight outside. She let out a sigh of relief. Was it just a rabbit? But immediately, another thought made her grit her teeth. If I am discovered in here, there is no way to escape. I have to get out of here now. Having made a snap decision, Calypso dragged her aching body toward the cave entrance. But just then, a sharp shout cut through the silence of the night. Found her, the young lady is over there. Immediately, bustling noises erupted from all directions. This way, hurry. Damn it, that brat is too fast. The one who seemed to be the leader growled. Everyone be quiet and chase. Block that path, catch her no matter what. Under the closing net of the assassins, Calypso was quickly cornered. She ducked, and an assassin's sword grazed her hair. 2 or 3 more swords were flying at her from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, she jumped with all her might to dodge. Cold sweat trickled down her cheek. Why has not anyone come yet? She gritted her teeth. The stabbing pain in her ankle was getting worse. Knowing she could no longer move nimbly, she decided to stop and buy time with words. You are from the Branch family's Bayan faction, right? The Catfish clan, the Jellyfish clan, and even the Gobi clan. I remember every single one of you. At her words, the assassins paused for a moment. What are you doing? Kill her, we do not have time, one of them snapped. Another hesitated. I know, but what if we handle her wrong and she becomes hard to deal with? Taking advantage of their hesitation, Calypso carefully unwound the baby snake that was coiled in her hair. She whispered, run. The assassin's argument grew louder. Are you scared of a 3-year-old? Seriously, is this the time to fight? Finish her quickly. the remaining one answered reluctantly. Ah, fine. Watching him approach step by step, Calypso closed her eyes. A pang of regret suddenly washed over her. It cannot be helped. If there is a next life, I hope I can meet you again. I hope to meet the Dragon Duke again and restore the relationship with the person I had forgotten. Our fates will surely cross again. She leaned back, preparing to meet her death. Just before the cold blade reached her, a streak of blue light suddenly cut through the space and knocked the dagger away. The stream of hydrokinesis did not stop there, piercing straight through the assassin's chest. What? His comrades cried out in shock. The assassin who was hit trembled. Could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, other deadly streams of water rained down, gruesome screams echoed and then fell silent. Gak! Calypso's eyes flew open and she staggered blankly. Through the bloody rain a figure appeared. Majestic within a protective water vortex, Bellis's cold face was visible. Calypso collapsed to the ground, finally able to catch her breath. My God, I almost died for real. She looked up and asked, You should have left at least one. We need a witness. You do not need to worry about that, Bellis replied in a toneless voice. He approached and stood before her, looking down with a grim gaze. Noticing the killing intent hidden in his eyes, Calypso asked calmly, Brother, are you planning to kill me? She analyzed internally. This is the perfect opportunity. If I die here, you can pin all the blame on these strangers, she smiled. It was a challenging smile. Bellis, you'll regret it. If you make a move here, do you think Dad will not know you are the culprit? Her words were like a dagger aimed straight at Bellis's fears. The words, then you die too, along with Pierre's furious face, flashed through his mind. He stood motionless and silence fell. Suddenly something brushed against Calypso's shoulder. It was the baby snake she had just told to escape. It had returned. It crawled in front of her and snorted angrily at Bellis. HMPH, Bellis frowned, his face full of suspicion. This reaction. It is just like Calypso's when we first met. Is this an earthworm? Calypso looked down and gently stroked the baby snake, which had puffed up in displeasure. What do you mean, earthworm? Apologized quickly. It is angry. She soothed the small creature and explained, This is probably a type of snake. Bellis sighed. His next words made Calypso's heart drop. Are you planning to eat it as a delicacy? What are you talking about? What kind of whale eats snakes? She retorted smoothly, continuing to stroke the baby snake. There is, Bellis insisted. The two continued to bicker, paying no mind to the terrified main dish trembling in fear. Suddenly Calypso looked up at Bellis and wondered, The killing intent is gone. Did he give up on killing me? Just then, a killing intent so thick it was almost tangible, chilling to the bone, swept over them from deep within the forest. Calypso immediately held out her hand to Bellis. Hey, grab my hand quick. What on earth is going on? Bellis hesitated. Dad is coming. You can feel it too, right? Hurry up and grab my hand. It is a chance to score points, she urged. I do not see why I need to get on his good side, Bellis muttered. It is better than doing nothing. Wow, look at Master's aura, Calypso exclaimed. The snake in her palm was also sweating profusely in fear. Just then, a massive vortex of water violently enveloped Pierre. The few bloodstains still on his body made the atmosphere heavier and more suffocating. At the sight, Calypso and Bellis were speechless. Anyway, thank you for saving me, Calypso said softly. You could have just let me die, brother. Bellis was stunned once again. Calypso continued in a sincere voice, I do not actually hate you, brother. I do not know if it is because of grandmother though, so let us try to get along from now on. It might be a little bothersome, but I'll explain later. I am not your enemy. Before she could finish speaking, a gentle stream of water enveloped her and lifted her lightly into the air. Pierre brought her before him, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He gritted his teeth and called her name, syllable by syllable. Calypso Akiao Dello. Calypso flinched. She answered in a trembling voice. Why yes, tell me every single place you were hurt, Pierre commanded. He glanced coldly at the assassins groaning on the ground. As of today, the parts of their bodies that hurt you will all disappear. Dad, they'll die soon anyway if you just leave them, Calypso said hurriedly. Why should I give them such an easy death? Pierre growled. How could you say that? Calypso forced a smile. Without another word, Pierre swung his hand and his blood-stained stream of water flew out, ending the lives of the remaining men. Gruesome screams echoed through the forest before fading into silence. Sob, please spare me. The last plea was also buried in silence after the massacre. The blood-red stream of water returned to Pierre's side. He turned toward the carriage. Master, Calypso called out in a small voice, should not we have left at least one? Why? Pierre asked nonchalantly. For a witness, she explained. Not necessary, he answered curtly, then added in a voice full of killing intent, I'll go back and interrogate the family members one by one. Someone is bound to confess. Calypso had not expected such an explanation. Well, if you are going to get my revenge for me, Dad, I would be very happy. That night, having returned to the group, Calypso was chattering with Misa and the other maids around a campfire. Not far away, Pierre stood quietly beside the carriage, gazing into the darkness with deep eyes as if replaying the horrific events that had just occurred. His gaze followed Calypso's small back, and he noticed that she was limping unnaturally. That leg, he muttered. A memory surfaced, the moment he had asked her where she was hurt. He had frantically spun her around to check, and Calypso had shouted, dizzy, Master, who spins someone around like a top to look for injuries? Back then, she had dismissed his concern with a single cold phrase, They are all dead, what else matters? Although Calypso had said that, the anger in Pierre's heart had not subsided. The child is right. They are all dead, he thought to himself. But the rage within me has not disappeared. Contrary to his heavy heart, Calypso was playing innocently with Misa, as if she had forgotten everything. She admired the flower crown in Misa's hand. Wow, Misa, you are so skilled with your hands, Misa simply replied shyly. No, I am not. Seeing the peaceful scene, Pierre's heart softened a little. It is a relief the child is so happy. At the same time, behind the carriage, Bellis was also staring blankly into space. Pierre's thoughts continued. The troublesome journey, the useless companion, and the recent attack. But thankfully, everyone seemed to be safe. He recalled the first time he met Calypso when she asked for directions. He had coldly refused. No. Go back the way you came. Their relationship had started off on the wrong foot. But if they could rebuild it, little by little, one day his thoughts returned to the oath he had made to himself. When your anger subsides, please acknowledge me as your father. It was a relationship they both probably longed for. Lord Pierre, Bellis's voice suddenly broke his train of thought. What is it? I know the identity of the assassins who targeted Lady Calypso, a Kiao's weakness. At that moment, Calypso was buried in a pile of carrots and could only manage a muffled ha. Jin teased with a laugh. Now her ladyship can enjoy carrots too, he chimed in. Our ladyship is truly amazing. Bellis reached into his coat and continued. I can provide evidence of their identity. There was a fool among the attackers who carried the family seal. He took out an intricate seal. This is something only an heir can possess, so it will be very useful. Pierre did not agree hastily. What do you want? Bellis held up 3 fingers. Answer 3 of my questions truthfully whenever I wish and swear it to the sea. After speaking, he held out his hand. What do you say? Pierre looked deeply into Bellis's eyes for a moment, then made a solemn oath. His voice echoed as if chanting ancient syllables. When the oath was complete, he took the seal and fiddled with it in his hand. The deal is done. When will you ask? I will ask the first question right now, Bellis replied. It is not a difficult one. Meanwhile, Calypso was still wrestling with a pile of carrots. Someone had just said, Your ladyship, this is the last bite. Calypso pouted and muttered. You said the same thing a moment ago. Bellis lowered his voice and got to the point. Lord Pierre, have you by any chance had any strange dreams recently? Pierre put the seal away. I do not know what kind of dream you are talking about, but I have not had a dream in over 10 years. Hearing the answer, Bellis simply nodded. Yes, I understand. Is that all? Pierre was surprised. I have the answer I wanted, Bellis replied calmly. On Calypso's side, she was watching the small snake intently. It looked extremely tired and weak. Why did it suddenly become like this, she asked herself. Is it hungry? It has not eaten anything since lunch. If it is a snake, it would probably like mice best. Thinking that, she slipped away. I should find it something to eat. Everyone is busy, so it should be fine if I am gone for a moment. Suddenly, a pillar of water shot up from somewhere, lifting her into the air gently but firmly. Ah, Calypso cried out in surprise. Where were you going? Pierre's low, steady voice echoed. Realizing it was her master, Calypso hurriedly explained. Ah, master, I was going to find something for this baby to eat. Look, it has no energy at all. This is the first I am seeing this creature. Pierre said, Have you two become that close? This baby tried to save me. I cannot just leave it. Calypso raised her voice, unconsciously tightening her grip on the snake in her hand. Seeing this, Pierre grew worried for the small creature. Is it okay for her to squeeze it that hard? If you are tired, master, I'll go myself, Calypso said firmly. With that leg, Pierre cut in. How you knew? Calypso was surprised. It would be stranger if I did not, Pierre replied. At his words, Calypso froze and time seemed to stand still. Seeing her reaction, Pierre continued in a slightly hesitant voice. You told me to say this in situations like this. Calypso was bewildered, a large question mark appearing in her mind. He cleared his throat and said awkwardly, I was very worried. Calypso. She was completely stunned. Pierre asked again cautiously, Is this the right way to do it? His clumsy words suddenly reminded Calypso of her father from her original world, and his warm, worried words, My daughter, Dad was really worried. From now on you have to come home before sunset, okay? An inexplicable annoyance welled up inside her. Your learning ability is truly outstanding, master, she gritted her teeth and thought to herself. So you need food for the snake? Pierre asked. How much? Suddenly an unfamiliar voice echoed. No, I am not the one who's hungry. The space fell silent once again. Both Calypso and Pierre were speechless. Calypso looked back at Pierre, then down at the snake in her hand. Her mind was a mess. Master, did you just say you weren't hungry? She stammered. What are you talking about? I did not say anything, Pierre replied. She stared intently at the snake. So it was you who spoke. The small snake wagged its tail. Yeah, I am not hungry. After a brief pause, it continued in a trembling voice. My voice can only be heard by those with powers related to time. Seeing Calypso's strange expression, Pierre stared at her. What's wrong? No, it is nothing, Calypso said, startled. It seems only I can hear it. She asked out of curiosity, If I can hear you, are you a shifter? Perhaps, Pierre replied. The snake shivered again. Water, I need a lot of water, please. Save me. How much do you need? Calypso was flustered. The snake whispered something in her ear. After hearing it, Calypso shouted in astonishment, An entire lake. Pierre began creating water and explained, For various complex reasons, I cannot create an amount of water equivalent to a lake instantly. We are far from the sea, and this task will take a very long time. Calypso watched the growing water vortex, lost in thought. Suddenly a memory flashed through her mind. She hurried toward the carriage and shouted loudly. Calling for Misa, she jumped into her arms and said urgently, Misa, find a water source. It is an emergency. What, your ladyship? Misa was confused. What are you suddenly talking about? You are a Pollock shifter, Misa, Calypso stated. Misa was startled. How Calypso recalled a conversation she once had with a mercenary captain. When she asked how he could survive on land, the captain had replied, "There is a friend on our team who is very good at finding water sources. It is Misa, although she is an incomplete shifter. Misa's ability to find water sources is exceptional," he had added. An incomplete shifter is a type of mutation that occurs between different species. They might have no special abilities at all, or conversely, they could have outstanding talents. Fortunately, Misa is the latter. The ability to find a water source is characteristic of shifters who live in clean water, like polyps. But no matter how great her ability, mutant shifters are destined to be discriminated against. In other words, an incomplete shifter must live their whole life in hiding. Calypso's heart grew heavy with guilt. I knew I had put Misa in a difficult position. If Misa did not want to, I could not force her. If I did, I would have to take responsibility for her for the rest of her life. Suddenly, Misa spoke. Her voice was clear but tinged with a slight hesitation. "Your ladyship." She took a deep breath. "I do not want to hide it, so I will tell you first, your ladyship. I am an incomplete shifter. Can someone like me be of any help to you?" When she finished speaking, Misa's hands trembled uncontrollably, but Calypso quickly took them, transmitting a firm warmth. "What does that matter?" Calypso looked Misa straight in the eye, and her own eyes shone with sincerity. "I cherish you, Misa. You are warm, kind, and trustworthy. The fact that you are an incomplete shifter does not change any of that." She enunciated each word clearly. Her voice was firm. "That is the Misa I love." Hearing those words, Misa bowed her head deeply, her shoulders trembling slightly. When she looked up again, her eyes were brimming with tears, but her lips were curved into the brightest smile ever. "The water source, I will try to find it." Looking at Misa's determined gaze, Calypso suddenly felt something was strange. Bellis's warning from before suddenly echoed in her mind. "I can guarantee you, wherever the family head goes, there will be someone watching." At the time, she had snapped at him, asking what nonsense he was spouting. Did he go crazy after being angry all night? Bellis had simply replied nonchalantly, "Words cost nothing, and I am living proof of that." Finally, thanks to Misa's talent, they found a huge clear lake. Pierre could not hide his surprise. "Your maid has a truly remarkable talent." "Yes," Calypso replied proudly. "Misa is amazing. I did not think she'd be this fast." Pierre gently set Calypso on the ground and said in a low, steady voice, "Enough with the admiration. We still have work to do." "Ah, right." Calypso remembered the main task. She hurried to the lakeside and placed the small snake in the water. The moment it touched the cool water, the snake seemed to awaken, light emanating from its entire body, especially the pair of small horns on its head, which shone even brighter. "Huh, the horns just glowed," Calypso thought in surprise. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar echoed from the lake's surface. The lake water began to swirl and was sucked in at an incredible speed. The small snake had lifted its head and was swallowing the massive stream of water whole. Calypso could not hide her astonishment. "Its mouth is moving. Is it really drinking an entire lake?" The water continued to pour violently into the creature's small mouth. Misa stared blankly for a while before finally stammering, "Why, your ladyship, what on earth is that?" Calypso was speechless, thinking to herself, "I am dying to know, too. A snake that drinks water like a fleet." But soon worry began to creep into her mind. "It seems to be drinking too much. What about the other creatures living in the lake? Is not this like a bolt from the blue for them? This will not do. I have to step in." Having made up her mind, she struggled in Pierre's arms. "What are you doing? Stay still." Pierre held her. "We have been here for 30 minutes. We have to do something. The fish in the lake are..." Suddenly, before she could finish, large bubbles rose to the surface. Right after that, a black shadow shot up from the water. The once small snake now looked full of life and cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you." The three of them were frozen like stone. Calypso stood there blankly for a moment, then clenched her fists and shouted in anger, "If you are so grateful, stop drinking the water, you pig." "Oh, your ladyship," Misa was shocked. Only then did Calypso come to her senses. "I was the only one who could hear it. Right, I'll just pretend I do not know," the snake answered as if it had been wronged. "I was trying to stop. All right, just get down here. I do not want to destroy an entire lake because of you." "Okay." The snake sadly slithered down onto Calypso's palm and asked in a small voice, "Did I do something wrong?" "What did I do wrong?" "You did not do anything wrong," Calypso said gently. "Have you had enough to drink?" At that, the snake, no, the baby dragon, wagged its tail happily. "Yes, I can live without water for about 3 months now. What a relief." "So what exactly are you?" When asked about its identity, the baby dragon's eyes suddenly sparkled. It puffed out its chest and proudly declared, "My name is Tus. I am a familiar of the great dragon Duke." 2 days later, the carriage procession finally arrived in the city. Calypso was smiling from ear to ear the entire way. "Are you that happy?" Pierre asked. "Yes, there are so many things to look forward to," Calypso replied cheerfully, but her thoughts were elsewhere. "Of course I am happy. This child is the dragon Duke's familiar." She recalled their conversation from that night. "Tus, explain in more detail," she had demanded. "Explain in more detail?" Tus pretended to think for a moment and then began. "The Dragon Duke created me with his power. I am his only familiar. We have a special connection. In other words, a familiar like me is absolutely loyal. And my master, the Duke, is responsible for protecting my life." Tus spoke in a proud voice, and although Calypso knew nothing about the Dragon Duke, she could feel its reverence for him. She returned to the key question, But why were you alone in the forest? Seeing Tus quickly grow sullen, Calypso had no choice but to change the subject. All right, I'll take you to the dragon castle first. Really? Are you sure? Tus cried out in joy. Returning to the present, Calypso was still engrossed in her plans. I still do not know why Tus was abandoned. But thanks to him, I have a reason to meet the Dragon Duke separately. If I take this child to him myself, he'll surely take a liking to me. Whether it is to exchange information or build a friendship, it is a golden opportunity to establish a relationship. Thinking of the bright future, she unconsciously hummed a tune. Suddenly, Bellis, who was sitting across from her, flinched, and his complexion changed drastically. Where did you hear that song? Bellis asked urgently. Calypso thought for a moment. I cannot tell him. It is a song a subordinate sang in my past life. She recalled her captain teasing her back then. You are bored? Do not lie, my lord. You were humming along too. From someone I used to know, she answered nonchalantly. Bellis flinched again. What's wrong? Does it bother you? Calypso asked. No, it is nothing. Hearing his dismissive answer, Calypso was so angry she almost squeezed Tus to death in her hand. He reacts like that when it is nothing, she cursed inwardly. Just then, Pierre spoke up. Calypso, there is something I forgot to tell you. This year's Dragon Festival is a bit special. Special? Yes, the imperial family will only come on the last day of the festival. Is not that usually the case? Calypso was puzzled. Usually, they come in the middle of the festival and stay until the end. Because of this change, the family responsible for reading the opening address this year will be the Duke Patarian family. The name Patarian struck Calypso like a bolt from the blue. The Black Panther ducal family, the second most powerful family after the imperial family, and where the main characters of the original story appeared. Painful memories flooded back. She recalled the burning sensation of a slap and the man's cold shout, "Get lost, I am sick of the fact that you are my fiancée." It was the very family that had bought her for an engagement in her past life. She gritted her teeth and rage boiled in her chest. No matter how many times she was reincarnated, this resentment would never subside. Pierre noticed her expression but simply looked out the window in silence. And there is good news. Yes, Calypso turned, suppressing her emotions. We have finally arrived in the Dragon City. Just then, Tus, who was in her hand, suddenly shouted, "The Duke is getting closer. He is calling for Tus." Just wait a moment, we'll be there soon," Calypso reassured him. Tus proudly said again in a small voice, "The Duke cannot even use chopsticks without Tus." Then why did you leave such a master? Calypso asked again, touching a sore spot. This time, tears streamed down Tus's small face. Calypso gently held Tus in her arms and sighed lightly. "All right," she whispered. "We'll find out soon enough." Whether this small creature wanted it or not, the majestic gates of the Dragon Castle were slowly opening to welcome them. At that moment, Calypso made a firm resolve. "I will definitely take you to the Dragon Duke." Inside the castle, an old butler with a deceptively gentle smile was already waiting. "You must be tired from your long journey," he said in a voice as sweet as honey. "But there are many distinguished guests who arrived before you, so I am not sure if there are any empty rooms." He bowed his head deeply to hide his smug smile and to utter his cunning refusal. "I ask for your understanding. Are they trying to assert their dominance as soon as we arrive?" Calypso thought to herself, quickly analyzing the situation. The hostility between land shifters and aquatic shifters had long been latent. No one remembered exactly when it had started. The tension peaked at the summit where anger and disgust were the main topics. The chaos ended with the appearance of her grandmother, Yukila Akiaudello, a woman who had become the family head only after staining her hands with the blood of her own brothers, a terrible warmonger. She had suppressed the meeting with force alone, and the land shifters had to shut their mouths in fear. In complete contrast, her father, Pierre Akiaudello, lived a life far too quiet for his infamous power. Bellis glanced at Pierre with suspicious eyes. "Can such a person maintain his composure in the face of such blatant discrimination?" The old butler repeated the same words, his tone even more arrogant. "There are many distinguished guests who arrived before you, so I am not sure if there are any empty rooms. I ask for your understanding." "Does that mean we cannot stay here?" Pierre asked back in a cold, emotionless voice. What do you mean we cannot stay?" Calypso suddenly shouted, putting on a perfect act. She had been busy soothing the trembling Tus until now. "Calypso, I do not like the people here, so hide me." Only now had she taken notice of this absurd situation. "Cannot stay in the castle? Absolutely not." With that thought, Calypso grabbed the hem of Pierre's clothes and called out in a sweet, pleading voice, Dad. Pierre bent down, his gaze soft. "What is it?" Calypso looked up, her eyes sparkled as if they held 1,000 stars. "Are we really not going to sleep in the Dragon Castle, really?" It seems so," Pierre replied curtly. Sniffle. Calypso pretended to sob pitifully. Although he was still bowing his head, the old butler could not hide his satisfaction. "I will never let them stay here," he thought with contempt. "You smelly fish, what right do you have to set foot in the noble Dragon Castle? This means there is no place for you. If you object, I'll just pretend to be troubled and throw you a shabby room." With that thought, he sneered without warning. Pierre swung his foot. As the black shadow flashed by, the old butler's body shot up into the air like a puppet with its strings cut, then slammed hard against the staircase railing with a dull thud. Calypso was speechless. Bellis, who was standing next to her, calmly quipped, "Fighting does not earn you any more money." "Move," Pierre growled, his eyes like ice. "If I keep hitting him, a room will eventually appear." The old butler finally felt fear, and his whole body trembled. "Hydrokinesis, I am dead." I am really dead. If you just die like that, who will guide us? Pierre said in a flat but threatening voice. Or should I give you a taste of what it is like to be on the brink of death? Please. Just as he opened his mouth, a transparent whip of water flew at a terrifying speed. It grazed the old man's ear, leaving a small trail of blood, and then embedded itself deep into the wooden pillar behind him. All the hair on the old butler's body stood on end. That is a predator. He slammed his head on the floor and said in a voice trembling like a leaf, I am sorry, there seems to have been a mistake. A mistake? Pierre raised an eyebrow, and countless other streams of water began to gather around him. How do you plan to apologize for that? I will guide you to the best room, the old man shouted. Then guide us to the room closest to the Dragon Duke. Calypso quickly seized the opportunity. The Dragon Duke is not in this castle, Bellis explained. He lives in his private castle. Oh really? Calypso looked slightly disappointed. Please, I am truly sorry. The old butler was still pleading. Another pillar of water immediately wrapped around him and lifted him into the air. Still no compensation? Pierre asked coldly. I'll ask again, what will you apologize with? Bellis was inwardly impressed. How many times have I faced such anger? I am lucky to still be alive. Is this how the Dragon Duke's castle treats its guests so shoddily? Pierre turned and clenched the water fist surrounding the old butler. Please. I am sorry, not an apology, Pierre cut him off. Compensation. What do you want? The old man sobbed and asked. Pierre turned to his daughter. Calypso, tell me what you want. Calypso paused. Did Dad escalate this all because of me? Her heart suddenly pounded, and a warm, ticklish feeling spread throughout her chest. She smiled brightly. Dad, I want to see the Dragon Duke. Hearing the request, the old butler flinched. That is not. A single glare from Pierre was enough to make him swallow his words of refusal. And no, I am sorry. We have a matter to ask about as well. If you value your life, Pierre cut him off. Answer well tomorrow. Yes, the old butler answered loud and clear. Now guide us to our room. Then can you put me down? Standing in the luxurious room and looking out, Calypso could not help but be amazed. It is so beautiful. She walked out onto the balcony and let the cool wind brush through her hair. If I had come alone as the Dragon's Bride, I would never have been able to stay in a room like this. The Dragon's Bride was just a nice-sounding name. In reality, it was closer to a living sacrifice. None of the girls who had been chosen before had ever returned alive after more than a few years. What on earth happened to them? Calypso wondered. All the records were very vague, ending abruptly at the part where the bride met the Dragon Duke. In the original story, the Dragon Duke was a figure the female lead greatly admired. What did such a person do to the brides? If I had known this would happen, I would have read it more carefully. She thought of Tus. There is still too little information. When Dad leaves later, I'll have to ask Tus for the Duke's exact location. But there is one problem. She clenched her hands and cursed inwardly in annoyance. Bellis keeps staring at me. This room, it is so suffocating. Damn it, what is this feeling? DJ Vu. She glanced at Bellis, and he was still watching her without even blinking. What on earth is wrong with that guy? The more Calypso looked at him, the more she disliked him. Dad, why are you not here at a time like this? Before leaving, Pierre had said, I'll be out for a bit. Be good. He had even made a promise. I'll make it so you can go anywhere without having to worry about what others think. The land shifters are just a weak bunch, Calypso thought. Can Dad really do that? Unable to stand it any longer, she turned to Bellis and said bluntly, If you have something to say, say it. I'll listen. I was just thinking, Bellis replied in a low, rough voice. Thinking about what? If I had not been on the verge of death in the forest that day, would I have had the strength to deal with you? No, Calypso answered firmly without a hint of hesitation. Right, she thought to herself. I knew he would be thinking about that. Calypso looked straight into Bellis's eyes. Her voice became firm. Do not even dream of backing down unless you become stronger than Dad. But I have a question first. She paused for a moment, her gaze searching. Why on earth did you insist on coming with me? The question pulled Bellis back to the memory of the day he had requested to accompany her. The fake butler had looked at him with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Young master, it is not difficult to prepare for the journey, she had said. But why do you wish to go with the young lady? In retrospect, the reason he had given back then was truly far-fetched and unbelievable, but Bellis had simply smiled, the most sincere smile he believed he could muster. I want to get closer to my sister. Calypso's reaction was a long, suspicious sigh. Are you kidding me? If you do not want to answer, just say so. Why make up such a ridiculous reason? The space seemed to freeze, and Bellis unconsciously raised a hand to rub the back of his neck lightly. That was really all he could think of at the time. What can I do? He raised the corner of his mouth. A half-smile spread across his lips. All right, I'll think of another reason. One that you'll accept. Is this guy obsessed with me? Calypso thought to herself. A feeling of unease crept into her mind. But why? The strongest emotions of our race are all forged through battle. Joy and happiness come from enjoying an equal match. Anger and humiliation arise from defeat. Despair and sorrow only appear when facing an unbeatable foe. Loyalty and worship are offered only to the absolute strongest, but the problem is that in my past life, Bellis surrendered. My relationship with him did not fall into any of the categories mentioned above. Memories of her past life suddenly flooded back Bellis. He was always a calm and rational person. After surrendering, he had told her, I know you doubt my loyalty. Do you think it is funny that I have become your subordinate? Back then, she had just snapped. Eldest brother, if you know that, then act properly. Vowing to prove himself, Bellis snatched the documents from her hand. I'll take this mission. You are worried because it is dangerous, are not you? They were always overly obsessed with their object of interest. In this life, Bellis should be focused on the position of family head, not someone like me who is about to leave. This time I will definitely leave this world and return to my real family. Calypso raised her head and said in a firm voice, "Stop paying attention to me. When the time comes, I am going to disappear." "What are you talking about?" Bellis's voice grew noticeably cold. "Literally," she answered clearly. "I am going to disappear." Seeing him still staring at her, she decided to state her plan clearly to sever his interest completely. "Listen carefully, Bellis. When the Dragon Festival is over, I will no longer be here." Bellis froze. "Then the position of family head." "I am not going to become the head of the family," Calypso answered nonchalantly. "What?" She ended the conversation with words that made Bellis's eyebrows nearly touch. "Brother, you just mind your own business," but he was persistent. "Then what about you?" My God, that look. Calypso thought helplessly to herself, but chose silence. The room was submerged in a tense silence, and just then the door suddenly burst open. Recognizing the person who entered, Calypso exclaimed with joy, "Master, you have come at just the right time." Without another word, Bellis turned coldly and walked away. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed throughout the room. "Is he angry because he did not get his way?" Calypso asked herself. It seemed it would be difficult to ask him to look after Asenlo, Luca and Ruba. While she was lost in thought, Pierre began to speak with a serious expression. "I have bad news." "What is it?" Calypso asked immediately. "They say the Dragon Festival might not be held this year." The unexpected news made Calypso jump to her feet. What happened while you were gone to teach those landshifter bastards a lesson, Master?" Pierre flinched slightly. "I never said I was going to beat them up. I just taught them a proper lesson and came back," he hurriedly corrected. "And I told you it is just a rumor for now. Nothing is confirmed." "But there is no smoke without fire," Calypso retorted. "What's the reason? Why is not it being held?" Pierre slowly listed them off. "There are all sorts of rumors, that the Dragon Duke is gravely ill, or that the Imperial family cannot attend, or even that the Patarian family has come out in opposition. In short, there is no clear reason." Calypso came to an internal conclusion. She tugged on Pierre's sleeve. "Master, let us go to the restaurant. I have to hear what those bastards are saying for myself." On the way, Calypso whispered to the pouch at her side, "Tus, do you know anything about the festival?" An innocent voice came from within. "What's a festival?" Calypso felt a bit helpless. Pierre glanced down at the pouch. It was clearly a creature that wasn't fully grown, so there was no way it would know. She secretly peeked inside the pouch and seeing Tus curled up dejectedly, said, "It is true, this child does not know anything either. I have to get him to the Duke quickly." At the same time, Tus was also lost in his own thoughts. "I left the castle for the Duke, but in the end I failed. I was injured and almost lost my life. Since I failed, I have to go back quickly. But I cannot get to the Duke with my own power. I want to ask Calypso for help, but she seems too weak. One must be very strong to go to the Dragon Duke's residence." 20 minutes later, in a ruined restaurant, amidst the disastrous scene as if a battle had swept through, Calypso stood in the middle of the room dusting off her hands. To explain how everything came to be this way, one must turn back the clock a little. On the way to the restaurant, she asked Pierre, "Master, how are we supposed to get information there? Those bastards hate us so much." Pierre answered confidently, "Do not worry, I have a way." His method was to take her straight to a restaurant famous for being a den of land shifters. The moment they entered, a servant shouted loudly, "Lord Pierre Achiaudello and the young lady of the Orca family have arrived." The atmosphere in the restaurant immediately sank. A strange silence fell until a fox shifter lit the spark. "What is this? Where is that fishy smell coming from?" Immediately, scornful whispers erupted from all directions. "The Dragon Festival is about to be polluted by seawater. Those ignorant bastards who just dig for clams in the sand should be forbidden from setting foot on land." Before the man could even finish his sentence, a drop of water sealed his mouth and soon everything devolved into a brawl. "Of course we were just acting in self-defense," Calypso muttered to herself as she approached the fox shifter lying on the floor. She wore a sweet but deadly smile. "Hey, Mr. Fox," she said as she stepped squarely on his hand. If you do not want to lose a finger," Calypso said, still maintaining her gentle smile. "Speak properly." The fox gritted his teeth. "Ah, you damn fish bastard," Calypso applied more pressure. All right, there's a rumor that the Dragon Festival will not be held. Do you know anything?" "Go ask the servants about that," he snapped. Calypso put more pressure on her heel again. "Mr. Fox, at this rate your whole hand is going to be crushed." He drew in a cold breath. "I do not know much either, I just heard. I heard the Dragon Duke does not want to hold the festival anymore. There is also a rumor that he is gravely ill." From inside Calypso's pouch, Tus's voice, which only she could hear, rang out. "A lie." Calypso paused. "A lie," the fox continued in a trembling voice. "The Dragon Duke is just a dictator who wants to control everything." "That is a lie too," Tus fumed. Looking at the shifter's terrified eyes, Calypso realized one thing. He did not seem to be lying. In that case, there was only one possibility. The rumors he knew were not true. Someone was deliberately spreading them. Just then, a cold sneer echoed from a dark corner of the room. From a dark corner, a massive shifter as large as a black bear sneered in a hoarse voice. "Ha, it seems there is a decent one among the sea creatures this year." "Ah, black bear shifter," Calypso thought to herself, her gaze turning cold. To still be able to act so arrogant after being defeated so miserably. The black bear paid her no mind, his challenging gaze fixed on Pierre. "Pierre Achiaudello, I have heard of your fame. I heard you are on par with Yukila Achiaudello, but once you meet the Black Panthers of the ducal house of Patarion, you will have no choice but to face defeat. Calypso approached and said in an innocent yet provocative tone, Master, are you going to let that loser keep running his mouth? You should show him his place. A faint smile touched Pierre's lips. My daughter is right, he waved his hand lightly, and an invisible current of hydrokinesis erupted, felling the black bear in an instant. Watching his spirit scatter, Calypso was once again lost in her own calculations. If I become the dragon's bride and have to deal with this every day, my plan to kidnap the Duke and take him to my territory seems more and more feasible. As she was feeling pleased, Tussa's desperate voice echoed in her mind, Calypso, please help me. Take me to the Duke. After the commotion at the restaurant ended, Calypso returned to her room. As soon as he was released from the pouch, Tus immediately asked, Can we go tonight? With her chin in her hand, Calypso said with a thoughtful expression, All right, but can I ask just one thing? Anything, Tus answered without hesitation. Can I also communicate through thoughts like you? She asked, lightly poking Tus's small head with her finger. I do not want Bellis to hear our conversation. Tus smiled brightly and answered, Of course. Since Calypso can hear my voice, you can do it. Calypso closed her eyes, focused her thoughts and sent them to Tus. Like this, can you hear me? Tus squinted and smiled. I hear you. Calypso, you are amazing. Of course I am smart, she replied triumphantly. Wait a minute, when I was in the sea I used hydrokinesis to talk with the shifters. Do not tell me I can do everything except create water? While Calypso was lost in thought, Tus suddenly flinched and looked out the window with his small eyes. He was filled with worry and longing. The Duke is calling for Tus. Duke, I miss you. I want to see you. Calypso gently stroked him, reassuring him. All right, do not cry. Tell me everything. I'll help you. She wondered what on earth had happened to the Dragon Duke. Tus replied through his thoughts, his voice full of worry. Tus needs a very strong shifter. The Duke's residence is very heavily guarded. Guarded? Why do you need to be strong? The ones watching the Duke are very strong. You have to get past them to meet him. The Dragon Duke is being watched? Calypso was shocked. Why? Tus continued. At first I thought Calypso was weak, but I was wrong. You are very strong. Calypso broke into a cold sweat at his words. You thought I was weak when we first met? Is that why you offered to protect me back then? Yes, Tus admitted honestly. Calypso grabbed Tus's small body and shook it. Hey, you insolent little thing, I was the one who saved you. Tus grew dizzy from the shaking. After a moment Calypso stopped. She began her interrogation. All right, answer. Why is the Dragon Duke being watched? If you cherish him so much, why were you wandering alone in the forest? Why did not he come to find you himself? And in the first place, why did not you ask the people in this castle for help? Faced with the barrage of questions, Tus answered dejectedly. Tus cannot say any more here. The air in the room grew still. Calypso threw herself onto the bed, a torrent of thoughts swirling in her mind as expected. Tus's story and the outside rumors are completely different. My master is here, but those hostile servants would never tell me the truth. I have no choice but to find out for myself. With that thought she shot up. Let us go tonight, Tus exclaimed with joy. Really, that is great, thank you. I really like Calypso. All right, do you know the way? Yes. Good. Calypso jumped off the bed. I have something important to tell my father. I'll be back in a minute. Just as she opened the door, Tus suddenly called from behind. Calypso, be careful on your way back. Calypso smiled. Okay. The corridor was wide and quiet. Calypso stopped in front of Pierre's door. Just as she was about to raise her hand to knock, a low voice came from within. The door is not locked. The door opened by itself and Pierre was sitting by the window, his silent back facing the outside. Hearing her footsteps, he turned around. The night breeze blew, gently ruffling her hair. Suddenly a gentle stream of water like a silk ribbon reached out and lifted Calypso's body lightly into the air. When I attended the family meeting I realized one thing, Pierre said with deep eyes. Among all those praised for their beauty throughout history, you were the most dazzling. Calypso blushed without realizing it. I never thought I would hear something like this from you, master. They say fathers usually dote on their daughters, so this is probably a normal thing, right? Master is really trying hard to fulfill his role as a father, she thought to herself. Do you usually keep your promises, master? Pierre replied. I do not really know. What do you mean? If I had to put it into words, he said, a rare glimmer of amusement in his eyes. At this moment I am very happy. Calypso was stunned. So was that why master always maintained a detached attitude, looking like someone ready to disappear at any moment? She asked, testing the waters. That joy, cannot you feel it when you are with a Senlo too? Pierre stroked his chin. His expression was extremely serious. If the third son were as strong as you and resembled you in personality and soul, then perhaps it would be possible. Calypso sighed. Why does he have to say it has to be you in such a long-winded way? Then what about a Senlo? In terms of strength he is probably even stronger than me. Immediately Pierre frowned, his displeasure obvious. Not him. He is too much like me. Let us drop the subject. Seeing his reaction, Calypso was rather pleased. Master, you are frowning. Are you displeased? But it is truly amazing. The Dragon City is completely different from our territory, a Kiao Dello. Besides the main house we do not have buildings this tall. She suddenly paused. Strange, I should have gotten straight to the point. Why am I beating around the bush like this? Taking a deep breath, she made up her mind. Master, I like this city. You should go back alone. Pierre's expression hardened. He frowned, pretending not to understand. Do you mean you want to live here with me? Calypso was flustered. That is not what I meant. Pierre ignored her flustered state and continued naturally. I knew you liked high places, but I did not realize to this extent. If you are going to live here, you'll definitely need an escort, so hiring a mercenary or finding someone in the escort village would not be a bad idea. Calypso was at a loss. No, that is master, did you mishear me? I said you should go alone. Pierre firmly dismissed Calypso's suggestion, his voice lowered. If we stay here together, Bellis will have to return alone. The image of a lonely Bellis all by himself made Calypso groan inwardly in helplessness. No, how can you think like that, Dad? She hurriedly explained. That is not what I meant, Pierre pressed her, desperation evident in his eyes. Are you telling me to leave you here alone among these land bastards? Do you know how afraid they were? An invisible pressure emanated from him, forcing Calypso to frown. This is Dad's true power and authority, not in the least bit inferior to grandmother's, she thought to herself. Stop spouting such nonsense, Pierre growled. A strange emotion seeped into Calypso's heart, and she could not help but ask herself a question. What was this feeling? It was similar to a competitive spirit, but without the ambition to possess her like his grandmother. Instead, her father's was an unspoken certainty that he would never let go, offering an incredible sense of security. As fury rose, Pierre swept his hand across the table, sending everything crashing to the floor with a loud clamor. His voice broke, thick with emotion. You asked me to be your father. It may have been an easy thing for you to say, but not for me. From now on, your job is to be protected and trained by me. You just have to grow up the way you want to, that is enough. He gently stroked her head. Calypso's heart skipped a beat. It was a truly arbitrary and complicated emotion. But ironically, she did not hate it, she thought. Studying his daughter's complexion, Pierre asked tenderly, You look tired, is it from the journey? Calypso looked at him quietly. Memories from her past life swirled. Master, did you know if in my past life you had been the father who loved me from birth, I would never have let you die from that illness. Suppressing her complex feelings, she looked up and smiled. Master, I'll be in your care from now on. Pierre tilted his head slightly. All right, he replied. From now on, think about how you can become better every day. I am sorry, Master, because of a single obsession, I wasted 60 years. Memories of her old world once again flooded her mind. That night, a small dark shadow slipped swiftly out of a castle window. The figure lightly touched a branch to slow its descent, then performed an artistic somersault, landing as lightly as a leaf on the ground. Calypso, dressed in a child-sized cloak and belt, held a dagger of a matching size in her hand and turned to Tous. You said west, right? Yes, but you have to run very far for a very long time, Tous replied. Calypso smiled with determination. Okay, Tous tilted its small head. Hold on tight. As soon as Calypso finished speaking, her small legs shot forward like an arrow. Startled by the sudden movement, Tous could only let out a scream of "Ach!" After moving at a blinding speed for a while, Calypso came to a halt. Before her was a desolate, bleak cliff. Really, she thought, bewildered, the Dragon Duke lives in a place like this? This is completely different from what Bellis described. She lowered her voice and asked, How do we get inside from here? Tous, still trembling from exhaustion, whispered, Calypso, from now on you must be absolutely quiet. Immediately, Calypso's eyes widened and she quickly hid in the dense bushes. Her gaze was fixed on the cliff. Suddenly, the surface of the wall began to writhe and twist strangely. The stones and bricks seemed to melt, changing from a dull gray to a flesh color. And then a blue-haired man walked out from it. He had just appeared from the wall. Calypso was aghast. A chameleon shifter for sure, according to the land dwellers' military system. This species does not have high combat power, so they usually move in groups. Their companions are always threatening carnivores. The chameleon man lightly tapped the cliff and muttered, it is so quiet here. Just then another shadow appeared beside him. It was a woman. She rubbed her neck and grumbled, Border Patrol, this is not my job, really. Hiding in the bushes, Calypso gritted her teeth. A hyena. Why would such a prestigious shifter family be doing this? Beige hair with black spots and black fur around the ears. There was no mistaking it. The hyenas were one of the 5 most influential families on land. They would never be mobilized to guard a run-down building. At this time, the hyena girl Haura was still complaining. How did our family? The chameleon man chimed in. I know, right? A few days ago, I even saw people from the Patarian family come to watch. Even the Black Panthers came. Hora's face was one of disgust. They were sent here too. Calypso was surprised. The Patarian family, Tous' words echoed in her mind. Tous needs a shifter strong enough to go to the Duke's residence. She suddenly realized maybe this is why Tous said that. The chameleon man asked out of curiosity, By the way, Lady Haura, is the Dragon Festival really not happening this year? Haura spread her arms helplessly. Look at this situation. Does it look like a festival will be held? Even if distinguished guests come, they'll have to return empty-handed. The imperial family has the Dragon Duke imprisoned and under surveillance. They've even built a fake castle outside to deceive people. Well, we just have to endure a little longer. You mean it is not much longer? The chameleon man said with an admiring expression. That is right, Haura answered in a confident voice. The current Dragon Duke will die soon. The successor we will soon meet is a reincarnated one. This is my mother, our chieftain's guess, so it is absolutely reliable. Now let us go check over there. Thank you so much for the information. As the footsteps faded, Calypso finally gently soothed Tous. Calm down, Tous. We are here to save the Duke. Now is the time for you to be strong. Tous was still sniffling, and only after a moment did he say in a small voice, Thank you, Calypso. It is fine if you are okay now. Let us go. After speaking, she took Tous and snuck inside. Once they were safe, she could not contain her curiosity. You said there would be no more guards once we got past the outer perimeter, right? Yes, there will not be anyone inside here. Tous' answer only amplified Calypso's suspicions. The security is too lax. I could have dealt with those two just now, but it would not have been a wise choice. Killing them would cause a big problem, and if I just knocked them out with this body, I would be the first suspect. Sneaking in quietly was the best option. But why are there no guards inside? This way the Dragon Duke could easily escape, could not he? She lowered her voice and asked, "What on earth happened to the Duke? You still cannot tell me?" Tus answered sadly. "Tus was only born a short while ago, but the Imperial family's beasts have been there since I arrived. So in conclusion you do not know much either." Calypso sighed. Suddenly the sound of footsteps nearby startled her, and she hurriedly found a place to hide. She saw a maid walking by, trembling all over. "Why is that woman so scared? This is the way to the Duke's room. Hurry and follow me," Tus whispered. Calypso tiptoed after them. As she watched, the maid suddenly stopped, grabbed a bell cord with her hand and pulled it hard. Clang, clang. As soon as the bell stopped ringing, a fierce gust of wind suddenly erupted from deep within the room. Calypso hurriedly covered her face with her hands and thought in astonishment, "What is this? This is similar to the way Master uses hydrokinesis over there." "Ar!" the maid screamed and fled in terror. At the same time, the violent roar coming from inside froze Calypso. A terrible hypothesis flashed through her mind. The Imperial family ordered confinement and surveillance, and the internal security is lax. The maid is terrified. And now this gust of wind. Could it be that the reason the Dragon Duke is imprisoned is because he cannot control his own power? Shaking off all hesitation, Calypso gripped the doorknob tightly as if seeking something to lean on. She turned to Tus, her voice firm. "I'll ask just one thing and you have to answer truthfully." Her gaze became as sharp as a blade. "The Dragon Duke is out of control right now, is not he?" Tus hesitated. "No, he is completely normal." As soon as he finished speaking, the door Calypso was leaning on suddenly creaked open. Her heart sank. "I did not open it." A huge shadow slowly enveloped her, and fear rose in Calypso's heart. Terrifying. If the shadow is this big, how enormous must the body be? But when the owner of the shadow appeared, she was rather stunned. The body was not as large as she had thought. Calypso stroked her chin and judged, "Is he angry because of the spilled food plate? Maybe he is reacting like that because he is still a child." The moment the Dragon Duke bent down to pick up the food, Calypso came out from her hiding place and firmly grabbed his arm, looking at the dripping tomato juice. A nauseatingly sour smell hit her nose. She was certain. This food has definitely gone bad. "This smell, I know it right away because I tasted it when I was sold to the Patarian family." Calypso gritted her teeth. "Put that down, this food is spoiled." As soon as she finished speaking, she was startled by the Dragon Duke's gloomy expression. "Damn it, I forgot to use honorifics." Suddenly, the boy raised his head. His face was much younger, but the familiar features had hardly changed, bringing back a piece of Calypso's memory. But this situation is so different from what I expected. The scattered pieces suddenly fit together in her mind. A shabby residence completely different from the rumors, the Imperial family's confinement and surveillance, and even deliberately spoiled food. Hora's words echoed like a malicious prophecy. "The current Dragon Duke will die soon." Calypso bit her lip hard. Could it be that the Dragon Duke is being slowly murdered right here? Why? For what reason? She hurriedly shook her head, calming herself. "No, calm down, nothing is certain yet." Shaking off the confusing speculations, she said to the dazed boy before her in the softest voice possible, "You are the Dragon Duke, are not you? I am not an enemy. I just want to talk for a moment." What she got in return was complete silence. "Hello?" Calypso tried again, then turned to the sobbing snake on her shoulder. "Hey Tus, stop crying and do something." Completely ignored, she cursed inwardly in anger. This useless snake, but surprisingly, right after that, the Dragon Duke whispered a single word. "Tus." Calypso hurriedly seized the opportunity. "Yes, that is right, I brought your family. Can we talk for a moment?" the boy asked blankly. "Talk? What's talk?" Calypso was flustered, helped him up and said like an older sister, "Yes, talking. Stand up straight. I told you to throw away that rotten tomato. If you keep sitting on the floor you'll get your clothes dirty. Stay still, I'll dust you off." She took his hand and pulled him toward the room. "Anyway, we do not know when someone might come, so it is safer to talk inside." The door slammed shut behind them, revealing a ruined space. It was desolate. Tus's sobbing still had not stopped. Calypso's head began to ache. "How long are you going to cry, you damn snake? I told you to be strong," Tus said to his master in a trembling voice. "Duke, I am sorry." Calypso quietly observed the boy. There was really no reaction. She opened her mouth. Excuse me, your grace." Annoyed by Tus's incessant crying, she said, "Oh, forget it. I just want to talk comfortably. Just wipe your family's tears. He cried a lot because he missed you." The Dragon Duke still did not move, like a stone statue. No, Calypso thought. In the original story, this character wasn't like this. Where did the gentlemanly Duke who elegantly drank tea with the female lead disappear to? In this state, a conversation is impossible. Helpless, she had to ask the snake she had just cursed for help. Tus explained quickly. A moment later, after hearing all of Tus's explanation, Calypso exclaimed in shock, "So you are saying the Dragon Duke's mental state is no different from a newborn baby's?" Tus hesitated. Yes, but our Duke is very good at using a spoon." Calypso firmly threw cold water on him. "Excuse me, but in our Orca family, we were already attending family meetings at that age." She stroked her chin and thought seriously. "In short, the current Dragon Duke's body has grown, but his mind is empty. Because dragons are born naturally without parents, they have to be taught everything. But his guardians only taught him the most basic things necessary for survival, and nothing about emotions or knowledge." Looking at the boy's expressionless face, Calypso suddenly realized, he is not ignoring me, he just does not know how to react. She lowered her voice. There was anger in her question. "Why? Who made all of this happen?" Tus tilted his head. Tus heard many stories outside, but did not understand everything. "It is okay. Just tell me what you heard. I'll piece it together." And Tus began to tell a story stained with tragedy. The lion said, "We must carve fear." Hundreds of years ago, a dragon's wrath almost destroyed the empire, and that fear became a guideline. Every newborn dragon was thoroughly controlled. They were not treated as royalty, but as emotionless weapons that could be easily manipulated. A weapon does not need to be taught. If there is a problem, just let it die. Then a new dragon duke will be born again and raised in the same way. Hearing those words, a bitter memory resurfaced in Calypso's mind. Someone's arrogant laughter still rang in her ears. Fiancé, HMPH, what a sarcastic word. The Patarian family is just raising a puppet. I see, Calypso thought to herself. Dragon Duke, I thought it would be difficult to see you again in this life, but it turns out your situation is not much different from mine. She suddenly asked Tus, "You were discovered outside the castle back then?" Tus answered dejectedly, "Yes, I went out to find someone to help. I was almost killed, but luckily I met Calypso." At those words, Calypso clenched her fist tightly. "Hey Tus." "Yes," she asked, testing the waters. "Can the Dragon Duke use powers that transcend time and space?" "Yes, he can go to any place in any era." Calypso's fist clenched even tighter. "Can he use that power right now? Even if I am called cruel, I have to confirm this," she resolved to herself. "Blind sympathy only brings anxiety. I need a definite guarantee," Tus answered honestly. "No, he cannot use it because he has not learned anything. Then he can do it when he grows up." "Yes, that is right," Tus nodded. A sarcastic sense of relief seeped into Calypso's mind. "Then we can have a mutually beneficial relationship." She turned her head. "Good, the most important thing is confirmed." Suddenly another hand lightly tugged on her hand. The Dragon Duke was imitating the action she had just made of clenching her fist. Calypso was surprised. "Is that child imitating my actions? Amazing, this is an effort to survive." A gentle smile spread across Calypso's lips. She lowered her voice and asked, "What is your name?" The Dragon Duke tilted his head and repeated naively, "What is your name?" "I am Calypso Akiao Dello." The Dragon Duke still patiently mimicked her in a faltering voice like a child learning a new word. "Calypso Akiao Dello." Calypso smiled and gently held out her other hand. "That is right," she affirmed. "My name is Calypso Akiao Dello." "I see," the Dragon Duke muttered. He seemed to have carved the name into his heart. Seeing that he understood, joy spread through Calypso's heart. "Yes, I am Calypso." The Dragon Duke's gaze was fixed on her, as if trying to commit every line of her face to memory. "Calypso." Suddenly, Calypso turned toward Tus, who was sitting nearby. "Tus, what do you think of me?" Tus affectionately rubbed its small head against her hand and chirped cheerfully, "I like Calypso. Calypso is a kind shifter." Calypso's smile grew even brighter. "Really? In that case, please entrust the Duke to me." She looked straight at Tus, her eyes full of sincerity. "I am sorry, but the Duke will not be able to learn anything in this place. If you come to my home, I will ensure you have plenty of food and rest, and I will personally take good care of you." After she finished speaking, she held out a hand to the Dragon Duke. It was a formal offer. "Come with me, Your Grace. Let us make a deal. I will show you the wide world beyond these walls, and you will make your own choices. When you are able to act freely as you wish, send me back home." In a luxurious room, Bellis sat quietly. His gaze was directed out the window, piercing through the dense forest as if he could see through all things. At the same moment, the Dragon Duke's hand gently took Calypso's. It was a silent agreement. Her smile shone brightly. "All right, let us go to Akiao Dello together." After gaining his consent, Calypso was suddenly struck by the harsh reality. She looked around worriedly. "But this will be difficult alone. Even if I am lucky enough to get the Dragon Duke out, how am I supposed to explain this to Dad and that Bellis fellow?" Just then, a thought struck her. She looked back at the Dragon Duke. "If I speak with my thoughts near this building, can you hear my voice?" Tus quickly answered from his shoulder. "Of course, this is the dragon's territory, so Tus can feel Calypso's presence very well." Hearing that, Calypso let out a sigh of relief. "Good. Then I'll come back tomorrow. By then I will have everything ready to take you with me, Your Grace." Tus's two shining eyes widened with anticipation. Yes, Tus will wait for Calypso. The next morning in the Dragon Castle, the morning sun streamed through the window. Calypso was sitting across from her master during a meal. "Master," she declared clearly, "I want to return to Akiao Dello with the Dragon Duke." Clang, the piece of meat Pierre was just about to put in his mouth fell onto his plate with a sharp sound. He stared at her blankly, a mixture of shock and disbelief in his eyes. "Ah, the timing must have been bad," Calypso muttered to herself, still chewing her food nonchalantly. After a moment, Bellis, having collected himself, said in a low voice, "I was wondering where this brat snuck off to last night. Turns out she went to meet the Dragon Duke." Calypso was startled. "I got caught. My intuition is never wrong," Bellis said firmly. "Ah, you are right." Calypso broke into a cold sweat but was screaming internally. "Is this what it feels like to be caught red-handed?" She pointed her fork at him and mustered her courage. "In that case, listen well, master. About my meeting with the Dragon Duke last night." With no other choice, Calypso told them the whole story, including the fact that the Dragon Duke was imprisoned by the imperial family in a ruined castle, treated like a failed weapon, and was being slowly assassinated. After hearing the entire story, Bellis frowned. "So you are saying you need a strong ally?" "Yes," Calypso answered. She gave a cunning smile. "I just need your permission, master. As for Bellis, I can just steamroll him with Dad's authority." Bellis lifted his wine glass and swirled it lightly. His gaze was thoughtful. "You want to take the Dragon Duke to Akiao Dello? If I weren't here, you probably would have been treated like a mad person." "Yes," Calypso admitted. "The Dragon Duke must stay in the Dragon City of Ikina because of the First Empress's solemn oath. He can do anything within this city, but he cannot leave without the imperial family's permission." She pouted her lips. I know it is not allowed. As she said this, Calypso's shoulders slumped. Actually, Master is the most perfect candidate, but if he does not agree, it is all meaningless. She prepared for the worst-case scenario. Fine, if Dad does not want to, I'll act alone. I have run away and survived on my own before. In the worst case, she gritted her teeth. I'll just turn back time once more. As if reading her thoughts, Bella suddenly asked, You said you wanted to stay here, did not you? Yes, that is right. Calypso flinched. Was it because of this? To kidnap the Dragon Duke, she hesitated. That wasn't my intention from the start, but yes, that is right, I see. Pierre sighed. A hint of disappointment was in his voice. So you really were planning to stay here alone? Under his scrutinizing gaze, Calypso tried to make an excuse, but Pierre growled, Leaving me behind? She hung her head. Her voice trailed off. Yes, leaving you behind, Master. Hearing her answer, Pierre suddenly seemed dejected. Is it still not enough? Calypso looked up, bewildered. What is my affection? He said slowly. Is it still not enough for you to call me father just once? The room fell silent, and only the sound of the wind gently rustled the curtains. After a long moment, Bellis asked again. His voice softened. Why are you so hesitant? Have I ever scolded you? Only then did Calypso come to her senses. Ah yes, Bellis said gently. First, tell me what you want to do. If you wish, I can destroy that castle for you. He leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin. I mean, we should have acted together from the start. Calypso was stunned. Are you really going to help me bring the Dragon Duke? Bellis nodded. Yes, why are you helping me? Out of pity for him. I came here as your father, Pierre answered, his gaze firm. I simply respect your wishes. If you want to do it, just do it. A soft awe escaped her lips, and then she burst into laughter. Am I happy right now? Have you formed a rescue plan? Bellis asked. I have thought of one, Calypso answered quickly. To smile like that, I am looking forward to it, my daughter who always brings surprises. Suddenly, Bellis frowned slightly, sensing a presence behind the door. Let us talk about the plan later. As soon as he finished speaking, a knock echoed. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with glasses entered and bowed politely. Lord Pierre, good day. I am the castle's deputy butler. By order of Duke Patarian, all honored guests are invited to the Dragon's Fang Hall. A short while later, Pierre and his children arrived at the hall. Seeing Haura yawning, Calypso whispered to her father, Master, that is the hyena. The one I saw. When did you see her? A suspicious voice echoed from right beside her. Calypso turned in surprise. It was Bellis. She scoffed coldly. None of your business. You scared me. I almost answered him, she thought to herself, and challenged him. Why are you eavesdropping on other people's conversations? Before she could say more, the murmurs of nobles erupted around them. Is not that Pierre Chiaudello from the Orca family? I heard he is as ill-tempered as the matriarch. It is best not to provoke him. How strong can a creature that lives in the water be on land? Be quiet. If they hear you, they'll cause a scene. We cannot have a commotion in such a formal place. Calypso was at a loss for words as she listened. They still do not get the situation, do they? Seeing his daughter's unpleasant expression, Pierre said nonchalantly, If they are an eyesore, I can silence them. Calypso looked up and hurriedly waved her hands. Ah no, it is all right. If you wish, I can even destroy the ceiling for you, Pierre declared, his tone utterly serious. Calypso giggled. Wow, I did not know you could make jokes, Master. But seeing his face darken, she grew anxious. It was a joke, right? Why are you staring at the ceiling like that? After a moment of silence, Bellis nodded. Honestly, Calypso was speechless. He is just like grandmother, always trying to solve everything with force. Bellis resembles my mother, Pierre retorted without yielding an inch. He grew up monopolizing grandmother's love, so of course he would resemble her. After speaking, he shot a sharp glance at the curious crowd, and they all immediately turned away in fear. My God, please stop, Calypso screamed inwardly. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps caught her attention. A man of about Pierre's age, dressed in jet-black clothes, was ascending the podium. A flicker of hostility crossed Calypso's eyes. This is the first time we have met again in this life. Painful memories from her past life flooded back. She had trembled before him, hearing his ice-cold words. Are you Calypso Chiaudello, the child who will be engaged to my son? Remember this well. If your existence harms even a single hair on the head of someone from my family, you will pay the price with your life. Live as if you are dead, returning to the present, Calypso stared intently at the man. A name engraved deep in her heart. Black Panther, Duke Devana Patarian. I will never forget you. Why are you frowning? Pierre asked out of curiosity, breaking her train of thought. I just do not like that man, Calypso answered curtly. Her gaze immediately turned cold. I see. I'll remember that. From the high podium, Devana opened his mouth, his voice echoing throughout the hall. On behalf of the imperial family, I extend my deepest gratitude to all the shifters who have come from afar. However, I must deliver some regrettable news. He created a dramatic pause. This year's Dragon Festival will not be held. We ask that our honored guests return within the designated period. A shifter with fox ears hurriedly raised his hand. Your Grace, why has the festival been cancelled so suddenly? A good question, chieftain of the White Fox clan, Devana replied, his expression still calm. As I am sure everyone is curious, I will announce the reason. The current Dragon Duke is in poor health, thus, after careful discussion with the imperial family, we have come to this decision. Discussion? Calypso sneered inwardly. That is such a shameless lie, even a 3-year-old would see through it. You conscienceless bastard, Devana continued. The situation for the next festival is still undecided, and the schedule will be announced at a later date. It looks like next year's Dragon Festival will be postponed as well. In other words, tonight is the first and last chance. Everything has become simpler. There are no other options. With that thought, she lightly tugged on the hem of Pierre's clothes. He immediately understood her meaning and gave a slight nod. I have to kidnap the Dragon Duke and get out of here quickly." After returning to their room, Bellis immediately questioned her. "What are you plotting? You looked very suspicious in the hall." "This is why I hate people with good intuition," Calypso brumbled to herself. "I have no intention of telling him everything anyway." "I do not know what you are talking about," she replied nonchalantly. "But sit down for now, I have something to say too." Bellis glanced at his sister's short legs and sat down in a chair. "What do you want to say?" "I probably will not be able to keep one of the promises I made to you, brother," Calypso began. "Do not sit crooked in the chair, sit up straight," Bellis pointed out with displeasure. "Your skirt is riding up. Master does not even nag me, so why do you have so much to say, brother? It is all covered." She waved her hand. "Do you remember when I said I would never come back?" "Yes," Bellis confirmed. "I do not think I can keep that promise." "What do you mean?" She sighed. "It just means I changed my mind and decided to go back. Together." "Why do you keep asking?" Calypso was slightly annoyed. Just then, she was surprised to see small water droplets floating and dancing merrily around Bellis. This is hydrokinesis affected by emotion. When one is angry, the hydrokinesis becomes sharp, sometimes even exploding. When sad, it shatters. But this is, she was bewildered. Could it be that this guy is happy right now? Seeing his sister looking elsewhere, Bellis also found it strange. Realizing his hydrokinesis was out of control, he was startled and quickly cleared his throat twice to hide his embarrassment. "Then what about the position of family head? You said you were coming back together, so you do not mean to stay in this shabby place, do you?" "Shabby place," Calypso's face hardened. "That remains the same. I will not become the family head." Bellis was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. "All right, let us think about that later. I do not know what you are hiding, but if you tell me on the way, I'll consider turning a blind eye just this once. You'll let it go if I just tell you? This guy is really fickle." Calypso frowned but soon broke into a bright smile. "Anyway, thank you." "Such a stupid face," Bellis muttered. "What did you say?" Calypso immediately bristled, but all she got in return was her brother's dismissive expression and a light scoff. That night, Pierre stood by the window with Calypso in his arms. "Can you jump down by yourself? Why go through the trouble when I have such a good means like you?" As she finished speaking, the two disappeared. Calypso could only hear the sound of the wind rushing past her ears. In the blink of an eye, they were floating in the sky right above the building where the Dragon Duke was imprisoned. Looking down, she gasped. "This is a super high-speed taxi." They began to descend. "Going down," Pierre said. Then he suddenly picked up speed. "Ah!" Calypso managed to get out just two words. Too fast, master." As they neared the ground, Pierre used his hydrokinesis to offset the impact of the fall, helping the two of them land safely. "My master is truly amazing," Calypso whispered. "You tore through the veil of night, master." Not fully understanding her words, Pierre replied, "I do not know what you are talking about, but they are here." In front of them, Haura and the chameleon man were still on patrol. The father and daughter hid in the bushes waiting for them to leave. Calypso pointed at the building. "Master, there is a hole over there." But she quickly stopped, her eyes widening. The direction she had pointed was now blocked. To block it in just one day? My plan had too many flaws, Calypso thought. While she was lost in thought, Pierre suddenly pointed elsewhere. "If all you need to do is get inside, how about over there?" It was a second-floor window, and there was a hole in the glass. "Oh," Calypso cheered. "It looks like a small hole, but I think I can fit," she said decisively. "I'll throw myself through there." "Master, what are you doing?" Pierre took off his own cloak. "You could be hurt by the broken glass shards. If winning without getting hurt is too difficult, then as your father I will protect you." Tightly wrapped in his cloak like a newborn baby, Calypso thought to herself, "But is not this a bit much?" Before she could object, Pierre lifted her with his hydrokinesis, then returned safely. Yes, immediately she was thrown into the air, the wind whistling in her ears. The hole grew closer. "It'll be fine," she reassured herself. Swoosh, she passed through the hole, slipped out of the cloak, did a magnificent somersault and landed perfectly on the floor, looking at the torn cloak in her hand. Her heart grew heavy. "Master's clothes are torn, but I wasn't hurt at all. I have to admit it now, everything Master does is a special kind of affection for me." Calypso quietly rolled up the cloak and held it to her chest. "If it weren't for my goal of returning home, I probably would have truly considered Master my father and lived a happy life." She shook her head fiercely, trying to shake off the weak thoughts. This is not the time for such thoughts. Determination glinted in her eyes. Calypso focused her mind and began to communicate telepathically. "Toos, are you there?" Hearing the call, Toos, who had been curled up in the room, shot its head up. Calypso replied with her thoughts, "I'll be there soon." As soon as she finished, Toos joyfully flapped its small wings and called out again in an excited voice, "Calypso!" Calypso quietly pushed open the door and tiptoed inside. At the same time, Toos also waddled out to greet her. Seeing the small creature, she smiled and called out, "Toos, you are here. I am so glad." It cheered happily. At its excited state, Calypso could not help but laugh inwardly, thinking it was like a puppy greeting its owner. "Did it run all the way here because of me?" After teasing him for a moment, she explained, "I am a bit early, are not I? The taxi was faster than I thought." "Taxi?" Toos tilted its head, not understanding. Toos was truly happy to see Calypso again. She nodded her head, confirming, "Yes, I am really happy too," but her smile soon stiffened as she saw the Dragon Duke struggling with his meal nearby. The boy's clumsy appearance made her wonder, "Do not tell me he can only eat when Toos is by his side? This is more serious than I thought. How can a snake teach him how to use a knife and fork?" Just then, the spoon slipped from the Dragon Duke's hand and fell to the floor with a clang. The boy stared blankly, then suddenly ran to Calypso, grabbed her hand tightly, and said haltingly, "Calypso, No, she gently corrected him, pronouncing it very slowly. Calypso, the Dragon Duke immediately and obediently followed. Calypso. This time she nodded in satisfaction. That is right. She gently pulled her hand away and said, Your Grace, please wait a moment. Calypso took out the cloak and wrapped it around the boy. Here, this is a bit big for me, so please wear it instead. While she was busy, Tus also dragged over a small backpack. Calypso, take this for his grace. Huh? Calypso was surprised. Tus explained. First, this bag. You know how to pack, she asked, astonished. Of course. Tus is a member of a smart family, it replied proudly, then brought over another notebook. This is my record of his grace. Calypso was getting more and more shocked. What? She muttered to herself. You were a snake who could write too. Her gaze swept over the notebook cover. In neat handwriting it read, Report on the Dragon Duke, author Tus. Calypso broke into a cold sweat. Your handwriting is better than mine. She looked up at Tus. Thank you, but why are you giving this to me? You're coming with us anyway, right? Tus cannot go. At that answer, Calypso was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? You'll become a crybaby without the Dragon Duke. Tus is not a crybaby, it retorted, sulking. All right. You are not a crybaby. Calypso waved her hand. Stop talking nonsense and let us go. We do not have much time. No, it was firm. As it shook its head, does Tus have an ability that can only be used here? Before Calypso could understand, a brilliant light began to pour out from Tus's entire body. The light was so bright she had to shield her eyes with her hand. When the light faded, Calypso was too shocked to speak. Before her was no longer a small creature but a perfect replica of the Dragon Duke. This is Tus. What in the world? It is me. Calypso, the Dragon Duke's voice echoed from the figure. Tus is a part of my being. This is Tus's true form. I can maintain this form for several years. Calypso was stunned. Tus, you thought we'd definitely be discovered if we both left, did not you? Tus nodded, then approached and took her hand. Calypso, please take care of the Dragon Duke. I am entrusting him to you. Calypso gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with resolve. Tus, I am going to become the dragon's bride, so when I turn 10, we'll definitely return to this city. She vowed to herself, unless I become the head of the family, this sad fact will not change. She squeezed Tus's hand. So I will come to get you in 3 years. Another thought crossed her mind. But if I can save a kind creature like you through this is an opportunity worth taking. I am not a good person, but I cherish good lives. Tus smiled innocently. Yes, that much time is enough for his grace to learn a lot. I am asking if you'll be okay. Calypso pied inwardly. What an innocent snake. She took his hand and said in a serious voice, Tus, from now on do exactly as I say. Tus blushed slightly. Okay, I will follow. Repeat after me. An orca always keeps its promise. I swear it in the name of the sea. Tus followed hesitantly. An orca keeps its promise, the sea. Speak louder, Calypso urged. Or else I will not take you, Tus hurriedly said in a loud voice. I swear it in the name of the sea. Hearing that, Calypso took a deep breath and swore clearly. Good. I, Calypso Akiao Dello, also swear in the name of the sea that I will definitely return and save you. Under Tus's bright smile, Calypso took the Dragon Duke and ran. Reaching the room with the broken window, she decisively pushed the door hard. If Master is nearby, he'll notice this signal. As she expected, a stream of water immediately entered through the window from outside and gently lifted the Dragon Duke. Seeing the boy grab her hand in fear, Calypso was surprised. Oh, are you afraid of heights? No, it seems he does not want to be separated from me. The stream of water carried the two into her master's arms. She smiled brightly. Master, this brat delayed us too long. They are coming, he grumbled. Really? You noticed too, Master? Calypso was surprised. The sound of glass breaking when the Dragon Duke passed through must have created a stir, he answered. Calypso, think fast. It is good that we are escaping like this, but the important thing is whether they notice the Dragon Duke is gone, she said hurriedly. Master, wait here for a moment. Please hide our presence with your hydrokinesis. Her master gave a slight nod, and an invisible sphere of water immediately enveloped the three of them. Just then, Haura and one of her subordinates appeared. After looking around, Haura asked with annoyance, What? There is no one here. Are you sure you felt something? The subordinate, who had chameleon-like camouflage abilities, hurriedly covered his mouth and answered, Yes, I am sure. The trap I set went off. There was definitely a trace of movement. Is not it a wild animal? But even fierce beasts do not dare come near a place that smells of us. Calypso's heart pounded as if it would burst. Fortunately, the chameleon man said, There is no one around after all, Lady Haura. Maybe my trap was set off by something like a strong wind. What? Haura shouted. Why are you telling me that now? I was so startled I grabbed my weapon and ran like crazy. So please do not be angry. I was about to tell you, but you grabbed your things and ran off, the other replied, trembling. Fortunately, they are idiots, Calypso thought to herself. After the commotion, Haura turned around, still grumbling. Fine, since we are here, let us just check the surroundings one more time to be sure. I am sorry. Once they disappeared, Calypso finally whispered. Master, let us go, she concluded inwardly. They are more careless than I thought. They must think a Dragon Duke like that would not know the concept of escape. It was risky, but I have confirmed one important fact. They do not know he has escaped. Her master held the two of them and soared into the air. Calypso continued to think. Now all that is left is to go back as quickly as possible and get Tus. Looking down at the receding building from high above, the Dragon Duke unconsciously muttered. Tus, back at the Dragon Castle, Calypso and the Dragon Duke were sitting on the bed watching her master about to leave through the window. She asked, You just got back. Where are you going, master? I have something to take care of, he answered curtly and disappeared. Leaving us like this, Calypso pouted, feeling dejected. She remembered Tus's notebook and started rummaging through the backpack. Finding the notebook, she flipped through the first few pages. The Dragon Duke has just been born and must learn everything, including basic human emotions. The dragon will mimic the emotions of the first person they form a bond with. Therefore, learning is very, very important for him. Calypso looked up at the boy sitting quietly beside her. Dragon Duke. So that is why you did not know how to wipe Toose's tears. She raised her hand and gently stroked his cheek. Still, I can feel that you cherish Toose very much. The notebook also had the Dragon Duke's name written in it. Iki. Iki, she called out quietly. And Iki, suddenly hearing his name, unconsciously repeated it. Iki. Yes, Calypso nodded. Your name is Iki. It is the same name as the Dragon City, and it suits you very well, she continued, her voice tinged with sadness. I wish this city had been as good a place for you as its name, she said gently. But it is okay. The fact that Iki is here is proof that a presence gentler and warmer than that city was always by your side. Just do not ever see someone as your only salvation. That is a far more terrible thing than you think. The train of thought led her to the past, to the tear-stained letter she had sent in desperate loneliness. Grandmother, it is so cold and scary here. If possible, I want to go back to Ikiao Dello. Please save me, grandmother. Calypso continued in a voice as soft as a whisper. You probably do not understand everything I am saying right now. Communication is still a barrier, but I believe that one day you will understand. Iki's body trembled slightly. Seeing this, Calypso reached out and pulled the soft blanket. For now, you only need to remember one thing. That only you can save yourself. She covered the two of them with the blanket and warmth spread. It is ironic for me to say something like this, she thought to herself. In the future I will be the one who has to rely on you, but I still hope you can live that way. She asked, How is it? You are not cold now, are you? Iki repeated innocently. Not cold now. Ah yes, let us start from the very basics. Calypso sighed and resolved there is still a long way to go. Suddenly, Iki whispered, Mine, yes, do you like this blanket? You can have it. But the boy grabbed her hand tightly and repeated firmly, Yes, mine. The next morning a carriage procession bearing the crest of the Ikiao Dello family left the Dragon Castle. Outside the carriage the whispers of a curious and malicious crowd could be heard. Whose carriage is that? It is so unfamiliar. It is the Ikiao Dello bastards. The swindlers of the sea are finally leaving. What a relief. Yeah, they do not belong here. Watch your mouth. The grating arguments were very unpleasant to Calypso, and other voices still rang out loudly. Hearing about the commotion they caused at the restaurant, I really cannot stand it. Suddenly a deafening explosion erupted, cutting off all sound. The chatterboxes immediately shut their mouths. Idiots, Calypso cursed silently as the carriage procession moved further and further away from the Dragon City. Master, are you really not going to tell me? Calypso turned her head and asked. Master Pierre answered coldly. The answer will come in about 2 weeks. Why? Calypso acted cute. I have been asking for days. What were you doing back then, Master? Please just tell me a little. If I tell you, will not you know everything? Just then, Bellis, who had been silent throughout the journey, spoke up, breaking the conversation. His face was as dark as a thundercloud, his 2 eyes fixed on her. When on earth are you going to explain? Waiting 2 days is more than enough. HMPH. Thinking the time had come, Calypso answered, Bellis, did not you promise to turn a blind eye just once before we left? I have no intention of breaking my promise, but you must explain right now. Hearing that, Calypso gave a meaningful smile and gently pulled away the cloth covering Iki's body. Say hello to my brother. The moment he saw the boy's face, Bellis froze. His eyes widened in surprise. This is the Dragon Duke, Lord Iki, Calypso introduced. Are you crazy? Bellis stammered. You know I like to play for high stakes, she laughed. So you'll keep your promise, right? How can you say something so ridiculous in a situation like this? Bellis snapped, but his words were suddenly cut short. He unknowingly placed a hand on his chest. A sharp, invisible pain had pierced him. It was a silent warning from her master, who was sitting across from them. Calypso glanced sideways at Master Pierre. Bellis thought in horror, to feel a pain like my body is being torn apart just for thinking of threatening Calypso. What in the world happened? Bellis, Calypso suddenly said. If we work together, our relationship can improve greatly. If you pretend you do not know about Iki, I'll make you the head of the family. She held out her hand. What do you say? If you agree, my master will become your strongest backer. Master Pierre cut in, a hint of disappointment in his voice. That title she calls me seems quite fitting now. Master, all you have to do is nod, Calypso whispered, then turned back to Bellis. After all, I am a valuable asset. Whether you want my help or not, I can help you achieve your goal. I know you crave power. Bellis was silent for a long while before speaking. I am sorry, but that is not what I want to hear. What I need right now is an explanation for why the Dragon Duke is here. He pointed at Iki. I need to know what's going on to make a decision. You need my cooperation, do not you? Explain. The smile vanished from Calypso's lips, replaced by a sharp, cold expression. I am sorry, but I have no reason to tell you, brother. If you do not cooperate, you will pay the price. I swear it to the sea, Bellis suddenly cut in. What? Calypso was surprised. He continued in a firm voice. I swear I will not leak this information to anyone else. Now is that enough? It is your turn. After speaking, Bellis held out his hand. Calypso sighed as if she had no other choice. Ah, for my brother to go this far. Once Bellis finished his oath, Calypso told him the whole story about Iki. She tried to summarize it as concisely as possible. I already know what his answer will be, she thought. As expected, Bellis said, would not it be better to tell grandmother the truth and ask for her help? I knew it. Calypso pouted. She knew the loophole in Bellis's oath all too well. He could not leak the imperial family's plot, but he could reveal the Dragon Duke's existence at any time. His status was so special, like a divine beast. If such a living legend fell into the hands of the imperial family and became a weapon, what kind of suffering would the already discriminated aquatic shifters face? This plot was a fatal threat to the Akiao Dello family. Although Bellis's conclusion was rational, Calypso still replied coldly, "I do not trust the matriarch. How much do you think grandmother would believe the words of a child like me, brother?" "Unfortunately, the only people I trust here are Iki and Master. So that is how it is," Bellis replied. "All right, I'll do as you wish. I will not leak the Dragon Duke's existence." Calypso could not help but be surprised by his words. Master Pierre asked, "Is that enough now? Why is he agreeing so easily?" she wondered suspiciously. Seeing her expression, Bellis added, "If you wish, I can swear this to the sea as well. What are you planning now?" Calypso's eyes widened. Seeing she was on the verge of exploding, Bellis sighed. "Hey, you have to seize opportunities like this. If you are going to do it, just get it over with," Master Pierre interjected, his gaze fixed outside the window. "We are about to get busy." "Speak quickly," Calypso urged. Bellis grinned. "Ah, and I was going to tease you a bit more." Once the oath was complete, Calypso pulled back the window curtain and looked out. "Wow, my eldest uncle is so diligent." The carriage procession had come to a sudden halt. Master Pierre and Bellis rose to their feet. "You stay inside the carriage," her master said. "Me?" "Yes, you." He pointed at Iki. "If you are not here, that child will be the one to get hit by any sword that comes flying." She could not argue with that. She nodded. Seeing her sit down obediently, Master Pierre opened the carriage door. "We'll be back." The door opened and Pierre and Bellis stepped outside. Instantly, hydrokinesis exploded. The assassins surrounding them immediately raised their weapons, looks of horror plastered on their faces. The moment Master Pierre's shoe touched the ground, a terrifying killing intent erupted. The hydrokinesis raged like sharp spears, cutting through the air as it rushed toward them. Wretched screams echoed through the mountains. "Arr, get out of the way!" But his streams of water showed no mercy, sweeping everything away. Meanwhile, one assassin stealthily approached the side of the carriage. Just as he touched the door, another stream of water sent him flying. "Ah!" Seeing that Master Pierre had struck first, Bellis clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Damn it, a step too late again, I was careless." Inside the carriage, Calypso nonchalantly opened Tussa's notebook. "I'll just read this again while they are cleaning up outside." One sentence caught her eye. "The Dragon Duke can use the power of time and space." Calypso froze. The letters seemed to dance before her eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she turned and quietly called Iki's name. Calypso gently took Iki's small hand. Tussa's words echoed in her mind. He had said that Iki possessed the extraordinary ability to cross the barriers of time and space. Although the boy's power was still too immature to perform a complete transfer, there was one thing he could do right now. To do it, Calypso recalled, she had to hold his hands tightly and press their foreheads together. She looked deep into Iki's eyes and said in an earnest voice, "Can you let me see my parents again?" "Just once is fine," Tus had said. "If time and space align, he can show someone the moment and place they long for. Please, let me see them one more time." Iki's eyes softened with sympathy. Immediately after, a brilliant golden radiance burst out, enveloping his small body. "I will help you," came a young but firm voice. In that instant, Iki's eyes returned to their original blue and the scenery around Calypso vanished. She found herself floating in the air of a vibrant modern city. "This place is," she cried out in surprise. Looking down at her translucent hands, she realized this wasn't a true return. Her body was transparent, still in the form of a 3-year-old orca girl. But these streets were all too familiar. "My house is just around the corner." Without a moment's hesitation, Calypso flew toward the house from her memory. Past this flower bed, through that gate, and the house is right there. As the cozy home came into view, her heart pounded wildly in her chest and a surge of mixed joy and fear washed over her. She told herself to suppress her expectations, normally. "My parents probably are not home." But just then, a warm, familiar voice shattered all her doubts. "Honey, I think we forgot to close a window. It feels like a breeze is coming into the house." Her mother's voice replied softly as she brought in a cup of warm tea. "That cannot be. I closed all the kitchen windows. Here, have some warm tea." The sight of the happy young couple entered Calypso's view and tears began to fall. A lump formed in her throat, preventing any sound from escaping. Mom, Dad, inside the house, filled with familiar objects, her parents were chatting happily. Although she could not make out every word, happiness filled Calypso's heart. Thank goodness. She raised a translucent hand trying to touch her father's face. "Thank goodness, my parents are still doing well, healthy and in love with each other. If only I can go back soon." Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying, "Wah wah," came from the next room. Her father, startled, said in a gentle voice, "Oh, our little princess is awake. You stay seated. I'll bring her out." Every one of his words pierced Calypso's heart like a dagger. No, that cannot be right. This has to be a trick. Fragments of sweet memories suddenly revived, sharp as blades. "My daughter, from now on, Dad only has you." What? Just then, her father came out holding a baby girl. His voice was gentle. "Our princess." "Stop crying now," the baby replied innocently. "Ha ha," an explosion went off in Calypso's head. "This is a nightmare." Her father lovingly handed the baby to her mother and asked, "She must be hungry, right?" "It is about that time," her mother replied. The baby also made a sound. "Ow," Calypso muttered in despair. "Even when I was in that world, I considered the worst-case scenario." She moved closer to look at the baby's face. "Ah, she is the spitting image of Mom." A painful memory resurfaced. "Why are you being so negative? She is the child you gave birth to, so of course she is like a clone of you." Back in reality, the father who had sworn to love only her was now gazing intently at another child. "This nose is definitely from you," her mother smiled. and her eyes and mouth are from you." The baby babbled, "Bibo-ehoa," and they spoke about the child with all the affection in the world as if Calypso had never existed in their lives. She called out, trembling, "Mom, Dad, look at me. I have missed you both so much. I endured 60 years to get here." Surely, hot tears streamed down her cheeks. She let out a silent scream. "Have you forgotten me, just because I am not your biological daughter?" Suddenly, her mother looked at the baby in her arms, a hint of melancholy on her face. "Our first daughter would probably be a little older than our princess by now." At those words, Calypso faltered. A glimmer of hope sparked. "That is right, how could they forget me? Mom still remembers me as her first daughter. If I can just go back, the four of us can live happily together." But then her father opened his mouth and his words shattered everything. "Honey, do not bring that up again. That child no longer exists." With that one cold dagger-like sentence, the faint connection between them and her was severed. Calypso's heart turned to ice. "Dad, the one I love more than anyone in the world, the one who loved me more than anyone, is telling you to forget me." Her mother looked up. "But honey, I told you not to bring this up again." "Why, Dad?" Calypso sobbed inwardly. "What did I do wrong? I am sorry. Please tell me what I did wrong. I'll fix it. I'll do anything. I promise I'll be really good." She wanted to run and hug her mother, but her body just passed through her form. "So please do not forget me." And then she heard her mother's faint but firm voice. "I'll try to forget too." Calypso looked up. She screamed in despair. "Why, Mom, Dad, why do you want to forget me? I am still alive. I am healthy. I am right here." As the world of illusion began to collapse, the last few wisps of light from Calypso's form happened to touch her father. He suddenly turned his head in the direction she was standing, and her mother was surprised. "What's wrong?" "It is nothing. I just felt like someone was here a moment ago." He looked closely again, then shivered slightly. "Not like a ghost, but as if C was calling for us." As soon as the words left his mouth, he let out a small pained sound. "Ah." She quickly asked, "You say that, but your heart is hurting too, is not it? C. How could we ever forget her?" Memories of their first daughter suddenly flooded their minds. "Dad, C really loves whales. They are so cool. Mom, I am thinking of majoring in marine biology later." He nodded, his voice hoarse. "Yes, my heart feels like it is being torn apart every time I think of her. How could we ever forget?" Back in the real world, an unusually still air hung around the campfire. Pierre sensed something was wrong. He frowned, looking at Calypso. "You have just returned from a mental journey. If it is painful, tell me," he said gently. "I am fine," Calypso answered in a lifeless voice. "Take a look at your face in a mirror," Pierre said. "It has been 2 days since then, yet your complexion is still so pale." "I guess I am just feeling down," she evaded. "I am going for a short walk in the forest." With that, she staggered away, her small back slowly disappearing into the darkness. Pierre stood up to follow, but Iki suddenly grabbed the hem of his clothes. The boy lightly patted his own chest. Stammered, "Calypso, here, do not worry." Hearing the child's broken words, Pierre understood. "So that child is in great pain right now. Can you feel Calypso's emotions?" Iki simply answered with one word, "Wait." He nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. "I understand, thank you, Dragon Duke." After that, Pierre also went into the forest. In a secluded clearing, he found Calypso. She was standing with her head bowed low, silently immersed in her own pain, looking up at the sky. It was truly dreamlike. The myriad constellations looked like fireflies trapped in the heavens. At the same time, she heard a rustling sound, as if someone was approaching. "After seeing my parents, I kept thinking it could not be true." Just then, the footsteps grew closer. "Of course, my parents loved me so much," she continued to think. I also felt that the inevitable had arrived. The memory of that moment began to surface in the girl's mind, and Calypso was lost in her thoughts. My parents were good to me, but that did not change the fact that I was an adopted child. If they turned their backs on me, I would become an orphan again. That anxiety never once left my heart. No place to return to. Was there ever a place to return to in the first place? Maybe it was all just my own delusion. Then what have I been struggling for these past 60 years? 3 abandonments, 3 deaths, and even the deaths of my brothers and comrades. Calypso rubbed her eyes, consoling herself. This is not the time to be crying. I have to think about the next step. I have nothing now. So I'll just cry until today. Tomorrow I'll be different. Calypso sobbed in endless loneliness. But she was startled by a sudden voice. Even the way you cry is just like me. A man walked out from behind a nearby tree. It was Pierre. Calypso was shocked, wondering how long he had been standing there. Seeing him, she stammered, "Master, I just fell and cried for a moment." She could not finish her sentence, but Pierre wordlessly approached her. Step by step, a gentle current of water instantly lifted her into the air. The child who had not cried even when her face was covered in bruises from a fight. Floating in the air, she looked at her master, her eyes still welling with tears. Crying just because she fell? It was a hard-to-believe excuse, she said. "I guess that was a really poor excuse, wasn't it?" Pierre looked at her quietly and said, "Come to think of it, you are just like me. You never show tears in front of others, only crying when you are alone." Needlessly sharp, hearing his words, she retorted, "If you knew that, you should have just let me cry. There was no need to talk to me, expose me, and point out this moment of weakness," Calypso continued. Trembling in his arms, she suddenly slapped his wrist hard. "Master, just leave me alone. Do not say anything, just pretend you did not see anything." But Pierre did not resist or get angry in the slightest. He simply let her do as she pleased. Only after she had vented her feelings did he open his mouth. "That is not why you feel wronged, is it? It is unfair. No one has lived as hard as you, so why is your life like this?" Hearing that, she burst into tears, crying even louder than before. "Why, I want to live well too." Thinking of her former family, she cried out through her overwhelming sorrow, "I want to be happy too." "You will not tell me what makes you feel so wronged, will you?" Pierre suddenly replied. So what if I create a world where you no longer have to feel wronged? Then your tears will stop, will not they? Hearing her master's words, Calypso abruptly stopped crying. Instead, she was greatly surprised as recalling something from the past. She recalled crying in her father's arms as a child. My daughter, what's making you so sad, even if it was a lie? She remembered the face of the person who had loved her so dearly. That face looked exactly like her master's now. Pierre continued, HMPH Calypso, if you do not tell me I will not know. She turned her sparkling tear-filled eyes toward her master. No, master, you know. Placing a hand over her heart, he thought, even if you only show me this unsightly side of yourself, I will hold you tight and embrace you until the very end. This is what I wanted. Hearing those unspoken words, Calypso was deeply moved. This is not my master, and then she let out the word, Dad. At that, Pierre froze for a moment. In his arms, Calypso stretched out her small arms and pleaded, I am so tired, please hold me. He immediately pulled her into an embrace. Calypso must have felt so warm. Pierre continued, I have been waiting for this day, but this wasn't the expression I wanted to see when I heard that word. His hand too hesitantly came to rest on her small back, and he gently patted her back in comfort. Leaning on his shoulder, she felt so warm. Yes, this warmth was always by my side. In her memories, she saw her master. He had always treated her so affectionately and gently. Well done, countless times without her even realizing it. Does it not hurt just because you are a child? Did not you ask me to fulfill my duty as a father? Master, please give me more time. Protecting you has become a nuisance. Just tell me what you want, Calypso. Others naturally dote on their daughters, so there is nothing strange about it, right? You look tired from the journey? You always come up with something new. I am not like that. I just have to protect you as a father. How foolish. Countless beautiful moments between her and Pierre flashed vividly in her mind. I received love without even asking for it. Just like a dream, he stood silently. Calypso was in her father's arms. Then she recalled acting like a spoiled child, leaving both her father and brother at a loss. Dad, that guy is glaring at me. I'll chase him away. I am leaving even if you tell me to stay. In her daze, another hand suddenly appeared and gently wiped away her tears. Seeing the boy before her, she said softly, Iki. The boy replied, extremely worried. Tears. Calypso was dejected. I do not know, I just want to talk comfortably. At least wipe your familiar's tears. He cried a river because he missed you. Then she took Iki's hand and said, thank you, Iki, you startled me so I stopped crying. If being startled stops tears, I should have just thrown you at a tree. She turned to Pierre and said, Dad, you need to learn how to raise a child all over again. He just cleared his throat and replied, I am trying. Under the flickering flames, will I end up relying on something so uncertain? But this was something almost certain, something I could trust. First, what should I do? Right, I have to raise Iki well. I have given up on going home, but I have to keep my promise to Tous. As she was lost in thought, Pierre suddenly covered her eyes with his hands. He said, do not think about anything. Now is the time for you to rest your mind. She asked herself, really, just for this moment it should be okay to trust Dad and rest, right? Through the gaps between Pierre's fingers a light suddenly shone as brilliant as the dawn. She closed one eye and slightly opened the other as if waiting for a miracle. Pierre spoke again, until you find something else I will protect you. Pierre frowned and asked in a low voice, is there a problem with the carriage wheel? The coachman quickly replied, yes, Lord Pierre. It seems an invisible crack has formed on the axle we replaced after the last attack. We cannot move right away in this condition. Calypso sighed in a corner. She was extremely thrilled, thinking to herself, finally, I am free from that hellish gaze. I thought a hole was going to be drilled into my face. Recalling her brother's face, she thought in annoyance, that damn brother of mine stared at me like that too. It is enough to make me want to die. Hearing the noisy chatter from behind, she turned to listen in. The maids were surrounding Iki, endlessly showering him with compliments. My goodness, the color blue suits you so well. How about trying this accessory we bought in the city? Oh, it does not fit, sister. Calypso quietly moved a little away. The maids' voices still lingered in her ears. Your Grace, may I try putting this on you? It looks wonderful. As expected of the Duke, she recalled the past. Back then they had asked her earnestly, the Dragon Duke? That is a dragon. Is it really, truly a dragon? Calypso had nodded. Yes, this is the Dragon Duke, the maids had exclaimed in surprise. Really? Misa had bravely stepped in front of Calypso. She began seriously. Your ladyship, I am not sure, but this must be kept a secret, right? Calypso quickly replied, yes, that is right. Misa bit her lip, extended her hand and said, thank you for trusting us with this. As you have asked, your ladyship, we will never leak this. She continued firmly, we also wish to earn your trust. Everyone here will swear it to the sea. Calypso sat dazedly on a nearby rock. She sighed and thought to herself, I was about to ask, but they offered first. She glanced at the bustling scene not far away. Biting her lip, she thought to herself, it wasn't for nothing that I noticed them in my third life. She sighed, lost in thought. To live a peaceful life, I would love to have talented people like them by my side. Though a little wistful, Calypso shook her head, dismissing the thought. She smiled with satisfaction, thinking, they are already my people. Then she looked at Pierre and asked in a low voice, how is the carriage wheel? He answered languidly, it can be fixed, but it'll take some time. Pierre stretched lightly, raised an eyebrow at her and said, let us rest for a while before we go. Calypso lay down comfortably on the nearby green grass. She stared blankly at the sky, quietly lost in thought. What nice weather. She sighed, pouted and said, how long are you planning on staring at me? Bellis, who was standing by a nearby tree, retorted calmly, I wasn't, Calypso clicked her tongue. Let us just say you weren't, but stop, you kept staring at me in the carriage too. Finishing her words, she slowly got up, glared at him, and enunciated each word. Do not tell me you want to finish this right now, Bellis continued nonchalantly. You would not be able to beat me right now, would you? Calypso shrugged and answered, sorry, but I'll do whatever it takes to win, she said seriously. If I have to, I'll bring in all my allies to secure a victory. Do not forget that Dad is always backing me up. Bellis frowned and asked in a low voice, if you can talk like this, then why were you like that yesterday? Calypso clicked her tongue and retorted, what business is it of yours? Why are you worried? Bellis nodded. Yes, hearing that, she was momentarily at a loss for words. She could only hear the sound of the wind brushing past her ears, and her hand gently gripped the grass at her feet. She said seriously, Bellis, be clear. Are you an enemy or an ally? Bellis said nonchalantly. Challenge me for the position of family head, Calypso Akiao Dello. Hearing his words, Calypso's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Bellis was composed. You are searching for a goal right now. Do you want me to make you my rival? He continued. To face a perfect heir who is older and has proven skills? Calypso frowned and retorted. Are you just telling me to challenge you and die? Quote. Just, Bellis replied nonchalantly. Standing under the tree, the perfection you speak of, no orca is perfect from birth, he said in a low voice. We are all imperfect. If there is someone who seems perfect in grandmother's eyes, that person will be chosen as the next head of the family. He was serious. I am not making this proposal without reason, Bellis said sincerely. I want to see what you'll be like when you reach my current age. If you are stronger than I was at the same age, I will follow you. Calypso frowned, lost in thought as if she could not understand. Did he take the wrong medicine or something? Is he like this because it is time to take his meds? Calypso sighed and muttered to herself. Whatever, I am tired of being suspicious. She smiled brightly at her brother. She said cheerfully, I'll tell you just one thing. The me at that age will definitely beat the you of today, Bellis replied with excitement. Then all the better. Watching his retreating back, she frowned and thought to herself, he is truly an indecipherable person. But a voice suddenly broke her train of thought. Are you finished thinking? She looked at her father and asked in surprise. Dad, when did you get here? Gradually coming to her senses, she looked around dazedly and asked, when did the sun set? Pierre said patiently. The carriage was fixed an hour ago, he said gently. It has been a while since I told you to rest. Looking at your face, it seems you have found your answer. Calypso asked back in surprise. How strange, how did you know, Dad? Pierre smiled brightly. I can tell from your expression. Calypso smiled radiantly. I am going to become the head of the family. Pierre wasn't particularly surprised. He said nonchalantly, if that is what you want, you can do it. His attitude made her a little dissatisfied. Calypso shook her head. No, I mean that I am going to seize it. While grandmother is still reigning, I will take that position with my own hands and become the head of the family, she continued resolutely. I will definitely take that seat right before her eyes and end her golden age. Pierre, slightly stirred, asked her with interest, is that your revenge plan? Calypso nodded. Yes. Pierre came closer and gently lifted her into his arms. He asked in a low voice, then what revenge will I face from you? Hearing his words, Calypso smiled brightly. I forgot all about it the moment I called you Dad, she thought to herself. Besides, how could I plan revenge on someone who's worried I might be cold? Calypso hugged him and muttered softly, I will always be good to the people who are on my side. Pierre gently patted her and continued in a low voice, good. I am glad you have a clear goal. Calypso said to her father seriously, when we get back there will be a mountain of things to do. Dad, your leisurely days are over. Pierre mimicked her and pouted. How frightening, Pierre asked her in a low voice. Then what's the first thing you'll do when we return? Calypso smiled and said at once, get stronger of course. Bellis sat across from Pierre and Calypso, who was leaning against her father, fast asleep. Bellis asked in a low voice, Father, may I ask my second promised question now? He bit his lip and added softly, have you still not had any strange dreams? He waited patiently for his father's answer, staring intently at him. Pierre shook his head. Not yet, not even once. Not even once, Bellis nodded. I see, Pierre continued, you are always like that. You repeat the same question because you want to know if others have had the same experience as you. What exactly did you dream about? Bellis hesitated for a moment. He said reluctantly, I do not have to answer, do I? It is not like you care anyway. Pierre raised an eyebrow and continued seriously, since you lowered your voice for the sleeping child, I am willing to help you with that at least. Pierre looked straight at him and asked, do you need help? Bellis lowered his head and was lost in thought for a moment. He was quietly lost in thought. Every time he closed his eyes, that voice echoed in his ears. The girl in the dream asked him, what do you think of Pierre Akiao? It was a clear girlish voice. He is a very pitiful person. He lived his life in isolation due to illness and then died, so there is no reason to hate someone like that. If he were still alive, I would have liked to fight him at least once, Bellis thought quietly. I could feel the longing in her. The moment I met that child at the family meeting, it was as if the woman from my dream had appeared before my very eyes. In the dream, Calypso spoke to him with a voice full of greed. Brother, I want a world where aquatic creatures are not discriminated against. At that time, he replied. Of course, I will definitely make it happen. Even if I cannot achieve it in my time, I want to contribute even a little to that future. In his dream, Bellis was lost in thought. His feelings for her were deep affection and worry. She is my family. Calypso did not forget to add one last thing. Do not you dare die before me, brother. At that moment, Bellis woke up from that terrible dream. He shot up and rubbed his eyes to wake himself up. Bellis sighed and thought, Except for the faint voice and the lingering vague feelings, he bit his lip and thought, Calypso thinks I am trying to kill her, but I just wanted to confirm a few things. After a long pause, Bellis answered his father in a low voice, I have no reason to lay a hand on Calypso. Pierre Kiao frowned in displeasure. Why are you suddenly saying such ominous things? Bellis smiled and continued gently. Do not worry, father, I am being sincere. In fact, it is harder to resist the urge to follow that child's words. Pierre replied nonchalantly. I do not know what you are talking about, but it seems you have come to a conclusion on your own. Bellis glanced at Calypso and smiled brightly. Yes, it is only a matter of time, he thought to himself cheerfully. I'll wait patiently until that child proves that she is the same as the woman in my dream, the one I cannot help but follow. As it grew dark, Pierre appeared and spoke coldly. I am going to hunt down and kill every last one of the bastards who participated in this assassination. Calypso, who was having dinner, was at a loss for words. She thought to herself, is it really okay to talk about something like this while cutting a steak? She cautiously looked at her father and said in a low voice, Dad, your expression is too scary. Are you okay? Pierre glared at the steak on his plate and enunciated each word. Of course I am fine. Calypso took a bite of meat and sighed. Okay, I will not complain anymore. She laughed inwardly. Who would refuse when someone offers to take revenge for them? The next day, a mansion belonging to the Orca family exploded. 3 days later, a few weeks later, another mansion burned down. Calypso stood and watched everything. She clicked her tongue and marveled inwardly. What a sight to behold. At the time, she had no idea that this revenge would continue for 2 years. 2 years later, at a middle school, a procession of luxurious carriages slowly entered the school. A small, pretty girl got out of the carriage and walked into the school. It was 5-year-old Calypso Akiao. Calypso sighed and grumbled, I do not want to go to school. A voice came from right beside her. So you are just a normal kid after all. The boy smiled brightly and continued. Hearing you say you do not want to go to school, I am sure of it now. It was 11-year-old Asenlo Akiao. Calypso pouted and retorted, What are you talking about? Of course I am a normal kid. Just then, someone called her from a distance. Your ladyship, your ladyship. The twins, Ruba and Luca, approached the two and greeted them with bright smiles. Good morning, hello, the two children asked in a rush. Your ladyship, have you heard the rumor that another mansion just exploded? This time it was a house of the Jellyfish clan. Calypso nodded. Yeah, Ruba asked worriedly. But what if our house burns down too? Calypso clicked her tongue. You guys will be fine. The twins asked at the same time. Why? Calypso was at a loss for words. Anyway, nothing will happen, trust me, Luca immediately replied. I'll trust you, your ladyship, you are smart. Ruba quickly followed suit. Me too. Calypso thought of her wonderful father. She thought helplessly, because the person who caused all those explosions is my dad. Middle school, 8-year-old alpha class. Calypso said goodbye to the twin brothers. She smiled brightly and waved. You two will graduate from middle school soon with good grades. Calypso, as if remembering something, nodded and added. Oh, and your house will not be destroyed, so do not worry, Luca replied cheerfully. See you later, your ladyship. Ruba waved goodbye. Ruba quietly watched the siblings walk away with a look of longing in his eyes. Asenlo smiled brightly at his sister. Sister, see you later, okay? Ruba kept replaying the image of Calypso smiling brightly and saying goodbye in his mind, and he stood there blankly until his brother called him. Luca asked innocently, Ruba, what's wrong? Let us go to our classroom too. Ruba finally came back to his senses. He was flustered and, oh, right. We have to go to class, Ruba asked curiously. But why has that girl been going to school alone lately? Luca nodded and replied, Yeah, I heard about that a few months ago. I guess it is still the same. What could it be? Meanwhile, Asenlo, who was sad to part with his sister, was clinging to her, shouting and grabbing her. Sister, stay with me a little longer. Calypso was annoyed and shouted impatiently. I'll really let me go. We are both going to be late because of this. Do not you have to go to your classroom, brother? Luca and Ruba are not like this. She could not stand her brother anymore. Calypso shouted, I am in the 5th grade of middle school, and you are in the 3rd grade, brother. Akiao's education system is largely divided into primary and middle school. Primary is a course for children between the ages of 3 and 8, and I also studied there when I was 3. In middle school, promotion becomes more difficult, and graduating is very hard. Unlike primary, where early promotion is possible based on the teacher's judgment, middle school is completely different. Instead, if you graduate from this course, you are recognized as an adult regardless of your age. The average graduation age is between 17 and 18. Last year I skipped a grade and went straight into the 5th grade of middle school. In Calypso's class, 2 cunning-looking children were frowning and looking at her. Even though they were children, they did not hesitate to make sarcastic remarks. How shameless. Some people had to leave here because someone acted as if their life was threatened. It is like they are lying. Calypso heard all of this. She sighed and opened her mouth. Hey, she turned to the 2 kids who were bad-mouthing her. She glared at them with sharp eyes. She enunciated each word. If you have a complaint, why do not you say it to my face? Calypso said bluntly. Are you that angry that your family got into trouble for threatening me 2 years ago? All the students in the middle school class know who was involved in my assassination, Calypso continued coldly. But my father is merciful, so he only dealt with those who were directly involved and burned down the mansion. She glared at them menacingly, and the children trembled with fear and said nothing. Calypso added in a fit of anger. So consider yourselves lucky to still be alive. Just then the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The teacher quickly entered the classroom. He greeted them kindly. Good morning, everyone. Then she paused for a moment and asked, as if she could not understand, "Why is the atmosphere so strange?" The teacher frowned and asked nonchalantly, "Did something happen?" Calypso sat down and answered with a bright smile, "No, nothing happened." The teacher did not ask any further questions and immediately began today's lesson. Calypso was listening to the class, but her mind was filled with complicated thoughts. The school is still in chaos because of my father's revenge, but that is not what I have been worried about for the past 2 years, she sighed and thought. Dad always took his time, slowly dealing with the families that tried to harm me. Because of that problem, I have no way of knowing how my father's illness is now, Calypso was certain. Hydrokinesis will continue to regenerate as long as the body exists, she sighed and thought. But my father's illness is not like that. Once he exhausts his power, he will die as if falling asleep. Her father had explained his condition that way. Before, Pierre had spoken frankly. I am like a weapon with destructive power but a limited number of uses. Calypso bit her lip and thought. A weapon with a limited number of uses, but now that I have decided to stay in this world that will just be a thing of the past, I will not let my father go no matter what it takes. Just then, 2 voices cut through her train of thought. Your ladyship, Calypso cried out blankly. Huh? She stared at the 2 familiar faces standing before her with wide eyes, she thought in shock. I did not sense any killing intent, so I did not even know they were approaching, she asked Luca and Ruba gently. What are you 2 doing here? Luca smiled brightly. It is lunchtime, let us eat together, Ruba continued. I brought a lot of delicious food in the schoolyard. Many children were looking for a place to have lunch with their friends, and Calypso was no different. Luca picked up a piece of food and smiled brightly. Your ladyship, this is delicious. Ruba shook his head, picked up another piece and pouted. No, this one is more delicious. Calypso looked at the 2 pieces of food before her, bit her lip, frowned and thought, I do not like either of them. Even with that thought she stubbornly ate it all, she thought unpleasantly. But I cannot be a picky eater in front of the kids. Luca asked gently. Your ladyship, cannot you go home with us today? Ruba acted cute and continued. Let us go together, you have been going alone every day lately. And then the 2 brothers said at the same time, we are so sad. The pleading look in the 2 children's round eyes made it difficult for Calypso to say anything, but soon she smiled brightly and answered firmly. No, Luca asked sadly in a low voice. Why not? Let us go together. Ruba took her hand. Let us go together. Misa, who was standing beside her, felt that the situation was not good and hurriedly spoke up. Lord Luca, Lord Ruba, if you keep doing this, Calypso turned to Misa and shook her head. It is okay, Misa. Calypso raised an eyebrow and looked at the 2 with amusement. And you 2, Dubu Bubba, if it is no, it is no. Ruba heard that and shouted. It is not Dubu Bubba, it is Ruga Ruba. Luca sighed. You are doing that on purpose, are not you? Luca looked at her affectionately and asked in a low voice, Do you not like us? Calypso's eyes widened and she stared at the boy, then was lost in thought for a moment. She thought, Come to think of it, when I was leaving for the Dragon City 2 years ago, Ruba, he must have realized that I had no intention of coming back. So I guess that is why he is always hovering around me. She raised her hand and gently stroked his head, smiling brightly. Of course not, Calypso continued affectionately. How could I dislike our Luca and Ruba? And then Calypso removed her hand. Luca still longed for that touch. Calypso quickly turned around with Misa and did not forget to wave goodbye to the twin brothers. Luca and Ruba stood there motionless until she was out of sight. Luca turned around and called out in a low voice, Ruba. Ruba nodded. Ha. Luca asked bluntly. Ruba, you do not like it when her ladyship does not go home with us, do you? Ruba answered firmly. No, Luca leaned in close to Ruba's ear and whispered. Then he smiled cunningly and continued. Then let us follow that girl home tomorrow. On her way home, Calypso felt a gaze on her back watching her from behind. She sighed and thought, he is not even trying to hide his killing intent. Does he not know that I already know? She continued to walk forward, lost in thought. For a few weeks he followed me home from school every day but did nothing. Even so, it is still uncomfortable. Calypso had a good idea. She tiptoed up a high staircase and thought cheerfully, Oh, whatever. She walked on cheerfully, and the guy left behind had a flustered expression, not knowing whether to follow or not. She smiled brightly and thought, Follow me if you want to, I am just going home. At home, Calypso quickly opened the door. I am home. Just then she saw Iki sitting on the sofa looking upset. His hands and face were strangely swollen. Calypso hurried over and called out to Iki worriedly. She asked in a flurry, What's wrong, your hands and face? Pierre, who was standing beside him, answered nonchalantly. It is nothing to worry about. He just got burned by some soup. Calypso frowned and asked, Soup? Pierre told her the story he had heard. The maid said she brought some soup because it seemed the child's throat was not well when he was alone. She always brought simple food, he sighed. Iki has gotten better at using a knife and fork, but it seems he spilled the soup when he sneezed. Calypso's heart ached and she took Iki's hands. She asked gently, Iki, did it hurt a lot? Pierre was serious. The child did not even notice. When the soup spilled, steam rose and his skin turned red. He said something shocking. The child showed no reaction at all. He sighed and said seriously, We have to teach the Dragon Duke things more basic than we thought, Pierre added. No, not just how to scream when he is in pain. We have to start with the concept of what pain is. After coming to a Kiao, Iki had learned a lot. He could now use eating utensils, dress himself properly, and his vocabulary had increased. Calypso taught Iki that when he did something wrong, he should make a sullen face and be careful. she thought sadly to herself. But his ability to express emotions, feelings, and personal sentiments still showed no progress. She wondered if the day would ever come when he could express himself on his own. The girl was lost in thought. Come to think of it, Tus was always by Iki's side, as if he could feel his master's emotions to some extent. Calypso thought to herself. Tus showed him infinite love, but despite all of Tus's love, Calypso bit her lip and thought to herself. When I first met Iki, he seemed to have learned nothing. The girl's heart ached as she thought. I asked myself if perhaps the Dragon Duke was originally emotionless. Previously, when Iki saw her cry, he had raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Calypso cried out in surprise. Iki said slowly, tears. Calypso suddenly woke from her daze. She thought to herself, no way, Dad also said we started from the wrong starting line. Calypso's heart softened and she said to Iki in a gentle voice, it is okay Iki, I'll keep teaching you. Pierre looked at the two children with a slightly displeased expression. He then lifted Iki into the air with his power and said in a low voice, stop it. Pierre said with a serious face, this child is all better. Calypso was flustered and hurriedly continued, how could he recover so quickly? Dad, the girl was displeased. Dad, I told you that you should not use your hydrokinesis and should control yourself, Pierre answered nonchalantly. I am fine, do not worry. Calypso was at a loss for words. The girl clicked her tongue. Fine, it is dangerous. Pierre continued nonchalantly, you are just worrying too much. The next morning. At school, Calypso was torn because of what had happened between her father and Iki and could not focus on class. She thought to herself unpleasantly, my head is killing me. The girl thought, I have my own plan for Dad's illness, but educating Iki is harder than I thought. Suddenly, the bell signaling the end of class rang, bringing her back to reality. Leaving the school, Calypso thought dazedly with her bag on her back. What should I do? To make him understand the concept of pain, the only way I can think of is to hurt myself so that Iki can feel my emotions. But is that too violent? The girl was lost in thought. There were only unreasonable people around, so she could not even ask for advice. Dad's training was really light for a 3-year-old. My eldest brother started a fight as soon as he met a 3-year-old. My third brother beat his siblings without mercy, so I really have no luck with people. Behind her, the twin brothers Luca and Ruba spotted her. The two quickly approached. Ruba called out urgently, Prin, but Luca, who was beside him, covered his mouth. Shesh, Luca whispered in a small voice. We decided to follow her secretly. Calypso walked home cheerfully, not feeling anything amiss. The two children following behind also giggled. Thinking they were almost at Calypso's house, suddenly Ruba looked up and saw a man glaring at Calypso with murderous eyes. The boy felt a slight chill and was frightened. The man bit his hand and muttered in a growl, this damn girl, why our family? He glared fiercely at the girl. I'll kill you. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound from the side and looked over quickly, but there was no one there. He frowned and thought to himself, there is not much time left. The days you can run around happily are numbered. He gave a strange smile. He muttered in a low voice, because everything is ready. The brothers Luca and Ruba were hiding in the nearby bushes. Luca thought to himself in fear, your ladyship. The two brothers continued to tremble. Luca now understood the problem. The boy thought in fear, is this why she told us not to follow her? He kept his eyes fixed on the girl, and seeing her move away, he immediately stood up. He exhaled and quickly followed. Only after confirming that he was no longer there did Luca let go of Ruba. Ruba panted and asked his brother worriedly, Luca, did you see that scary person? Luca nodded. Yes, I saw him. Ruba asked curiously, why is someone like that hanging around her ladyship? Is that why she did not go home with us? Ruba sighed. He muttered worriedly, what should we do? Luca, who was beside him, called out in a low voice, Ruba, huh? Luca looked at his brother and said firmly, let us find out who that person is. Ruba watched his brother brush off the dirt and stand up, asking blankly, just the two of us? Luca nodded. Yes, Luca said excitedly. We have to find out who that guy is and tell her ladyship. The boy tried to persuade his brother. Her ladyship fought for us before, right? Luca looked at his brother, held out his hand and said in a gentle voice, this time it is our turn to help her ladyship. Ruba hesitated slightly. The boy looked at the hand his brother had held out. Ruba thought quietly for a moment. After a long while, the boy held out his hand and took his brother's, nodding in response. Yes. A week later at the middle school in Calypso's classroom, Luca and Ruba looked around, but she was nowhere to be seen. Ruba asked in a low voice, what do we do? Her ladyship is not here. We came as soon as the break bell rang. Asen appeared from somewhere and suddenly spoke up. Yes, that is right. Asen startled the two brothers. He asked in a bewildered low voice, did I approach too quietly? Why are you so surprised? Are you looking for Calypso too? Asen approached a girl nearby and spoke to her. He asked quickly, hey, where did Calypso go? Someone called for her earlier, so she went out. Asen nodded and asked back, who called for her? The girl answered politely, Grayson Harrington. Hearing that name, the twin brothers were terrified. They were startled. The two brothers pushed Asen and went to find her ladyship together. Luca hurried. We have to find her ladyship quickly. Asen frowned and asked, what? Who is Grayson? Ruba was flustered. That guy is. Ruba uttered a single sentence that sent a chill down Asen's spine. He is the guy who was stalking her ladyship. On Calypso's side, the girl quietly followed behind Grayson. The girl stared at him intently, quietly replaying their conversation from a moment ago. Grayson had asked the girl, I think we have met before, right? I have something to tell you. Can you come with me for a moment? Calypso thought to herself in silence. This face, it is familiar, but I cannot remember where I saw it. The girl frowned, lost in thought. More importantly, Calypso felt the killing intent that boy had towards her. The girl raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, that guy does not have a good feeling about me. It is the same whether he is looking ahead or at me. Grayson pointed to an empty classroom. The boy said quickly, "This way, it should be quiet enough for us to talk here." He looked at her. "Go in." The girl slowly walked inside. Just as the girl entered, someone rushed at her with a club. Calypso was a step ahead, jumping back and lightly dodging. Another guy continued to swing his club at her. This time too she saw it and lightly dodged, at the same time landing a blow on his body to counter. The two guys behind them rushed in at the same time. Calypso lightly leaped into the air, making the two hit each other. They could not hit her, and the clubs hit the floor. Calypso nonchalantly looked at the terrified expressions of those guys. The girl let out a light breath and heard the sound of the guys locking the door with a chain from the side. The girl raised her eyebrows and muttered, "All right?" The children quickly surrounded her, trapping her in a circle. Grayson, who was standing outside, looked at her and smiled triumphantly. "Got you, Calypso Akiao." He laughed out loud and continued, "How foolish of you to follow me with guys who like to show off their talents like you. In the end, it only reveals your weakness." Calypso answered nonchalantly, "Yes, that is right." The girl looked up at Grayson, raised her eyebrows, and asked in a low voice, "So who are you again?" Grayson was extremely shocked and cried out in a low voice, "What?" He shouted in annoyance. "Do not play dumb. You do not recognize me?" Calypso shrugged and continued nonchalantly, "I usually do not remember people with no presence." Grayson gritted his teeth and shouted in annoyance, "You damn girl." He clenched his fists and his voice trembled. "I should have fixed that habit of biting my fingers back then." The girl recalled what he had said before. "I wondered how you caught the master's eye without any hydrokinesis. I see, you are just a useless nuisance." Finally, Calypso remembered. She thought to herself blankly, "This guy." The girl was lost in thought. "It is that guy from 2 years ago." Calypso looked at him, grinding his teeth in annoyance before her. She thought to herself, amused, "But I still do not remember his name." Calypso opened her mouth. "So why did you look for me?" he quickly continued. Do you know what Lord Pierre did? He kept destroying mansions, including our house." In the past, Grayson's father had grabbed Pierre and asked, "Why are you doing this?" Even though his whole body was covered in blood, he asked firmly, "Will our family's financial support be cut off too?" Pierre answered coldly, "What if it is? What can you do?" Pierre glared at him and enunciated each word. "Did you think you would be safe after touching my daughter?" Pierre opened his mouth coldly. "Even if you are from a branch family, as an orthodox orca, you should know this much, right? An orca never gives up what is theirs." He was extremely angry and used his hydrokinesis to subdue Grayson's father. He opened his eyes wide and said in a cold voice, "And yet you dare to touch my person?" He felt like he was being choked and could not breathe. Behind him, his wife and son were trembling in fear. Grayson hid in his mother's arms and Pierre's voice came to his ears. "I'll give you a month and some expenses, so move out," he said coldly, enunciating each word. "Do not you dare set foot in a Kiao again until the day you die." Grayson's father cried out in pain. "Why do we have to leave? What did we do wrong?" Calypso heard Grayson repeat the story and opened her mouth nonchalantly. "So, my father saved your family's lives and even gave you money. If you want to live, you'd better disappear right now." The children around were scared by her cold and nonchalant attitude. Grayson was no exception. He stammered and continued, "But how can we survive outside a Kiao with just that money?" Calypso frowned and thought helplessly. "What did I just hear? Did they spend the money Dad gave them to leave on something else?" The girl sighed, clicked her tongue and asked, "So you squandered the moving expenses on luxuries?" He shouted loudly, "We could not fit all our luggage in a few carriages and we could not just buy anything." Calypso had nothing more to say after hearing his answer, so she just quietly judged, "Stupid bastards. You are really carp. What orca are you?" A friend behind him came forward, tapped Grayson on the shoulder and said with a serious face, "Stop it, everyone's house was destroyed because of Lord Pierre." Another guy quickly agreed. "That is right." Grayson regained his composure and gritted his teeth. "The reason we are gathered here is," another guy quickly continued, "to teach this girl a lesson she'll never forget." The green-haired guy said excitedly, "Only we can see what happens here. You are not even associated with the primary school, so even if you are summoned to the council, we can finish you with just our testimonies." Another guy continued cheerfully, "And there is a rumor that you have gotten weaker. We have been watching you for a long time," they added, "and all you did was come and go between home and school." The children were certain. "We have never seen you use hydrokinesis. After all these years, you're still stuck in the 5th grade of middle school. A person like you is not even worth our time." Calypso thought to herself quietly, "It is true that I tried not to stand out, just as they said. But that is because I am still by his side. I cannot draw unnecessary attention." The girl sighed and thought to herself, "If they start investigating and tracking my actions on this matter, Iki's existence could be revealed. I cannot let things get out of control like last time." Grayson quickly commanded, "Get her." Hearing that, one of them swung a club at her. Calypso quickly dodged it. As she ran backward, she thought to herself quietly, "First, I have to aim for the clubs those guys are holding." She resolutely kicked and broke them. She thought, "I have to destroy their weapons first." This one move of hers completely flustered the guys and they looked at her with trembling, fearful eyes. The guys could not help but admire her fast and clean movements. They shouted, "Ha!" One by one the wooden clubs were shattered by her kicks and rolled on the floor. Calypso landed lightly. She heard the guys murmuring about her from the side. They held the wooden pieces and opened their mouths in admiration. "How can a 5-year-old girl be so strong? Did you check properly? You said she could not use hydrokinesis, did not you?" The girl looked at the door and was lost in thought in a low voice. "This is enough. Let us retreat." I'll have to break a window or a wall. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling her. Your ladyship behind the door. Luca and Ruba were knocking on the door and continuously calling her. Your ladyship, are you there? Your ladyship. The children in the room started to tremble with fear and hurriedly consulted each other. Hey, what do we do now? Our plan to unify our testimonies is ruined. The other guy nodded and answered, if the primary school gets involved, this will just become like a family meeting, and we'll be at a disadvantage. Grayson thought of something and gave a strange smile. Then he opened his mouth. No, this is actually to our advantage. He uttered a shocking sentence. We can just take those guys hostage. Grayson looked at Calypso, raised the corners of his mouth and commanded, if you do not surrender obediently, we'll have no choice but to beat those guys up and dump them in the back alleys of a kiao. He raised his eyebrows and added, a young white whale disappears in the blink of an eye. You know, he gave a strange smile. Because that place is the territory of the great white shark. Calypso clenched her fists. She thought to herself in annoyance, what is that bastard talking about now? The girl exhaled, looked at Grayson seriously and thought in anger, should I just barge in and destroy all the evidence? The other guy hurriedly objected. No, I do not want to do that, Grayson suddenly shouted. What? That guy said honestly. I only participated because I thought I could hit that girl once. Calypso looked at him and was lost in thought in a low voice. This guy looks familiar. Wasn't he one of the guys there 2 years ago? Are you serious? I have never heard of dragging other people into this, Grayson shouted in annoyance. Isaac, do you think this is not your business anymore, since your family moved out safely? Isaac retorted. That is not what I mean. Just then, Calypso cut in. That brown-haired kid is right. She saw all the children turn to look at her with surprised eyes. She said, the kids outside are different from you guys. Calypso raised her eyebrows, smiled brightly, and continued, those kids are the heirs of the white whale family. She spoke frankly. They sit close to the family head during family meetings. Unlike you guys, if those kids are even a little late coming home, Isaac continued with a serious face, the entire territory will be in an uproar. Grayson was furious. He shouted in annoyance, whose side are you on right now? Isaac shook his head. No, I just. Calypso sighed and thought to herself. Should I take this opportunity to get Luca and Ruba to safety? Grayson saw her catch her breath and assume a defensive stance, then asked, what are you doing now? As she gathered her strength. She thought to herself, I cannot let those two get hurt again. Then she shouted loudly so the twin brothers outside could hear. Luca, Ruba, run. The two brothers outside were surprised and happy to have found her ladyship. Luca and Ruba looked at each other and agreed on a new plan. They shouted at the same time, your ladyship, cutie. Calypso thought blankly, what did they say? She helplessly clutched her head, sighed and thought, these foolish brothers, I told you to get out of the way. Calypso stared at the glass window above, calculating the angle. Outside, the two brothers thought. Her ladyship covered her ears. Right after that, they heard the sound of glass shattering, and soon Calypso somersaulted and jumped down. They cheered with joy. Her ladyship, it is our ladyship. There wasn't much time. Calypso ran, grabbed the two brothers' hands and quickly fled. She urged them on, run faster. Just then, the children kicked open the door and shouted in annoyance. Damn it, Grayson hurriedly commanded. Get them. Luca looked back at them in fear, then back at Calypso. She was focused on leading the two of them out of there. Luca felt a small pang of emotion in his heart. Her ladyship. Luca recalled her image. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking cheerfully to himself. It seems she has no intention of leaving now. Ruba held his brother's hand and smiled happily. I am so happy. He had fallen and could not get up, but Ruba had to slowly rise despite the excruciating pain. Seeing this, the children shouted. One of them fell. Now's our chance. Run faster. Looking back, Luca and Calypso were coming to help him up, but he shouted at them all instead. Run away, your ladyship. Seeing this, she hurriedly reassured him and urged him on. Do not cry. Get up quickly. Ruba was still a little hesitant, but he soon stood up, trembling pitifully. But I am a slow runner. My wound hurts too much. Seeing this, Calypso reminded him. Get up in the time you are sitting there talking. She looked back at a loss. This is bad. I can get him to stand up, but I cannot carry him. We'll be caught right away. Damn it, when is this body ever going to grow? Looking at the two pitiful brothers, Calypso's resolve hardened. I do not want to let these twins get hurt anymore. Having made up her mind, she looked down at the wound on her foot. The more she thought, the firmer Calypso's resolve became, and she gritted her teeth and bent down. Then she turned around and prepared for a showdown. Should I just burn them all? Even if I beat the hell out of those damn bastards, there is still a chance to make up for it. Unexpectedly, right at that moment, a foot was running quickly towards them. Asen appeared, flew in silently and swept the three of them up, running to another place. Grayson was shocked beyond belief at this sight. What? At this moment, Calypso was happy to see her brother, Asen. He also looked back at her and smiled. Little sister. Right after that, he smiled proudly. I appeared right on time. Are not I so cool? Unexpectedly, she got angry and shouted instead, put me down first, I can run too, while running. Asen turned around curiously and asked, what now? Are we just going to keep running? Calypso also answered nonchalantly. Those idiots will surely be busy cleaning up the scene. Hearing that, he said as if he had a plan. Then we should storm the scene and immobilize them. At that moment, in a peaceful and cozy room, Layla was leisurely drinking tea and looking at some documents. As she drank her tea, she felt something was off and asked, why is everything shaking like this? The more Layla thought, the more she felt the shaking of the earthquake grow stronger. Right after that, with a loud noise, something crashed into her room. Layla was sent flying by the impact along with numerous documents. Only then did she recognize who it was and called out, Princess Aqua. She greeted Layla with everyone. It has been a while, teacher Layla. Layla was confused and asked about the current situation. Princess now, Grayson also caught up, panting. Finally caught you, you brats. He continued to spew curses without looking around. You cunning brats, this time I'll beat those twins black and blue. Not only that, but Grayson also sneered at them and said he would abandon them somewhere no one could find. When he looked up, he saw the angry teacher. Teacher Layla. This time it was different. This time the truth was clearly laid out before them, and we went straight to teacher Layla with the evidence. Thanks to Luca and Ruba honestly testifying about what had happened, everything turned out fine. Layla asked the children back. This is the victim's testimony. Do the accused students have anything more to say? What was even better was that the problem was resolved according to Lila's decision. Layla turned around and said, thankfully this matter was resolved well, but from now on, Calypso hesitated slightly. Yes, I understand. After being nagged for an hour, she was exhausted. As she was just walking out, Luca greeted her cheerfully. Your ladyship. They were happy to see Calypso come out, but she saw that his leg was still trembling and injured. Calypso approached and asked, baffled, why did you use hydrokinesis? I told you to run away quickly. Hearing that, Luca explained, your ladyship has experience, but we are still beginners. Ruba also added a few words. So we thought it would be better for you if we participated. At the same time, they did not want to be a burden, which moved her greatly. We do not draw the attention of the adults either, your ladyship. When Calypso did not react, they found it strange and looked around. Right after that, she raised her hand and they looked at her happily. Calypso approached and stroked their heads with both hands, thanking them. Thank you both so much. Unexpectedly, right after that, she changed her tone, making the two of them tremble. But although she was smiling, her tone was very strange. From now on, promise me you will not get involved in dangerous things. Got it, huh? Seeing this, they also answered obediently. Yes, safety education was a must. Just as she finished, she saw her brother standing there and was puzzled. Asin approached and asked, is it my turn now? Seeing this, Calypso waved her hand and called him over. All right, come here. Asin slowly approached, knelt down and waited for her to stroke his head and praise him. Then he looked up and smiled brightly at her. Little sister, it is so much fun to fight to protect others. Let me in on it next time. I am your #1 subordinate after all. The next day, after Luca had helped Calypso out of the carriage, he called her softly, your ladyship. Unexpectedly, Luca suddenly hugged Calypso tightly. She was puzzled and called his name. Luca. He did not let go of her, but simply said in a warm and gentle voice, thank you for protecting me and Ruba today. From now on, we will always be watching over you, your ladyship. Luca also promised Calypso before him, so please wait just a little longer, until we are strong enough. Hearing these sincere words, she also smiled and returned the hug. All right. From far above, Iki saw this scene and froze. She also saw him there and called out, come here. As soon as she called his name, he ran and hugged Calypso tightly. Iki, me too, Calypso. While hugging Iki tightly, he was still lost in a daze. Me too, me too. She was so breathless she thought, I cannot breathe. But despite the discomfort, Calypso remembered what had just happened. He is trying to imitate what Luca and I did when we hugged. He was still hugging her even tighter and kept shouting, hug me too, Calypso. Calypso, hug me too. Looking at this person who kept hugging her, she could tell. Iki is trying to express that he wants me to play only with him. It is like he is jealous. Suddenly, Calypso realized something and thought, wait, jealousy? She was happy to know this fact. If so, this is proof that Iki is feeling emotions. Letting him go, Calypso smiled and told him, I am so glad, Iki. I am so relieved. Iki was also in a good mood after seeing her smile. Calypso laughed. Good. As she was praising him, someone knocked on the door and entered. Iki, you are smiling now. He approached step by step but was slightly stiff. Iki was in a very awkward position and he froze. Calypso called out to him, Dad. But Pierre was angry and putting on his gloves demanded of the two, first, both of you separate. Okay, but she still did not understand anything. But what did I do wrong? Why are you angry? After the matter was settled, she came down and asked, now please tell me, why were you so angry? What happened? He said coldly. Your mother called. Hearing this, Calypso was shocked. Grandmother called. What did she say, Dad? At this time, Pierre also relayed his grandmother's words. You useless son, did you think I would not know? She seemed quite pleased with what you did. She asked why you have been silent all this time and if you really intend to become the heir. After that, he said something that made Calypso so angry she clenched her fists. Of course, I refused. Calypso, if she had not been stopped, she would have rushed at Pierre, continuously hitting and scolding him. I told you a long time ago. That anger is enough now. Dad, you kept pretending not to hear me. What is this? Your youngest daughter said she wants to become the family head and now, Dad, you are trying to become my rival? It is dangerous. Unexpectedly, he hugged her, brought her down and cautioned, sit down and hit me. I'll seat you on the sofa. Just then, Calypso made a slip of the tongue. Dad, do you know what happened to me at school today? The guys who got smashed by Dad. Hearing this, Pierre's expression darkened and he asked in a voice full of killing intent, what? He came closer to her and asked, what did those guys do to you? Tell me in detail. But Calypso pouted, puffed out her cheeks and would not listen. I should throw those guys out of the territory right now. She would not listen and shouted in anger. I do not know. I am not telling you, Dad. The next morning at the mansion, the maids were serving food to everyone. Calypso came down cheerfully and greeted them. Good morning, Misa, your ladyship, she also replied cheerfully. Did you sleep well last night? At this time, Calypso stretched sleepily. Yes, I slept well. At this time, she was still yawning and asked, so how many people died last night? 3 years later. Calypso, a Kiao, 8 years old. Misa answered, pulling out a chair for her. 5 people, your ladyship. Hearing that, Calypso was surprised and asked, "That is 2 more than 3 days ago. Is he in a bad mood?" But this time she was a little concerned. Yes, he must be worried. They will not live long anyway. It turned out that 3 days ago Calypso had reached a dramatic agreement with her father. She continued to hit Pierre in anger. Even if it is revenge, there is a limit. Seeing this, he soothed her. Calm down. But she did not care and continued firmly. More importantly, why are you pushing yourself so hard when you are sick, Dad? Seeing this, he was nonchalant. But they started it first. Unexpectedly, Calypso asked one thing. What are you going to do if you suddenly go to the other world and leave me all alone? But Pierre did not answer and looked at her. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked gently. Are you really worried that I'll get hurt? A moment later, in the sparkling mansion, Calypso turned her head in embarrassment and did not want to say anything. Is not that obvious? You are my dad. He looked at her affectionately and bashfully. Calypso bent down and gently stroked her head. As a father, I should listen to my daughter. So Dad promised to quietly deal with only one family each year. Thanks to that, the surviving Bayan and Sot families have been trying to assassinate me for the past 3 years. But Dad is sick and will die someday soon. They think this game will end if they just kill me. But knowing their own abilities well, the reason those guys act so recklessly is because another rumor is spreading around the mansion. I recalled being asked before. Does this mean Princess Calypso is not actually a genius? I heard she has been stuck in the 5th grade of middle school for 4 years. I thought she was a child prodigy because she skipped grades at such a young age. Maybe it was just a flash in the pan. I think her talent has run out. Do not you think so? It is a pity when I think of Lord Pierre who believed in her so much. The 2 brothers smiled and called out to her. Your ladyship, you do not seem to like drawing the attention of adults, do you, with Dad? And so from then until now only Ruba and Luca have understood my intentions. Calypso finished her reminiscence, put down her teacup and said, The future of the aquatic race does not look very bright. Iki asked her back, puzzled. Why are you suddenly saying that? Did I do something wrong? Seeing this, Calypso felt sorry. Sorry, but she smiled as usual. It is okay, I just kept suggesting it for 5 years, so I am really happy you finally came to see me this morning. Seeing this, she said, at a loss. I am sorry I could not contact you. I did not want to attract unnecessary attention. But she also replied casually, It is fine. I would already guessed your intentions through the children. Hearing that, Calypso smiled proudly and confirmed, Right. Speaking of which, I am glad Luca and Ruba worked so hard to get your attention. To skip a grade into the 5th year of middle school in 3 years and to be at the top of their class for 3 consecutive years, they are truly lovely children. At those words, she drank her tea happily in their stead. As their mother, I am very proud too. Just then, Ilya asked again, But it is true you came to see me. I just did not expect you to confirm it so quickly. At that, Calypso answered confidently. Lady Mila Blois, I have come to give you my answer. Then the girl carefully asked about becoming the head of the family. Is not the only way to inherit it from the current head or to take it by becoming stronger? She also confirmed it again. That is right, but there is one more powerful method. It is to be chosen by the vassals, but she added a small caveat. Moreover, this choice carries a different meaning. You cannot withdraw the declaration or change the already chosen successor. After listening for a moment, the girl cried out again. Wait a minute, then if Princess Calypso fails, it means we are all doomed. At that, Calypso was extremely flustered and asked in a loud voice, Why do you trust and choose me? Recalling that moment, she smiled and looked toward the girl. Suddenly, Calypso held out her hand to Mila and asked for some hints. Because of the golden rule, you cannot reveal the 7 families who have the authority to choose the head, but you can give me a hint, right? Hearing that, Ilya quickly confirmed, Yes, that is right. The girl also rejoiced and waited in anticipation. Then please give me the hint now. Although she smiled confidently on the outside, Calypso thought, Make me the head of the family. Sorry to those who want me to die, but she thought to herself, But my dormant period is over. It is time to act. At that moment, a person from the other side was thrown down with a curse. You useless bastard. This one grabbed his leg in fear and pleaded, Bayan, please give me one more chance, just this once. But he did not care and hit him hard once more. Then he cursed and asked, Not only could you not kill that damn bitch, but you dare to talk back to me? The beating and cursing continued. You dare, you weakling. I'll talk and no action. You think I am pathetic too, do not you? Just then he stopped. As he was about to continue hitting, his hand stopped and he raised his head. The people who had been tied up since earlier were still watching him. The young child, seeing this cruel scene, was terrified and called out in a trembling, crying voice, Mom! Another child did not cry out loud but called with teary eyes, Mom! Even seeing that, he did not let go and asked with murderous intent, Who should be next? Suddenly, a black shadow flickered behind him beyond the window, and the outside was filled with the sound of sobbing. The man's broad back. Rodison stood quietly observing. He clicked his tongue in anger, furrowed his brow nervously, and thought to himself, Damn it, I did not know that kid would break down like that. He recalled how Bayan, after being sentenced to probation 4 months ago, had gradually collapsed and was now completely irredeemable. At that moment, that voice suddenly rang out. Father, it was Bayan. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What did you do while I was on trial at the family council? Rodison was nervous and at a loss for words for a moment. Bayan seemed impatient. Well, answer me. That child had beaten an adult male vassal to death, so his power was clearly growing by the day. If that is really the case. At that, Rodison immediately improvised. He smiled awkwardly and flattered Bayan. I am your father. I'll bring you some new toys that you can beat or stab to death without any consequences. Radisson stood in fear as he witnessed the scene before him. If that kid can vent his murderous desires on other weak shifter children, maybe he'll come back to his senses someday. Suddenly a voice calling from somewhere broke the atmosphere. Honey, two people came together. Hella happily spoke first. You are with Bayan again. The beautiful and slightly cold-looking girl next to her was Liravan. Seeing that, Radisson was slightly flustered and at a loss. What can I do as a father? I am naturally worried, he continued. I need 10 more children from the smaller families, no 15. Hearing that, Hella replied, You have brought too many children again. Her tone was lightly chiding. Did not you say that kid would be fine if you satisfied all his demands? Who knew he would use his power like that? At that moment, Liravan, seeming to have noticed something else, opened her mouth. Father, she asked in a firm and cold voice, how long are you going to leave my brother like that? Hearing that, Radisson was very surprised, sweating nervously as he stammered a reply. Liravan, you grew up sheltered, so you would not understand, but this is how you raise an orca. Liravan, with a blank expression, looked coldly at Radisson, who was still explaining. My brother is just being ruled by his instincts for a moment. He'll return to normal soon, she replied firmly. But father, you have been saying that for a whole year. Liravan opened her mouth again. If he cannot stand up even after being given so much time and so many chances, does not that just make him trash? Even he was a little bewildered to hear Liravan say that. She quietly looked at the man who had just been beaten to a bloody pulp by Bayan. Liravan looked straight at him and said in a tone that sounded interested, and should not he be disposed of? Another time, a few days later at Calypso's mansion. At that time, the girl was sitting enjoying her cake when she was extremely surprised. That bastard Bayan is dead? The person sitting across from Calypso replied. Yeah, I heard that bastard is dead, he continued. I heard he died very cleanly. He leaned toward Calypso with interest. Are not you happy? The shame of the family is finally dead. There is even a rumor that a funeral is being held, contrary to Asen's reaction. The girl just calmly ate her cake and doubted inwardly. To die at a time like this is ridiculous. Bayan was originally destined to die a few years from now. Calypso thought of them. Bayan, Asen, and even Iki. But a few things have changed, so I cannot guarantee that everything will proceed as it used to. Then the girl asked, What was the cause of death? Asen quickly replied. They say it was suicide. Hearing that, Calypso trembled with anger. What a load of nonsense. Seeing the girl like that, he made a sad face. My dear sister, if you get that angry. Asen, who was expected to be scared, was instead very excited. Your eyes are sparkling. My heart is pounding like it is going to stop. Let us have a match. Please. Calypso picked up the cake knife and threatened him with a murderous expression. Do you want to get kicked out? Asen was so scared his body froze. No, I'll be quiet. Is there anything else you want to know? Looking back, there had been no news about Bayan since the family meeting 5 years ago. But it wasn't hard to guess what he had been doing. The weak easily became his targets, bullying the weak, lashing out impulsively. Calypso was certain. Above all, the reason she did not believe he committed suicide was because of those two, Ocula and Radisson. Calypso was lost in thought, speculating. Just a short while ago, Uncle was trying to save Bayan's honor, and now he is suddenly dead. The girl was sure, it is definitely Liravan. Liravan, Radisson's second daughter. An introverted cousin who only revealed her outstanding talent in her third life, she recalled the first time she met that mysterious and eccentric girl. A voice came. Hello, you are Calypso Akiao, right? You have returned to the family this time. The one who had held out her hand first to greet Calypso back then was Liravan. She looked this way and greeted her cheerfully. Nice to meet you. Everything before her eyes was desolate. Smoke was rising and houses were collapsed. If only I had met you a little sooner. Liravan, covered in blood from her injuries. She shouted in defiance, if this damn defect had not suppressed my body, I would have definitely won this battle. Liravan bitterly gritted her teeth and stared at the person before her. The girl wondered, is it because her growth is slow? Calypso also had many wounds all over her body, but she still looked steadfast. Such a big undertaking does not suit someone like you. Calypso recalled that in the final battle, Liravan had proven to be her strongest opponent. Along with Russell, she was a master of cunning schemes and political intrigue. Her combat skills far surpassed the rumors. Those two were truly a great pair. Now she had revealed her true colors earlier than in her past life. Liravan was not an opponent to be underestimated. Calypso was certain. Lost in thought for a moment, the girl returned to reality and asked, When is the funeral? Asen replied. It starts today and he'll be interred in 3 days. Hearing that, the girl got down from her chair. Good, and there is plenty of time. He asked in a fluster. Where are you going? I am coming with you. In another large palace of the Radisson family. At this time, Hella and Liravan were sitting opposite each other inside the palace. She first asked the girl with a calm expression, Why did you kill him? Liravan replied. I thought now was the best time to get rid of him. Besides, she uttered a very cold sentence that hinted at it. Do not geniuses who bloom late get more attention? Liravan asserted. I believe mother thinks the same as I do when you look at my brother. It seems your thoughts have not changed even at this moment. She began to explain her future response. If they hold me responsible for killing the successor they supported, I will prove my worth at the funeral. It is not too late to decide then. Neither of them said a word. The atmosphere fell silent again. Then Hella put down her teacup on the table and finally opened her mouth. All right. Liravan sat with her hands clenched tightly, extremely nervous. Then she decided to get up finally. Liravan held the hem of her skirt and bowed her head gently to Hela. "I'll see you later at the funeral, mother," she rejoiced inwardly. "The moment is finally coming. If I can show my abilities at the funeral, I'll be able to be loved too." A moment later, Liravan left that room. She was walking alone in the palace corridor when she suddenly heard a noisy murmur from ahead. They opened their mouths when they saw Liravan. "There she is." It was the siblings, Asan and Calypso. The girl greeted her with a bright face. "Hi, Liravan." Calypso maintained a cheerful attitude and spoke first. "This is the first time we are meeting just the two of us, is not it? I have been wondering when I should talk to you." Seeing that, Liravan asked back, slightly uncomprehending. "You wanted to talk to me," the girl quickly replied. "Yes," observing her quietly, Calypso thought. "I never imagined you'd actually kill him." Liravan was still slightly wary, wearing an expression of incomprehension. "I do not know what you are talking about." The girl was silent but still maintained a cheerful attitude. Unable to wait any longer, Calypso spoke first. The expressions of both of them changed. "Do not play dumb. You know exactly what I am talking about," the girl asked. "You killed Bayan, did not you?" Hearing Calypso's question, Liravan's expression was one of slight surprise. The girl praised her. "Liravan, you are really pretty, your voice is lovely, and you are good at acting," she thought to herself. "Is it not over yet?" Calypso continued. The girl evaluated Liravan's abilities. "You are very strong." Calypso raised the corner of her mouth inwardly. "I am very used to this kind of situation." The girl turned and stood confidently facing Liravan. "You have the same illness as my father." As she said that, Calypso also wondered inwardly. "I have had this thought in my past life. If Liravan had revealed her power when she was young, how would our fight have ended?" Levi, with both arms full of books and documents, chided in an annoyed voice. "Stop talking about such terrible things. Why do you keep talking about dead people? You sound like an ex-lover who cannot move on." "Ex-lover?" Calypso, who was lying below, simply replied. "I won, so I am just curious." She placed a hand on her forehead, tilted her head, and opened her mouth. Liravan revealed her power at 16 and made everyone see her differently. She threw herself into numerous battles. The girl had probably thought about this quite a lot. If she had solidified her position as the heir early on, she probably could have fought me in a better condition. In short, in the third battle, Liravan was already out of power. At the present time, Calypso realized that this time, since Liravan had started her act earlier, she had probably become stronger than she remembered. But the girl still thought very cheerfully and positively. "Still, she will not be a match for me." Calypso smiled brightly. "I just wanted to say hello today." Then both she and Asan turned and left, leaving Liravan standing there alone. "Since you are smart, you must be wondering about the purpose of this visit." Calypso quietly analyzed the typical symptoms of the illness that her father and Liravan suffered from. Possessing extraordinary power, but the number of times that power can be used is limited. And once the uses are depleted, the patient can die instantly or fall into a vegetative state. She was lost in thought, but this incurable disease could still be treated. It was just that a cure had not yet been found. It would probably be quite difficult to find a cure. At this time, two people were walking outside the palace. Asan followed along, constantly wondering, did Liravan really kill Bayan? Why are not you saying anything? When Calypso did not answer, he continued to chatter beside her. "Hey, just answer me, is Liravan really that strong? I thought you were going to fight her. Why did we come back without doing anything?" At Asan's successive questions, the girl decided to confirm. "Yes, Liravan killed him." Asan was delighted. "You finally answered." Fearing the girl would be annoyed, he explained sincerely. "I mean, it is good that the bastard Bayan is dead, but I never thought he'd be killed by Liravan." Calypso replied. "She is very strong. You must have felt it too, brother," the girl asserted with conviction. "If Liravan were to dedicate her life to fighting, almost no one could stop her." Hearing that, Asan cried out in surprise. "What?" Calypso chided him for being too loud. She asked him with a troubled face. "Why are you so shocked?" Asan explained in a fluster. "How was I supposed to know she was that strong? We have never even fought." Then he put a hand on his chin and was lost in thought. "So was it a lie that she had an incurable disease?" Calypso answered calmly. "It is true that she is ill." She recalled what Liravan had said when they fought in the past. "Do you think I should just give up and die because I have an illness?" How ironic, Calypso realized. That with a strong will and desire to live, one could even overcome death. Suddenly, Asan turned to her and asked, "Then what about you? Can you beat her?" As if she had heard something ridiculous, Calypso frowned, then soon broke into a confident smile. "What do you think, brother?" Seeing her reaction, he marveled, his eyes sparkling. Asan did not give up and cheerfully proposed, "So that means you can win, right? Let us have a match," Calypso said, as if she had lost her patience. "Let us go see Iki." Asan's pleading voice still echoed inside the palace. "Fight me, please. I am begging you." Calypso walked on in annoyance and shouted at him, "Stop it. I am being serious. If you—" Before she could finish her sentence, she opened the door and found him right in front of her. "Iki, I told you not to wait in front of the door." Calypso worried inwardly that he could have been hurt. Iki just called out Calypso. Seeing her, he happily opened his arms, asking for a hug. "Calypso," the girl replied. Yes, let us go inside." As soon as they stepped inside, Calypso looked around and asked, "Where's Dad?" He answered innocently. "He went out." The girl smiled brightly, fixed Iki's scarf and suggested, "I wonder where he went." Do you want to go to the window and wait? At this time, Essen stood in a corner quietly watching the two and thinking to himself, little sister, that kid would do anything as long as he could be by your side. He does not even care when his master is gone. This is the conclusion I have reached after observing him for the past 5 years. A moment later, Iki was lying obediently on Calypso's lap. The girl gently stroked him. For the past 3 years, Iki's language skills had improved greatly. For someone living with such a taciturn father, it was remarkable progress. Seeing him happy made Calypso happy too, she thought to herself. Since that day, I have focused on teaching Iki emotions. Iki opened his mouth. I like Calypso. Teaching him emotions is going quite smoothly. Iki likes to follow me. It is like the phenomenon of a duck following the first thing it sees as its mother. He probably thinks I am his mom. But there is still one thing that bothers me. Something very terrible and frightening. Iki cannot leave this mansion. Calypso recalled what Pierre had said in the past. Being confined in a place built to kill you is of course completely different from being in a place you believe is safe with people you can trust, she thought to herself. Dad tried to help me solve this predicament. Iki had trusted her too. Calypso, you have to help the Dragon Duke. I am only trusting you. I repeated Tussa's words, lost in thought. Calypso's hand suddenly came to rest lightly on his soft hair. Iki looked up at her, bewildered. Calypso promised, Iki, do not worry, I will definitely return you to Tus. I will make sure that both you and Tus can live freely. Suddenly the door opened and someone entered. A man's voice echoed, I am back. Seeing him, Calypso was delighted and immediately asked, Dad, where did you go? Pierre answered gently. I just went to the mansion's basement for a moment. I found one more spy. Looking at the Dragon Duke, Calypso admired. Then you'll have to take good care of him. Meanwhile, right at that moment in the basement, a servant was putting another spy into a hypnotic state. Pierre quickly approached and hugged Calypso. Iki sat blankly watching her and thinking to himself, if I go back, I'll have to part with Calypso. He felt a slight pain. Why am I looking at Calypso like this? A conflict arose in Iki's mind. I want to meet my kind again. But why do I have to part with Calypso? He asked himself with a desperate heart. If I could eliminate all the barriers between us, could I stay by Calypso's side forever? Asen quickly noticed and reminded Iki, you are really not in your right mind. Seeing his dismissive expression, Asen was helpless. You are not even looking at me while I am talking, Asen gently reminded him. Girls do not like guys who are crazy clingy. What are you going to do if my sister gets a boyfriend one day? Seeing his disgruntled expression, Asen was flustered. Why are you looking at me like that? I'll stop looking at Iki like that. Asen gave up and thought to himself, good luck, little brother, I cannot win against someone who will not listen. Meanwhile, Calypso asked Pierre about Bayan. Dad, did you hear the news about Bayan? He immediately replied, I heard. We have to attend the funeral in 3 days. Hearing that, Calypso was delighted and hugged him tightly. Good, that is very good. Then there will be enough time. Hugging Pierre, she could not hide her satisfied expression and sent a message to Liravan. Liravan, I am truly sorry, but I am about to clip your wings. 3 days later, on the day of Bayan's funeral, everyone attended his funeral dressed in black. At this time, everyone in the chapel was shocked by the scene before them. It was none other than Calypso's family. Not far away, someone was quietly watching them. It was Atlan, who looked almost identical to Bayan but had red eyes. The three of them slowly walked inside together. As they were walking, Asen suddenly bowed his head to Calypso. He whispered, Hey little sister, you felt that gaze too, right? It is our second brother. The girl cut him off. I know, but I do not know why he is suddenly staring at us like that. That person is Atlan Akiao, my second brother. He is known for being hot-tempered and violent. Suddenly, Pierre opened his mouth. I will go get some flowers. He caressed Calypso's face and carefully instructed her. If anyone starts a fight with you, make sure to tell me later, the girl said to him blankly. Pierre smiled at Calypso. I am glad I can handle it in the way you want. Then he turned and left, leaving the two of them behind. Asen opened his mouth, unable to understand. I just cannot understand why Master has changed so much, the girl answered. Everyone changes. Suddenly, a murmuring sound was heard and one phrase entered Calypso's ear. That kid is really audacious. How can she come in so shamelessly? Everyone around looked at the two with discriminatory eyes. She must think she is something special just because Lord Pierre has her back. If it weren't for that kid, Lord Bayan, I believe even that verdict was the result of a cunning plan. Is not she being unusually quiet these days? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps running toward her was heard from a distance. A moment later, with a loud thud on the floor, someone screamed in pain. As Asen was flustered and held out his hand to help, the boy was startled. Ouch! Calypso was also troubled. I guess Asen startled him. Are you okay? The boy opened his mouth. That is why I told you not to stand so close behind the ladies. Ruba, before them stood two twin boys with bright blonde hair. It was Luca and Ruba, 12 years old. Luca put his arm around his shoulder and teased the princess. Ruba is a fool. He always forgets, Ruba answered unhappily. Did you just call my brother a fool? Dobby Bubba is here too. Seeing that, the girl also teased the two brothers. Dobby Bubba is here too. Give us a break, the two shouted at the same time. It is Luca and Ruba, Calypso said cheerfully. I am glad to see you two are studying hard. Keep it up, Luca teased the princess. You talk just like a grandmother. As they were talking cheerfully, a cold aura suddenly emanated from nearby. The girl glanced sideways. Standing before Calypso was Atlan, glaring at her with his red eyes. Move, the three of them looked at each other without a word. The girl quietly felt the sound of his heart. It was the sound of Asin's heart wanting to knock him down, knock him down, knock him down. Calypso thought to herself, if the old Atlan had acted like this I would have given him a taste of my own fists, but now I have become much more merciful. The girl judged for herself. Besides, to be honest, no matter how much I think about it, Atlan does not exist in the future I am aiming for. Then the girl's expression changed. Calypso raised the corner of her mouth and provoked him. Move, why should I, she thought. But that does not mean I'll just let everything slide. Calypso boldly confronted Atlan directly. It is not like you have nowhere to go, so why are you doing this? Hearing that, he became slightly agitated and clenched his fists. The girl saw that and sneered. Are you going to hit me? Calypso looked at Atlan with sparkling eyes and provoked him. Go on, hit me if you have the guts. Atlan's face was about to explode, filled with a heavy killing intent. Calypso was slightly surprised. Why did his magic power disappear? Atlan said nothing more and quietly turned to leave. Just from his footsteps one could feel the anger he was suppressing. Watching his retreating back, Essen curiously whispered to the girl, what was that about? Why did not he attack? Calypso could not understand either. Who knows? In a secluded place outside the palace, Ocula stood on a podium giving a speech. The reason we are gathered here today is to honor Anicap. Everyone was listening attentively. She continued. The aquatic race does not serve a particular god. To them, what is more sacred is the source of life, the sea. Only those who die normally or are sacrificed in an honorable duel can return to the sea after death. So today we will bid farewell to a warrior who will return to the embrace of the sea forever. The surroundings were decorated with lavender branches. Orca Anicap. This funeral was to acknowledge that Bayan was sacrificed as a true warrior. Suddenly a small hand was raised. Grandmother, I have something to say. Ocula immediately agreed. Very well, my child, I will gladly listen to you today. But if everything you say is nonsense you will have to take responsibility, the girl quickly replied. Of course, grandmother. With her hand still raised, Calypso opened her mouth with a bright face. Although this is a solemn occasion, I must say this. Seeing her grandmother recalled the past. She is just like the day she first attended the family meeting. Seeing Ocula's attitude, Calypso was satisfied and thought to herself, that is right, grandmother. You will grow to like me more and more. Because until I surpass you, I will become the perfect heir you expect. Then the girl continued, Grandmother, we have gathered at this funeral to honor a warrior who was sacrificed for the sea. Calypso did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. But if Bayan's death was not so honorable, would not the meaning of this funeral be tarnished? Everyone in the room began to murmur. Radisson shot up and got angry. What are you talking about right now? It was easy to see that this funeral was originally Liraven's debut stage. You are the one who won the duel with Squill. Calypso recalled her opponent from a past life. It was Sote, but she was the type of person who would not hesitate to trample on her brother's grave to reveal herself. Calypso opened her mouth firmly. Anicap was murdered. There was not a shred of honor in his death, so there is no reason to hold such a grand ceremony. Ocula's expression did not change. She calmly asked the girl back. Do you have proof? Calypso quickly replied. Yes, I do. Then the girl held out a blue bottle in her hand. This is blue coral poison. Calypso had carefully investigated beforehand. I found it in the pile of trash that the servants threw away. When I asked, they said it was trash from Bayan's room. It seems my uncle ordered them to throw it away. Suddenly, Essen whispered into Calypso's ear. When did you find something like that? The girl answered confidently. Nothing is impossible. Suddenly a voice rang out. I object. The person who spoke this time was none other than Liraven. I feel the same way. I apologize for interrupting this solemn ceremony, grandmother, but I cannot just stand by and watch my brother's honor be tarnished. Ella sat in a corner quietly observing the situation. Anicap, my brother really took his own life after losing a duel, because I am the one who defeated him. Liraven placed a hand on her chest and boldly declared. Ocula was not yet convinced. That child may be a little slow, but I find it hard to believe that you could have defeated him. You will have to prove your power. Immediately, a huge beam of light shot out from the girl's body. At some point, Calypso was in Pierre's arms. The girl opened her mouth and commented, Dad, is not that kid amazing? He just replied, Not really. Calypso was puzzled. Why? Pierre turned and looked down at his daughter. The best genius I know is right here, so what more could surprise me? He is so biased. Seeing that, the girl gave a bitter smile. He is so biased. Calypso accepted it happily. Then it would not be bad to keep that favoritism forever. After witnessing Liraven's power, Ocula admitted, Interesting. I am not curious why you hid your skills, but you have certainly proven that you are stronger than Bayan, the girl said politely. Thank you for believing me. Liraven quickly got back to the main point. What I want to say is that with this much power there is no reason for me to use poison. The sound of people whispering was heard. That is right, if you can win with strength there is no reason to use something like that. The girl turned towards Calypso. More importantly, if she wants to make an accusation, Calypso must prove one more thing. Either that the bottle really came from my brother's room, or she must bring a witness, the mysterious figure who had been watching the servant from behind. Hearing that, Calypso thought to herself, even if there is a witness I will not bring them. The girl had her own plan from the start. The poison was only ever bait. Someone asked Liraven, in that case we just need to perform an autopsy on Bayan's body, right? Hearing that, she froze for a moment. Liravan did not answer. Her eyes were lost in thought as she thought to herself, if it is grandmother, she'll know just by looking. Oculo remained expressionless. Was the duel between Bayan and Liravan truly a fair one? She questioned Bayan's death. Was it not just a meaningless murder? As she continued to pursue her opponent even after they had surrendered, Liravan shot Calypso a hostile, unfavorable gaze. The girl, in contrast, wore a confident expression. Last time you said you could not reveal the 7 families who have the authority to choose the head of the family because of the golden rule, but you could give me a hint, right? Elia asked back with interest. All right then, tell me, which family has the most eyes and ears in the mansion? Is it the ones everyone ignores? The Herring clan. Not only do they have deep ties with other races, but they also have an outstanding fertility rate. Plus, thanks to their absolute loyalty, they are the race most often chosen as servants. To delve deeper into their character, the Herring clan may seem weak, but they possess telepathic abilities. If both sides agree, they can exchange any information, Calypso wondered as she chose her items. That is amazing. Then how much influence does your sister have? Someone cut in. Din is really famous, she said humbly. No, I am not, Din smiled shyly. I only contact my brother, and my brother is the heir of the Herring clan, Calypso recalled. Thanks to an unexpected connection I met him. The girl listened intently to the blonde man's story. I heard from my sister. She said that if we followed you, even weak shifters like us could live without worry. Calypso thought to herself that she had succeeded in bringing the Herring clan to her side sooner than expected. Now their eyes and ears are a weapon for the succession struggle. She judged that it was common to lose one's life in the fight for succession, as scheming and intrigue were permitted. In fact, that man Rodison also had a complaint against the girl. Despite their crucial role, no one acknowledged their existence. Even Hela, who looked so elegant and noble, was using the shifter's special abilities. Calypso was satisfied. Thanks to that, all the information collected by the Herring clan came to her ears without any effort. Calypso quietly asked the mysterious figure, "Did you witness Bayan's death?" She answered immediately, "Yes, yes." Ea could not even stand properly, and spoke in a trembling voice. A scream echoed through the corridor in the middle of the night. It was Bayan. He was clutching one injured arm with his other hand, his whole body covered in syrup, unable to even stand properly on his legs. "Do not kill me, I already surrendered." Bayan limped, trying desperately to escape. She recalled that Liravan had stabbed him in the back. Calypso was certain that what she had obtained in this way had now become a weapon for her. The girl explained cheerfully, if it was an honorable duel as Liravan said, no poison would have been detected in Bayan's body, nor would there have been a wound on his back. Even after a long debate, Oculo was still listening very calmly. Then a smile suddenly appeared on her lips. "It has been 20 years since I have turned over a corpse." At those words, Rodison was startled and proposed, "Mother, be quiet." Ignoring his words, she turned away sharply. "Be quiet, you have no right to speak." Right after Rodison did that, Oculo went directly to Bayan's coffin to check. She sat for a moment, watching as Oculo turned Bayan's body this way and that, examining it, until she found 3 wounds on his back. Suddenly, Oculo called out, "Liravan Akiao." She flinched as her name was called. She looked at Liravan with eyes full of killing intent and warned in a growl, "How dare you smear my face and do this?" Suddenly, the surrounding air grew colder and colder. A fierce wind blew. It must have come from her power. Pierre quickly put up a protective barrier. Calypso opened her mouth innocently. "Grandmother is just pretending to be angry, right?" He just replied softly. "Yes," Pierre continued. "If Mother were truly angry, that little girl would not have survived. Perhaps Grandmother favors her because of Liravan's power." At that moment she felt as if her whole body was collapsing, and her legs gave out, unable to stand properly. As she trembled in fear, Oculo rushed towards her, calling out loudly, "Liravan Akiao." Sensing the situation was not good, Hela immediately spoke up. "I am sorry, it is all my fault, but I swear we never intended to deceive you, Mother. This was supposed to be a place to reveal all the truth." Her face darkened with anger. "Are you saying you have been deceiving me all this time?" Hela defended Liravan with all her might. "No, Mother, in fact my daughter's duel was to punish my son for disgracing the Orca family." She told the story of how, for the past 5 years, her son had secretly taken children from other shifter families and brutally tortured them to death. "To think he was still alive. Do I really look like a fool to you?" Hearing that, even Calypso was surprised and thought to herself, to distort the facts like that? Then Hela spoke again. "I have a witness too." She immediately shouted loudly, "Ain Navera." He was startled and flinched. Hela revealed, "He is the one who abducted the children and brought them to my son." He was greatly shocked at being pointed out. "Navera, you swore on the honor of your children to tell the truth, so now reveal the truth as promised." Navera hesitated. Hela could not wait and shouted, "Hurry up." He admitted that everything Hela had said was true. "I abducted children around 3 or 4 years old and brought them to Bayan." Everyone murmured. Hela continued her story. "When Liravan won, you were afraid that your complicity with Bayan would be revealed, so you stabbed Bayan in the back a few times, killing him, and promised to cooperate with us and confess everything. Am I right?" Navera admitted with difficulty. "Yes, that is right. It is all lies. A classic example of cutting off a loose end." Calypso was displeased. "You'll meet the same end." Hela tried her best to persuade Oculo. "Mother, my daughter wanted to stop this tragedy, but she is still young and could not express her thoughts clearly. Once again I apologize on her behalf." Calypso was angry and hugged Pierre tightly, then commented, "Grandmother will probably punish them lightly and end everything here." Without a valid reason, grandmother would not kill such a talented person, he marveled. You know grandmother so well for your age. In the girl's mind, now that she thought about it again, the criteria for grandmother who follows the law that only the strong survive. Choosing the 8 families were quite vague. The 7 families are promised a hefty reward if they choose the heir, Calypso wondered. What is the reason for a small family like the Herrings to be on that list? A moment later, she heard people whispering from below. My goodness, to think they would just throw away the deceased coffin like that. They must have angered their master, so there is nothing they can do. Yes, since Liravan wasn't harmed at all, is not it a good ending? Calypso had a sad expression, slightly disappointed. As expected, grandmother did not punish Liravan severely. She stood defiantly before Calypso, glaring at her. But Liravan's debut stage was completely ruined. That alone satisfied her. Asen, let us go. Pierre quietly observed Calypso, then suddenly said earnestly, I always know your location, so if anything dangerous happens, call me whenever you need to. The girl was embarrassed. Dad, I am 8 years old now. I can solve my own problems, so do not worry. At that time, only Liravan and Calypso were there. Liravan turned her head and asked the girl first, You planned all of this, did not you? Calypso Ikiao, she answered nonchalantly, but her tone was tinged with mockery. I thought you would fight back more fiercely, so this is quite a surprise. Then Calypso continued, I should thank you. I did not like that Bayan fellow either. Liravan listened to the girl's words bitterly. I wonder if Bayan will thank me for this. After all, I revealed the truth about his death. She asked back, How did you know? Just how much did you think about it? Calypso laughed cheerfully. Liravan, if you say that, you'll reveal your true intentions. The girl threw out a provocative remark in this situation. You should have acted more shamelessly, as if you had a trump card you have not played yet. Calypso quietly evaluated her. Liravan is still young, but a precious talent like her cannot die easily. I learned this painfully in my past life. The girl recalled the battle from that time again. If she had not lost her strength in the succession struggle, we could have easily won the war against the land shifters. So in this life I must focus on protecting her talent as much as possible. Calypso continued. I am sure you have a lot you want to ask me right now. At this moment the girl had completely taken the initiative and was superior to Liravan. How did I know about your debut plan? When did I start this plan? And most importantly, how did I find out about your illness? Calypso got straight to the point. You want to become the head of the family, do not you? Then the girl giggled with amusement. But you cannot beat me. Hearing those words, Liravan seemed to be filled with anger. Stop playing around. It is true you are stronger than me, but that does not mean I am completely powerless. Got it? Seeing her reaction, Calypso sneered. Yes, this is more like you. In the past, you chose death rather than submitting to me. Calypso judged that she would only yield when faced with overwhelming power, just like before. The girl laughed cheerfully and made a bold demand. Liravan, submit to me. Liravan clenched her fists and vehemently objected. You may be stronger than me, but that alone is not a reason for me to follow you. Suddenly, Liravan's gaze froze as if she could not believe the sight before her. She had never imagined that Calypso could shatter a large area of land with just a few light waves of her hand. Liravan was truly frightened by the girl. Calypso's voice had now lost its amusement and was filled with killing intent. All right, this time I'll phrase my question more clearly. Calypso looked at her with sharp eyes and raised the corner of her mouth in amusement. Come under me or die. At that moment, Liravan could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, her mouth wide open in shock. The two faced each other without a word. Seeing she was frightened, Calypso teased her inwardly. Do you really think I would kill you? But it is true that I am planning to break Liravan. The girl looked at the woman before her and once again recalled the past. My biggest regret in my past life was not having Liravan by my side. I am sure some people wonder why I chose Liravan of all people. Yes, Asen was displeased. He kept grumbling. Why Liravan and not me, your older brother? The girl explained inwardly. I have my reasons. In the previous story, a hand held out before her. Welcome back, Calypso. In the third confrontation, when I had almost died and returned, the only one who welcomed me was Liravan. The two spent time together. It was Liravan who spoke first. All things considered, should not we call each other friends? Calypso felt that thanks to Liravan, she could remember her ordinary days on Earth, albeit for a short time. She asked herself, sometimes I wonder if I had an ordinary friend, would she have been like her? Suddenly, not everything went as I wished. At that time, Liravan's attitude was completely different. Do you really believe that? She looked at Calypso with syrup smeared on her lips, sneering. I was just using you, you fool. Everything passed and my heart seemed to grow heavier. Those syrup-stained shoes from that time were probably deeply etched in her memory. Calypso felt genuinely sorry. Even though she mocked me like that, I truly regretted it when she died. Returning to reality, Liravan did not obey meekly. She continued to refuse. Am I crazy? Why should I side with you? Calypso delved into Liravan's problem. Do not you want to cure your illness? The girl continued to persuade her. Come on, Liravan. Calculate with that smart head of yours. If you are with me, you might not become the head, but you can continue to live. Calypso smiled brightly and painted a picture of a future life. And you can enjoy life without worrying about your illness. The girl recalled inwardly that that day was the first time she had seen such a strong will to live in her eyes. She thought, do you think I do not want to live? But a life forgotten by everyone is much scarier. At that time, I wanted to see her wish come true. Liraven asked back as if she could not understand. Then why are you causing trouble for yourself by recruiting someone with as many flaws as me? There are plenty of people who are healthier and stronger than me. Calypso sneered comfortably and said, there is no need to talk at length about how I feel, because I think you'll like my plan. She did not understand. Plan? Calypso saw that and explained. Liraven, if we fight each other, it will only benefit grandmother. It is good to meet your parents' expectations and become the heir, but what will you do after that? Liraven gripped her skirt tightly, looking slightly uncomfortable, and said, you talk too much. What is your plan? As if she had been waiting for this moment, Calypso gently smiled with confidence and declared boldly, I am going to drag grandmother down. Hearing that, Liraven was greatly shocked. She asked back, what, you? Do you really think that is possible? Unlike Liraven's reaction, the girl just replied cheerfully, why not? She was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the sound of a carriage running steadily on the road could be heard. Inside the carriage were Liraven and Hela. She just sat quietly, listening to what Hela said. You said you would prove your abilities at the funeral, she continued without looking at Liraven. I think the fact that I protected you is the clearest answer. Your father saw your power and accepted it. Then Hela uttered a chillingly cold sentence. He may not be like your flaw, but he is of no use. Hearing that cold evaluation from her, she recalled Calypso's previous proposal. Join my side. Liraven, let us cure your illness and bring down grandmother. Think carefully about my proposal. Liraven had not answered her, and they had just sat in silence. A week later, in a grand and splendid palace, Pierre opened his mouth. You seem to be in a good mood. Calypso, happily reading the newspaper in her hand, answered. Of course, today is one of those rare, wonderful days. He asked again, curious. Did something happen? The girl confessed without hesitation. One of my wishes has come true. Calypso talked about what had happened that morning. Liraven's probation period is over, and I have received her reply to my proposal. The girl could not hide her excitement after reading the letter. The reply made me very happy. I have gained a new subordinate. Suddenly, Calypso held out her arms to Pierre and suggested, Dad, give me a hug. The girl worried inwardly. And now I need to hear Dad's answer too. Calypso tried to persuade him. There is something very important to discuss. I need your answer today. Pierre lamented in distress. Why are you pinching my cheek while you talk? Then Calypso sat down and asked Pierre, Dad, have you ever thought about wanting to live longer? Sunlight streamed into every corner of the room, and a quiet silence hung in the air. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he opened his mouth softly. Of course, every day. Pierre took the girl's hand that was on his face and continued, ever since I met you. Seeing his reaction, Calypso was pleased and satisfied. That is a real relief. Now I can save you with peace of mind. A short while later, it was already dark outside. Moonlight shone in every window. As Calypso was leaving with her bag, Pierre suddenly opened his mouth. I know what you are worried about, but do not overthink it. He gently reassured the girl. The power I used to eliminate the branch families will not affect you. Calypso retorted a bit sharply. You are really sharp, Dad. In any case, since I am not running away anymore, you need to conserve your strength too. Pierre reminded her. Did not you prove that quite clearly last week when you shattered the ground? The girl was embarrassed. You do not have to say it so bluntly. Getting back to the point, Pierre cleared his throat and asked again. So if you are not running away anymore, what do you plan to do now? Hearing that, the girl smiled. Calypso thought to herself. A way to cure Dad. To be precise, the person who can save Dad has not appeared yet. It is probably some mysterious boy. But that is over now, yes. Calypso gripped the straps of her bag with both hands, took a ready stance, and answered cheerfully. I am waiting for someone. Gentle sunlight shone on the palace. Inside the antique corridor, a hand reached for a teacup. Do we really have to meet like this? Liraven lightly lifted the cup to savor it. Calypso was confident. Finally, Liraven has become my subordinate, she asked as she added a sugar cube. You weren't followed, were you? The one who was asked answered. No, I wasn't. The two of them chatted like that. We checked on our end too. There was no one. Are you doubting my skills right now? The girl answered. I am not doubting you. I just do not think you fully understand how many special techniques the master of the aquatic race has, Liraven retorted sarcastically. You are something else. The girl paid her no mind and asked. So what's the purpose of this meeting? You are going to continue pretending to be a candidate for succession. I do not quite understand, she asked back, her eyes wide. Do you mean I have to pretend I have not given up on the position of family head yet? She quickly got her answer. That is right. Putting down her teacup, Liraven had to admit. To divert grandmother's and my mother's attention, right? You are sharp as expected, Calypso answered immediately without hesitation. I like that. Inwardly she knew Hela's ambition was too great. She was experienced, had a deep understanding of the various powers of the shifters, and was also a member of a branch family. She could use hydrokinesis. If she had been born into the direct line of the family, she would have been a formidable opponent. Of course, I have no intention of facing her head-on right now. So for now, Liraven had to draw Hela's attention. Realizing the difficulty of the task, Liraven was doubtful. Grandmother is in her prime. Do you really think you can bring her down? Hearing that, Calypso answered. You are very suspicious. That is why I like you. Liraven snapped in annoyance. Why are you acting like you know me so well? The girl's hand paused. Because I want us to get along. She did not understand and asked. What do you mean? Calypso hit a nerve. You do not have any friends your age, do you? And you make excuses about not needing friends for fear of looking childish. Having seized on her opponent's weakness, the girl crossed her arms and watched. Even your brother has friends, but you are a loner." At that she shouted, "Who are you calling a loner?" Without teasing her further, Calypso said, "All right, then you can be my friend," and then she burst out laughing. Liraven was at a loss for words, pouted, and then firmly refused. "I do not make friends with people who are monitoring me. If you have said all you have to say, I'll be leaving," and then she shot up. Before she could take a few steps, the girl stopped her. "Wait a minute, Liraven." Calypso tapped the table and demanded, "Before you go, you have to make an oath to the sea," she said with a dangerous look in her eyes. "Did not you say you would be loyal to me?" Liraven had no choice but to sigh and comply, and the girl was slightly resentful. "Do you think I would trust you that easily?" And so I planted a professional spy in the Rodison faction, and all I thought I had to do was wait for the cure. At the unexpected turn of events, Calypso frowned in anger. But an unexpected problem has arisen. After the funeral, Atlan had been following her constantly. He seemed to be shouting at the girl. SN eavesdropped and said, not understanding, "What's that idiot Orca, what's he plotting now?" While Calypso crossed her arms and was lost in thought, he took the opportunity to put his hands together and propose. "Then, little sister, now is the perfect opportunity to grant my wish. Take care of that guy for me." The girl was dazed. "Brother, you still have not given up on that idea. Let us put that aside for now." Calypso pointed with her finger. "Never mind that, let us go to school." Asin pouted with disappointment. "I am so disappointed." The scene shifts to the classroom. Luca and Ruba had been in the same class since last semester and were causing some commotion. Your ladyship, he is here again." Asin saw a familiar face and sighed wearily. "Is it Atlan again?" Calypso sat in a chair, stroking a child's head, and asked, "Little brother, it has been over a week. Do not you think it is about time you did something?" The girl also answered vaguely. "What exactly do you want me to do? All Atlan does is stare at me, so even the teacher cannot just kick him out. And he is not directly harming any other kids, so I cannot report him either." Calypso leaned back in her chair and said wearily, "The worst part is that I cannot even handle this quietly." SN asked about Atlan. "He is getting closer and appearing more often. Are you going to keep ignoring him?" "Why?" Without answering, the girl fell silent in thought, recalling a memory. "What are you going to do when this war is over?" "Second brother, do you know what you just said?" Calypso snapped. "You just raised a death flag." At that, Atlan was bewildered. "What are you talking about? I just asked what you were going to do when the war is over." To the still naive him, the girl enlightened him. "That is the very definition of a death flag." Atlan laughed lightly and said, "You'll continue to be with us, you will not act on your own anymore, and you will not throw away the sword you raised for me, will you?" He smiled brightly as if relieved and called the princess. Fearing that the future would repeat itself, Calypso warned him in advance, "Do you realize that saving someone means taking on more responsibility?" Calypso clasped her hands together and continued, "I am not ready to take on any more responsibilities. I know Atlan's personality better than anyone. Your ladyship." Calypso pushed him away and said, "Stay away from me. Once you knock him down, he will always stick by your side. Besides, unlike Liraven, Atlan is not a patient person, and his personality is a perfect fit for the cruel world of Orcus. Even if I am not around when danger comes, he can take care of himself." At this time, SN looked up and asked, "I do not really know what your goal is, but whatever it is, do not you need a lot of power? Is not it better to have more talented people?" The girl asserted. "You are right, brother. We need an abundant source of power. But I am satisfied with my current power. But thinking about my prime as the family head in my third life, it might be a little lacking." She closed her eyes and was lost in thought. "But realistically, it is impossible to regain that power in that amount of time." Iki stared intently, took the girl's hand and asked, "Calypso, do you need power?" As if surprised himself, Iki did not hesitate and immediately cast it. "I can give you power." A massive stream of water surged into Calypso's body. "Is this hydrokinesis?" It swirled into the palm of the girl's hand, and the sound of waves crashing was clearly felt from within her body. The girl was horrified. "How did you do that just now?" "It was only for a moment, but that was definitely hydrokinesis." Looking at Iki's blank face, Calypso worried, is the concept too complicated for him to explain? He used it instinctively, so I should not expect a clear explanation. Iki asked, "Calypso, do you need me now?" Gently stroking his cheek, she urged, "Iki, I am not helping you because I need you. It is because I saw you in that place, so you do not have to try to prove your worth to be recognized as useful. Just eat well, play well, and grow up strong and healthy." Gently stroking his hair, Calypso urged. "Yes, just like this. If you are sleepy, just sleep comfortably." Her eyes were filled with worry. "Is he suddenly sleepy because he used his power on me?" But Calypso suddenly paused. "Wait, he was sleeping before I came to. Is not this too much sleep?" Calypso pinched Asin's cheek and demanded, "Asin, let us go out." He answered in surprise. "How, what, did he fall asleep again?" The girl hurriedly pushed him out. Asin was extremely curious. "What's wrong? Why are you leaving in such a hurry?" The girl turned her head to look at the sleeping Iki and thought to herself, "Iki's sleeping time is increasing exponentially. I think it is time to look at Tus's notebook again." The name of that book was Report on the Dragon Duke, author Tus. Calypso thought, "It has been 3 days since then, but no actual measures have been taken. The only thing that has changed is that Atlan is following me more persistently. There are so many things to take care of, and this troublemaker is causing a scene again." The girl angrily hit the desk. "Should I just deal with him? I thought he'd give up if I ignored him." "No," he continued to follow the girl and tease her. Your ladyship, are you crying?" Ruba also mimicked him and said, "Your ladyship, you are doing it again." Luca also joined in. Take a deep breath, your ladyship. Please breathe. Calypso was furious. Are you going to say the same thing too? Stop learning strange things from Mason, Ruba said. That is right, your ladyship. Someone's asking to meet you at the main gate, the girl asked. Main gate, not the back. Calypso frowned and guessed. A friendly voice was heard. Hello, your ladyship. The girl crossed her arms and opened her mouth. And who are you? The person who had just arrived exclaimed. You are as unfriendly as the rumors say, he introduced himself. I am Levin Monoceros of the Narwhal Shifter clan, and a friend of Atlan's. The girl was silent after hearing his introduction. The person before her reminded her of someone that person had once said. No matter what my appearance is, I can still smile. I must be very annoying to you, your ladyship, that person had said. Before he died, my brother told me to always smile. When the memory ended, the first thing the girl saw was Levin's smiling face. Calypso asked, Then your younger brother must be Leon. He was surprised. What, you know my youngest brother? The girl did not answer Levin's question and set a condition. I'll give you 1 minute to talk. He was so surprised he could not speak right away, but then he exclaimed, Please help Atlan. The girl was surprised inwardly. I did not expect him to make such a request. During the third confrontation, Atlan's actions were quite simple. Fight, and rest again. The girl remembered asking back then, Second brother, do you have anyone to talk to other than me? He immediately answered, Why do I need anyone else? The girl thought to herself. For someone who insisted on being alone to have a friend now, that is quite commendable. Calypso was puzzled. What exactly do you want me to help with? He hesitated and opened his mouth. Atlan. Levin clenched his fists and exclaimed, He is not doing our group project with us. The girl was surprised. What? Are you really complaining to an 8-year-old about a school project? He explained in a fluster. Well, I am the group leader and this affects my path to promotion, but Atlan ignores our group meetings and just follows you around all day. The girl said wearily. Seriously, what a disaster. Levin opened his mouth. I am sorry, but could you put a little more emotion into it? The girl said again. Seriously, Levin complained. Adding another exclamation point does not change anything, Levin had said before. We orcas do not bite, now he said dejectedly. At least with other assignments, Atlan pretends to listen, the girl asked back. If he only pretends to listen, that means he does not actually do it right. I'll suggest a solution. If he does not show up, just leave him out and continue with the assignment. He answered, That is impossible. The girl did not understand. Why is he threatening you guys, forcing you to do the work so he can get the grade? Levin hurriedly denied it. No, it is the opposite. At this time, Atlan was lying in ambush from a distance. Levin said, He helped me. The girl was surprised. He helped you? Atlan eavesdropped from a distance and was puzzled. Why is he saying that? Levin smiled. Well, coincidentally, the guy Atlan wanted to fight was the one who was bullying me. In the end, he saved me from them. How unexpected, the girl thought. For my second brother to help someone else, he is starting to shed his orca shell little by little, Levin continued. Anyway, I have to get promoted this time. Only then will my family acknowledge me, so please, just this once, help me. To be acknowledged by his family, Calypso thought. The Narwhal family is not like the orcas. If I help Levin now, personal reasons aside, I can ask him to repay the favor later. His strength lies, surprisingly, in invention. The girl asked, So what exactly do you want me to do? Levin stated his request. Atlan is following you because he wants to fight you, right? Please, just once, fight him for real. The girl smiled. Perfect timing. I was planning to settle things with him soon anyway. Just as Calypso finished speaking, Atlan approached angrily. Levin went up to the girl and asked, puzzled, Hey, you seem to be close enough with the Bellis brothers to go to the Dragon City with them. Why do not you talk to Atlan? The girl thought silently. I told myself he would be fine without me. The girl admitted to herself, but honestly I did not want to think about him. Every time I did, I remembered his death. Calypso repeated to herself, I cannot keep nonchalantly recalling the past. She remembered what Atlan had said. Your ladyship, if I am reborn, I hope there are no more wars or fights. At the time, Calypso had replied, What are you, a lion dreaming of being a noble? Do you hit your head before a big battle like this? Just make sure you have the documents and follow me. Atlan tried to explain. He opened his mouth. I have fought so much in this life, so I want to live peacefully in the next. The girl scoffed. Yes, as if you'd live peacefully. Fine, if there is a next life I will not recruit you, he shouted. What? As the girl walked away, he chased after her, calling out, Why do not do that, your ladyship? The girl regretted it deeply. If I had known that was our last conversation, I would not have spoken so lightly. I wanted to survive this cycle with everyone. The girl recalled that day again. The day she held a blood-soaked Atlan in her arms. At that time he had panted and opened his mouth. Your ladyship, you are alive. The girl urgently called Atlan's name. He said, If you are alive, I must be by your side. The girl screamed in fear. Atlan, cannot you hear me? He struggled to speak. I can no longer see or hear you. But he somehow managed to assert, I must protect you. Calypso thought, of all my brothers, Atlan's death was the most painful. I realized for the first time that some deaths leave deep wounds that can never be healed. When she lost him, the girl was submerged in tears of pain and sorrow. Calypso had resolved, it is why I swore that if we were reborn, I would never recruit my brother to my side. Back in reality, the girl looked at the Atlan before her and thought, then this is a mutual agreement. Atlan was gritting his teeth in anger. Calypso opened her mouth. Second brother, I can hear you breathing. Please step back a little. He froze at her words. The girl covered her mouth and screamed inwardly, Oops, I accidentally called him second brother. But what surprised her more was the fact that he was actually stepping back in a past life she had told him. "Second brother, this is the perfect distance, understand?" she had scolded him. "Why do you charge at people like that when you know how big you are? Look, you almost hurt someone just now." Atlan had opened his mouth dejectedly. "I'm sorry, your ladyship. I did not realize," Calypso had replied. "It is fine, just stay behind this line from now on." In reality, the girl was surprised to see him standing right behind the line she had drawn in the past. She suspected inwardly. "Atlan, do not tell me." Calypso saw his hurt face and realized. "Atlan, do not tell me." At that thought, the girl gripped her arm tightly. "Maybe he is acting so strangely because he has memories of his past life, but I hope not." And then Calypso confronted Atlan again. "Why do you keep following me?" Atlan frowned slightly and made an excuse. "I am just doing what I want," the girl reminded him in a stern voice. "I do not know why you are acting so arrogant, but the one causing a disturbance here is you, not me." Now Calypso seemed extremely angry. "If you had not started following me, other people and even your friends would not be uncomfortable." Levin was hiding far away, eavesdropping with a curious expression. At that moment, Atlan fell silent after hearing Calypso's words. He stared intently at the girl, at Calypso Akiao. The little sister who had suddenly appeared turned the whole family upside down and completely captivated his heart for the past 5 years. At first I did not even know they were memories. They were just faint images that occasionally surfaced in my mind. "Atlan, you are here. This view is amazing, is not it? It is like a dream." The girl in the dream was always smiling brightly. "Second brother, from now on," but one day that dream suddenly appeared again. The moment that dream reappeared, I could feel a distinct pain begin to well up. A longing for someone I did not even know filled my heart. The memories came rushing back more and more often, and the unfamiliar emotions made it difficult to even live a normal life. After being scolded, "Atlan, how can you possibly sleep during this sacred family meeting?" When I was almost kicked out of that meeting, I began to resent her. "I'll punch her when I see her," I thought, but my inner instincts constantly and contradictorily screamed at me not to hurt her. At that time he was extremely disgruntled. "Nonsense. I do not have a little sister." So I ignored her for a while. Even a fool like me knew that wasn't a solution. In the memories that overflowed in my mind, you had incredible power and a genius mind. Someone who grieved for a long time over the deaths of the weak. No, more than anything, you were always someone who longed for somewhere else. At that time, I felt like you would disappear if I looked away for even a moment. So I chose to become your sword. Because as a warrior, you would never abandon your weapon. It took a very long time to realize all of that. And when I finally accepted my feelings for you and the lingering regrets, I believed that you would surely come for me. But you never came, not even once in the last 5 years. What should I do if you never returned to me? All I know is how to obey you." After a long silence, Atlan finally retorted. "Then why should I care about anyone else? There is only one person worthy of my attention and loyalty." Hearing this, Calypso was slightly surprised. "Even if I turned my back on you first, you should not have done the same," he thought with a wounded heart. "I followed you with all my heart." Tears streamed down endlessly. Atlan's voice was also filled with sorrow. "Princess Calypso, I have always devoted my everything to you," he reproached her helplessly. "How could you do this to me?" The girl stared blankly at Atlan, then stammered awkwardly. Second brother." Then Calypso approached and asked gently, "Are you really crying?" And she hugged him to comfort him. "Why are you crying when you are not a child?" Atlan still clung to Calypso, crying endlessly. "Do not do this to me, my sister. I only waited for you." Only after a long while did the sound of crying subside. Even now Calypso was a little surprised. She never thought she would live long enough to see Atlan cry. At that thought she recalled her past life again. "You idiot, are you laughing in a situation like this? Is not it enough that I am alive?" He had not cried even when his arm was almost cut off. Atlan said sorrowfully, "You really should not have done that." Hearing that, the girl patted his back in comfort, and Calypso understood the reason to some extent. "He must have endured a lot. I have forgotten now, but I was this confused when I was first reincarnated too." So how would Atlan, who is reincarnating for the first time, feel? Now the girl understood, but this is not the right place, second brother. With that thought in the next moment, Calypso pulled Atlan's hair hard. "Now stop crying and lift your head," he resisted weakly. "I do not want to." The girl had now completely lost her patience. "I told you to lift your head. I am trying to save your face right now." But Atlan was still sulking and stubborn. "I said I do not want to," the girl scolded him angrily. "Crying your eyes out in the middle school lobby with a body the size of a great whale." "Are you serious?" he sniffled and answered hesitantly. "I do not want to show you such a pathetic side of myself." Calypso sighed as if she had no other choice. "What are you talking about? Your grand plan has already failed, understand?" After speaking, the girl's expression turned sad, and then Calypso reassured him in a gentle voice. "I care about you, second brother. I care enough that I do not mind at all if you act strangely." The girl encouraged him in a low voice. "So do not be ashamed, show me your face." As soon as he heard that, Atlan shot up. Calypso could not help but admire his reddened face. "This face is quite nice too." With that thought, the girl smiled brightly. "Damn it." Then Calypso went over and stroked Atlan's head. "I really cannot turn my back on him anymore." He looked at the girl with teary eyes. Calypso was completely undone by those eyes. "How could I, seeing those eyes?" The girl laughed out loud and pinched his cheek. "Are you done crying? Your face looks really funny right now." Atlan replied, sulking, "Do not tease me, it is all your fault." At this, Calypso also nodded and admitted her fault. "It is my fault," but he got angry instead. "Why are you admitting that?" Atlan covered his face with his hands in embarrassment, then quickly convinced himself, "No, your ladyship, you could not possibly be in the wrong. It was wrong to abandon an orca like me, but you must have had your reasons." Hearing this, Calypso felt a little embarrassed. "You really do not have to defend me that much." Unlike with Asan or Bellis, the more she talked to Atlan, the more he resembled his past self. It was as if she had returned to the time when she was the head of the family. At this moment he suddenly asked, "You are going to take me with you, right?" The girl stared intently at Atlan, then smiled brightly and answered firmly, "No." A loud, annoyed voice echoed in the room. "What are you talking about? Why will not you accept me? You were the one who first said you wanted to live a normal life." The answer was also very clear. "At least until you become an adult, think about it carefully." "I'll think about it too," but Atlan shouted even louder. No. Calypso stood by his side. The girl turned around, her round eyes wide, and said innocently, "Or should I just not think about you?" Atlan sulked in annoyance. "Who says you can? You have to think about it. Otherwise I'll bother you until this is deeply ingrained in your mind." Calypso replied with an indifferent expression, "I do not know how to act either." At those words, Atlan was so surprised he fell silent. A moment later he laughed bizarrely, clutched his chest, and stammered to Calypso, "Your ladyship, I know everything. You are saying that now, but you'll eventually accept me, right?" Hearing that, the girl smiled brightly, held out her palm, and answered, "Sorry, but my criteria for finding talent have gotten stricter in this life." Atlan's voice grew smaller and tinged with sadness. He touched his index fingers together. "Is there someone stronger than me?" Calypso raised a finger to the sky and continued, "The selection criteria will be different this time." He did not understand and asked blankly, "What is it?" At Calypso's next answer, Atlan stood there stunned, as if his soul had left his body. "Someone with intelligence and insight." At those words he looked wronged and bowed to the girl as if pleading, "I do not have that." Calypso clasped her hands behind her back, leaned forward slightly, and said to the brother before her, "Second brother, you are really an expert at making yourself a target of others' evaluations." The girl was silent for a moment, then walked forward and said in a serious voice, "More importantly, Atlan, I want to ask you this." Calypso leaned in close to his ear and whispered softly, "Do you remember the day you died?" The two stared at each other blankly like that. A moment later, after a few minutes of silence, Atlan opened his mouth. No, he looked extremely innocent right now. "I do not remember that yet," Calypso answered gently. "All right, I understand." Then the girl spoke sternly to the person who had been hiding behind a wall quite a distance away for a while. "Senior, you can take Atlan now. He'll cooperate seriously from now on." Atlan stiffened, pointed at him, and cried out again in a wronged voice, "You are abandoning me again." The girl cut him off before he could say more. "Go back for now." Calypso placed her hands on her hips, smiled brightly like a young grandmother, and instructed her brother, "I'll call you again later. Until then, focus on your studies." Atlan could only answer blankly, "Yes." Watching the two of them leave, Calypso thought to herself, "Thank heavens, that memory surfaced in the girl's mind again. I am glad I am the only one in this world who remembers my brother's death. I am truly happy." A thought echoed from outside the mansion. The brief period of peace we had since that day vanished like smoke. Suddenly, Atlan slammed the door open and shouted with a smile as bright as a flower, "Calypso, a kiao." Inside the room, Pierre looked up from his book. Iki stared blankly outside, and Calypso was startled by the person who had opened the door. The girl was so surprised to see her brother smiling as brightly as the dazzling sunlight that her mind was in turmoil. Why did he barge into Dad's personal space? Calypso's eyes widened and she asked, slightly frightened, "Dad, did you let him in?" Pierre showed no emotion and just answered calmly, "Did not you just say you recruited him?" But the girl closed her eyes and continued, "Yes, but if this giant orca gets excited and charges, our little Iki will get hurt." Pierre did not quite understand. Iki answered nonchalantly, "Pointless worries." Seeing that, Calypso sighed wearily, and thought that although she had planned to call Atlan to the mansion, now was not the time. As she was thinking this, she heard Atlan's voice, "Who are you?" In his hands another person was held tightly, only able to groan, "Ah." Calypso stood in front of Iki on guard and answered, "Do not worry about it. He is family too." Atlan stood there blankly, stammering as he asked, "Are you dating?" Hearing that, the girl scowled and gritted her teeth. "If you are here to talk nonsense, shut up and go home." Atlan paid little attention to Iki and spoke again. "Why are you looking at me like that? Fine, it is not like I came here for this kid anyway. The reason I am here is..." Pausing for a moment, he lifted the person in his hands as if showing them off to the girl. It was Levin. He was trembling, his feet not touching the ground, his eyes wide. He seemed terrified. "Greetings to Lord Pierre and your ladyship." Calypso could not understand what she was hearing. "What's with the formal address? Is it because we are outside of school?" Atlan was still very excited. "You said you'd only accept me if I was smart, right?" Calypso immediately answered. "Have you forgotten that I said I would call you later?" Meanwhile, Pierre was staring intently at Levin, who was extremely flustered. "He is scary." Pretending not to have heard Calypso, Atlan continued, "So I brought this, a smart brain." After speaking, he wrapped his arm around Levin's neck and pointed at himself triumphantly. "So if this guy becomes your ally, I'll meet your recruitment conditions, right?" "Right," Calypso said, completely helpless. "Please listen to me." The girl tore at her hair, a look of bewilderment on her face. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Atlan's voice did not stop. "What are you hesitating for, little sister?" He wrapped an arm around the shoulder of Levin, who was still lost in a daze with his eyes closed, and put on a very provocative expression. "You are going to accept us, right?" Then he continued to whine. "This guy is a genius from the narwhal family. You'll regret it if you miss out on him. Levin was flustered by those words. Atlan, what on earth are you talking about? Calypso was at a loss for words with Atlan and just stood there sullenly. I wish someone would explain this situation properly. Atlan's eyes sparkled as he explained. In the Narwhal family, the eldest son always inherits the position of family head. But this guy was so talented that he could completely change that tradition. All his relatives supported him becoming the heir, but he had to graduate from middle school next year. She recalled his past words. Anyway, I have to get promoted this time. Only then will my family acknowledge me. Please, just this once, help me. Calypso thought for a moment. Ah, so that is why you said that last time. I thought you were being bullied or something. The girl opened her mouth and asked, so what did Levin invent to become a genius? Atlan immediately answered, excited with a bright smile. What was it? An improved ballista or something? Oops, a majestic voice cut in. A tugambata. Calypso was startled by those words. Calypso recalled the past. A hand had once been placed on a table as a voice echoed. This is a weapon a member of our family created a while ago. At the time, people asked why such a weapon of war was needed in a time of peace. As soon as he finished speaking, Calypso answered, but thanks to that genius we won the war against the land shifters. Thank you so much. Ra, standing across from them, smiled faintly. It would have been better if that kid had lived a little longer. For this war and for our family. Calypso opened her mouth and asked, how did he die? The image of Levin being killed by Bayan surfaced in her mind as Radha said. He was murdered. At the hands of the heir who was already dead at this moment. Calypso was quietly lost in thought. He was the genius younger brother Ra was talking about. Levin frowned. I have said that name so many times. Atlan scratched his ear and answered, how am I supposed to remember such a weird name? Suddenly Calypso opened her mouth. That is enough, you can go back now. Levin turned his head blankly, and Atlan was dissatisfied. What, that is it? The girl spoke again. I never said I would not accept you. I said I would call you when the time comes. Atlan scratched his head and recalled. Ah, you did say that. Then Calypso asked Levin. Levin, do you agree with what Atlan just said? He froze for a moment, then mumbled a few words from his throat. A few seconds later he said, our family has decided to follow Atlan, so I do not really have a choice, Calypso said sternly. Then what if I give you a choice? At this moment the girl was more serious than ever before. Levin, I will definitely become the head of the family, she spoke again. To do that I need people who will follow me without a moment's hesitation. Go back and think about it carefully. Give me your answer next time. Looking at Pierre before her, the girl called out. Dad, as Pierre was surprised, Calypso continued. What should I do to stop terrible memories from repeating themselves? The girl thought to herself, recalling a moment ago. When Atlan ran into the living room, she remembered the moment he was commanding the final battle. She recalled the words left behind him. I'll buy you some time. Calypso sat down and covered her face. I should not have agreed back then. She knew that buying time meant facing the most brutal of deaths. Pierre's voice came from behind her. If I help you, she paused for a moment at those words. Pierre was still expressionless, but now there seemed to be a hint of warmth. Will you feel at ease? Calypso smiled brightly at those words. If only someone had said that to me back then. The girl sat still while Pierre stroked her hair and Iki held her hand and continued. I would have felt at ease. A few days later at the middle school, Atlan was looking at Luca and Ruba chattering with a displeased expression. Choose the red one. Black suits her ladyship better. He immediately cut them off in an annoyed voice. Such show-offs. Did her ladyship ask you to choose? The two boys giggled and thought to themselves. She definitely told us to take our time twice. Suddenly a voice echoed. Why are you here again? Seeing everyone around being wary and avoiding him. Atlan, no, Calypso thought to herself. It is not surprising that the other students are afraid of him. It is the same as before. The sound of whispering was incessant. See, I guess the rumor is true. Atlan got chewed out by Calypso again and ended up working under her. Hearing that, the girl was even more shocked inwardly. And now they were spreading even more ridiculous rumors. A few days ago, as she was walking with the brothers Luca and Ruba, she heard a voice calling from not far away. Calypso crossed her arms and continued with a slight look of bewilderment. So you have 3 boyfriends? At his next words, the girl's face turned slightly red and then her eyes went white. No, I saw that black-haired guy last time too. Right after that, Calypso flew up and kicked Atlan. In the present, the girl was leaning back in her chair, lost in her own thoughts. All I did that day was teach Atlan a lesson, she thought again. And the person who had always insisted on being alone was somehow getting along well with the twins. Meanwhile, Atlan pointed at the two and grumbled. Cannot you two go without being so noisy? The 2 boys immediately retorted. Atlan, you are noisier than us. You are noisy. Calypso could not stand it and opened her mouth to ask. Why is everyone fighting over choosing my bookmark? Atlan said we had to share. Atlan held up 2 bookmarks and grinned. Choose one. The twins looked at each other. Then the 2 clung to Calypso, acting cute. Princess Calypso, which one do you like? Red is the best, right? Black, of course it is black. The girl sighed helplessly. All right, I'll take both. I'll ask Levin to make another one. Sunlight streamed into the room through a crack in the window. Calypso's question echoed. You really like this, do not you? Luca smiled brightly and answered, cupping his chin with both hands. Yes, Luca continued. I wish you would let me choose everything for you, your ladyship. Princess Calypso heard that, looked up, stared at him blankly, and then answered innocently. I do not have any particular preferences, so I just use whatever is okay. At this, Luca was very confused and stood with his eyes wide. Then he spoke again. But that is not right. Sometimes it seems like you have no interest in yourself at all. At this moment, everything seemed to become warmer because of Luca's sweet words. I can take care of all those little things for you. After speaking, he gave Calypso a heart-fluttering smile. But the girl was not swayed at all and just smiled brightly and answered, "Thank you, but it is okay. I am more interested in the bigger picture than the small things." Luca smiled foolishly. He thought her ladyship did not quite understand yet, and Calypso really could not understand. A small hand held up a notebook and opened it before her eyes. Inside it said, "The Duke's power. The Duke acts according to his instincts. You will know when the time comes." Calypso could not understand at all and thought to herself, "Instincts? What instincts? What does 'when the time comes' mean?" Lately, after school, she had been thinking about Iki's power. Tus had written most of the content in detail, but only this part was written roughly. Looking at Iki playing alone again, the girl had no choice but to let everything go. "Oh, whatever, I'll just have to test it myself," and she called Iki. Calypso approached Iki and asked, "Do you remember how much water appeared when we held hands last time?" He did not move and just answered with a single word, "Yes." Suddenly, the girl plopped down right beside him. "So what were you thinking then?" Iki spread his hands. "I wanted to hold your hand very much." His eyes sparkled with him. Calypso took his hand and smiled faintly, thinking, is the seal still affecting him so strongly? And she said to Iki, "Iki, shall we try it again, just like last time?" He sat there with no intention of resisting. Yes, following Calypso's will, he made a wish with all his heart. The girl grew quiet at those words. "What do I desperately wish for?" She gradually became lost in her own thoughts. "I want to become stronger, so I can protect my future subordinates, Atlan, Ajan, and you too. I want everyone to be safe." Back in reality, Iki looked up at Calypso and said in a low voice, "The power of time, it is only you and me." Calypso stiffened slightly at these words. The image of her past life surfaced in her mind again, and she thought to herself, "Only Iki and I had the power of time." Closing her eyes, the girl's words slowed. "Iki, do not tell me." A moment later, opening her sparkling eyes wide, she said with a hint of disbelief, "Are you borrowing power from the future or the past?" Iki nodded lightly. He answered with an emotionless face, "Borrow, I am taking it." Calypso thought again. If I properly train Iki's ability to transcend time and space, I can probably use the power I had in my prime during my third life with this body. So that is why the imperial family coveted the dragon so much. At that thought, she gripped Iki's hand even tighter. "Iki, can you bring the power I had when I was at my strongest?" Iki did not answer and just sat still under Calypso's expectant gaze. Then words that were utterly unbelievable came out of Iki's mouth. "I could die?" Calypso's eyes widened and she asked back, uncomprehending. "What?" Right after that, Iki's whole body was engulfed in a beam of light. He said, "Your sister's wish, I will grant it." A loud scream echoed in the room. "No." Calypso grabbed his shoulders with her hands. "Listen carefully, Iki." The girl hurriedly and urgently warned him. "Never sacrifice your life for anyone, understand?" Iki answered in surprise. "Okay." Calypso knelt down and bowed her head. "Let us forget everything that happened today. I understand the basic logic of your power now. I'll figure out how to control water on my own. I do not want you to die," she promised herself inwardly. "I am already strong enough. I do not want to sacrifice this child's life to become stronger." The girl smiled at Iki and changed the subject. "All right, that is over. Shall we get some fresh air?" Suddenly, Iki grabbed her sleeve and called for Calypso. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Do not you want to see them again?" Through Iki's words, the image of the family of three from that other world came to mind. People from another world. Calypso turned her back and looked out the window. Sunlight streamed into the room through a small crack in the window. The girl answered, slightly flustered, "No, it is okay. I do not want to see my parents again. Now that I know Iki's power is a double-edged sword, there is no choice but to find the treasure. Rhinius, just like in my third life and awakening the power of hydrokinesis. Rhinius is hidden somewhere in the dolphin territory, so I'll definitely need the help of a dolphin shifter. I did not know that last time, so I struggled a lot, but I think it will be easier this time." Just then, a loud thud was heard along with a loud voice. "What?" Calypso slammed the desk and shot up. She cried out in disbelief. All the dolphins packed up and left. Ilya, sitting across from her, propped her chin on her hand and thought with a bitter smile, "The desk is done for." She answered Calypso, "Yes, only one is left and that child is just there to finish up the withdrawal procedures," she continued. "And he'll be leaving soon." Calypso was horrified by those words, shocked to her core. "No, that cannot be. That kid is related to my dad's treatment." Approaching the distraught Calypso, who was clutching her head, she asked, "What on earth happened to make you so frustrated?" Pierre stood there, playing with a stream of water in his hand, listening to Calypso's words. "Dad, if someone says they are leaving the place they live and going back to their hometown, what would be the reason?" Pierre slowly answered the girl's question. "Usually it is because they are tired of that place, or something happened that forced them to leave. I knew it. I'll have to meet him and ask in person," she muttered to herself. "Well, if there is any small comfort in this, it is that the last remaining dolphin is that guy." The image of her past life surfaced again. A person lay on the ground under a pile of documents, groaning. "Please let me go home," Calypso answered lightly, feeling a little guilty. "You will not die from overwork." That person was Levi. He slowly crawled up and said in a tired voice, "I am never getting involved with you in my next life." The girl, holding a teacup in one hand and documents in the other, answered nonchalantly, "Sorry, but I am not letting you go." Levi quickly picked up the papers that had fallen on the floor and continued without looking at Calypso. Keep that obsession and go on a date with someone else. The girl turned to him and said, I like the food you make. She smiled and proposed, want to live with me? Back in the present, Pierre asked Calypso, who are you going to meet? Calypso twirled her hair and slowly opened her mouth. My ex-boyfriend. Instantly, the objects Pierre had been playing with stopped in midair and then fell to the floor one by one. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, You met me when you were 3 and you already had a boyfriend then? Calypso smiled brightly and waved her hand. I am kidding, I just meant we were close friends, that is all. Pierre's face hardened and his voice turned several degrees colder. Is that so, a male friend you are close with? He paused for a moment, then continued with a strange smile and a sharp glint in his eyes. I am curious what kind of bastard he is. Pierre clenched his fist and growled, I'll have to meet him. Calypso was dazed, thinking in bewilderment, why is Dad so angry? A voice echoed from a table outside the mansion. A dolphin. Atlan speared a piece of food, held it up before his eyes, and said with a serious face, You mean that small, cute goldfish poop of yours, he is the only one left? Calypso smacked her lips and grumbled, You know that is the nickname he hates the most, right? Atlan paid her no mind, popped a piece of apple into his mouth and chewed, mumbling, Not my problem. The girl rested her chin on her hand, frowned at Atlan eating and drinking nonchalantly, and thought to herself, He is the only one with memories of my third life, so I was going to discuss everything with him. Why did I ever expect this mischievous guy's head to be of any real use? Her earlier words echoed in her mind again. I heard that Bayan died early, and after that the shark shifters in the slums started causing a ruckus. Now there are no dolphins left, Calypso speculated inwardly. The dolphins probably left because they could not stand the sharks taking over. If that is true, then by getting rid of Bayan early, I have put the dolphins in danger. Suddenly, Atlan spoke up, pulling Calypso from her train of thought. What if Goldfish Poop missed you so much he ran away to avoid being exploited? The girl froze for a few seconds, then chuckled. That is funny. The two then faced each other, and the atmosphere between them became frighteningly quiet. A moment later, Calypso opened her mouth, uncomprehending. Do not tell me Atlan immediately replied. It is a joke. Have you been through so much that even jokes feel real now? He looked straight at the girl and asked, Anyway, you are meeting him after school, right? Calypso smiled brightly as if it were nothing. Yep, he paused for a moment, put down his knife and fork and spoke again. So you are planning to gather your old subordinates again? This time, Calypso answered with a blank expression. No, they'll live better if they do not meet me. Recalling her past life, the girl continued, My subordinates. Consumed by resentment. If I bring them peace in this life, perhaps they will suffer less. Hearing that, Atlan grew more serious, but he spoke calmly. I do not see how that is any different from abandoning them. Calypso sat with her arms crossed and smiled. It is different from you, brother. They do not have memories, so I just want to help them live happy lives. After speaking, she thought again. In fact, this life is completely different from the others. Why is it that only Atlan has memories? Is this also because of the power of time that Iki mentioned? Atlan sat there, staring intently at her. After a period of silence, Atlan was finally the one to speak first. You are taking me with you when you go see that goldfish poop, right? Calypso looked up at him and answered. Yes, it seems you are going through a lot because of me, so I am going to save you. Atlan rubbed his eyes and asked, Just the two of us? The girl smiled. Yes, and she thought, I have to go with someone who has old memories. Suddenly, Atlan burst out laughing as if he was extremely amused. This reminds me of the old days. The scene changed to what looked like a residential area. Smoke was rising from chimneys and there were high mountains not far away. One person was sniffing the air as if smelling something. A brown-haired man stroked his chin and spoke first. Smells like blood, does not it? A man with a scarred face holding a knife continued. I smell it too, it must be around here. They seemed to be looking for someone. On the ground before them was a white cloth stained with blood. The man with the scarred face picked it up, cursed in annoyance, and swore, We were tricked. The blood smell was coming from the bandage. The brown-haired man was equally annoyed, looking tired. This time we have to bring that damn dolphin bastard to the boss. The sound of their voices and footsteps grew fainter. The blood on the bandage was still fresh. Let us hurry up and search somewhere else. In a corner, Levi was clenching his teeth to bandage his arm. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. He pulled the bandage tight with his mouth and tore it. His whole body slumped to the ground. Levi lowered his head, lost in thought. They'll probably think they were tricked by the bandage and will not come around here for a while. Sitting there panting for breath, he asked himself again, Did Mother and my sister get home safely? Blood started to seep from the wound on his arm again, but he paid it no mind, lost in thought. To follow them, I cannot collapse here. He resolved inwardly. I have to get back to the mansion. I have to take my sister and leave this place. He recalled telling Levin not to open the door for anyone until he returned. Levi was still leaning against the wall, his eyes closed, lost in thought. I just have to go back. This wound is nothing. But he did not notice the sound of approaching footsteps at all, and soon a shadow stood before him. The person's voice echoed. Dying alone in a place like this is not your style, Levi. This was something he had not expected at all, and he was so startled his eyes flew wide open. He was horrified. The cloaked person sneered and continued, You'd survive no matter what happened, so is that venomous spirit of yours still intact. Behind them, another taller person was also wearing a cloak. Hello. Levi got up and stared at the two people before him in bewilderment. He was worried and a little scared, sweating as he stammered, who are you? The voice of the shorter person in front rang out again. Oh right. Since this is our first time meeting, I should introduce myself properly. It turned out the two were Calypso and Atlan. The girl smiled brightly and looked at Levi. I am Calypso of the Dello family. I am here to solve your problem. Levi's face was drenched in sweat and he gritted his teeth, clutched his wound and looked straight at Calypso. He asked back weakly, solve it for me? The girl did not answer and turned to smile at Atlan. Come on brother, what are you doing? Her appearance right now was no different from the adult Calypso of her past life giving a command. Do your job. Atlan, unable to stand it, sulked and grumbled. Hey, did you bring me here just to boss me around like this? The girl answered with an innocent expression. Do you think you are in a position to talk back to me right now? Have you been living too comfortably lately? Atlan stood there annoyed and grumbled. Do not you know you have started talking in your old tone? Calypso smacked her lips as if it wasn't worth replying to and continued to command, just get to work, let us go. Meanwhile, Levi's vision was getting blurry. He stumbled, thinking dizzily, if he is the second son, then that person must be Atlan Akiao. Before he could finish his thought, a strong force overwhelmed him, making him stagger. It was Atlan who had hoisted Levi onto his shoulder, which made Levi a little flustered. What are you doing right now? Atlan glanced back. Be quiet, you think I want to be doing this? Levi was still very flustered and agitated. Please put me down, my stomach is being pressed, it hurts. Atlan grumbled again in annoyance. You talk too much. Should I put you down? Calypso said gently, as if she were helpless. Brother, cannot you see he is hurt? Be a little gentle. Hearing that, Atlan frowned and shouted, that is why I am carrying him on my shoulder and making a fuss. If he weren't hurt, do you think I would be carrying him? This reaction left Calypso speechless and bewildered. Levi lay unsteadily on Atlan's shoulder, groaning as if quite uncomfortable. Anyway, please put me down now. He snorted coldly and replied, you dare refuse my help? At this, Levi was startled and hurriedly said, that is not what I meant. Calypso's thoughts drifted again. Levi, the unprecedented genius of the Dolphin clan. That man was my strategist in my third life, which means, at this, the image of Levi panting with blood all over his mouth, weakly calling out to Calypso came to mind, she guessed. Levi died in my arms too. At that time, Levi was in her arms gasping for breath and said, if there is a next life, please appear with a smile. At that time, Calypso was dazed and did not understand. What are you talking about? What next life? Even though his whole body was covered in blood, he forced a smile and continued, come to think of it, I think I liked your smile. After that, his hand fell to the ground without warning. Calypso sat there, still holding Levi's quiet body in her arms. She hung her head low, oblivious to the deafening explosion that echoed from behind, but now Levi was right in front of her, bickering noisily with her brother Atlan. Suddenly, Levi turned his gaze to Calypso, who was standing still and doing nothing. Seeing her smile beautifully, he thought, slightly dazed, why is she looking at me like that? It is as if she missed me terribly. Suddenly, Atlan shouted angrily, hey Goldfish Poop, where are you spacing out? Levi was startled and very flustered. Goldfish Poop, what are you trying to do to my house? Calypso's small hand came up as her voice rang out, I'll answer that. She put her index finger to her lips, looking thoughtful. A moment later, she pointed to the sky and smiled so broadly her eyes curved. Then how about we kidnap you? A short while later, at Levi's hideout. Levi was lying in bed, his face pale and looking weak. He panted for breath like a seasick person and opened his mouth. Who treats a patient like this? Orca Transportation Service 1 star. The worst. Calypso stood not far away and said nonchalantly, it is fine, you will not die from that. He was startled by those words and shot up. What did you say? The girl turned her head and her voice was very chilling. I know you are hurt, but you'd have to bleed a lot more to die. Levi could not understand it inwardly. Who comes to help someone and says something like that? The problem was that these two people were in his house. Atlan playfully smiled and lifted the tablecloth. This table looks expensive. Calypso hit him and shouted, hey, put it back. Levi's thoughts continued to flow. Luckily, Calypso Dello is known for not using violence against the weak. The journey wasn't smooth, but she brought me to my hideout. Most importantly, it seems they still do not know that that child is here. And Levi clenched his hands and opened his mouth amidst the bewildered expressions of the two siblings. I thank you for your help. Levi thought this would be a sufficient repayment, but before he could finish his thought, Calypso answered, you are welcome. But it is not for free. The atmosphere turned strange. The three of them stared at each other with wide eyes. A what? Burst out of Levi's throat. Calypso smiled coldly and said in a dark voice, since I helped you, should not you repay me? He recalled what the girl had said when she first arrived. Dying alone in a place like this is not your style. Levi, he grew a little suspicious inwardly. Come to think of it, she called me by my name from the beginning. Clutching his head, he seemed to regret it quite a bit. My mistake. I was so out of it because of my wound that I did not notice. Still, I cannot die here. Having finished his thought, Levi gritted his teeth and slowly opened his mouth again. Your ladyship, I will definitely repay the favor you have shown me today. He bowed his head and said politely, now please leave, I will even swear it to the sea. But Calypso did not seem to have any intention of leaving and asked back, why? At this, Levi paused. The girl approached step by step, her voice echoing at a steady pace. Do you have a treasure hidden at home or something? She got closer and closer to Levi. You are not thinking of running away, are you? He was slightly flustered and backed away. If you are worried that I might run away or disappear, I will swear it to the sea. Right after that, Calypso jumped up and plopped down next to Levi. I do not like being in debt either. Levi was still very wary of the girl. You speak as if you know me well, Calypso answered nonchalantly. I know you well. The girl moved closer, smiled brightly, and looked straight into Levi's eyes. I have a hobby of recognizing handsome men like you. At this, he was very flustered. Looking at the beautiful girl before him, Levi's feelings seemed to have changed slightly. Suddenly, Calypso was lifted into the air, and another voice was heard. It was probably Atlan. "Stop it!" Atlan, with a serious face, scolded Calypso, who was floating in the air. "Cannot you see he is getting nervous? Your way of speaking has completely reverted to how it used to be." Hearing that, she recalled the image of Levi from her past life in her mind and thought to herself, "His surprised expression is exactly the same as in my third life, so I did it without realizing. It was so fun I did it without thinking." Levi placed a hand on his chest and closed his eyes. "If you have any questions, please ask them quickly and leave. I am so tired. I feel like I am going to collapse," Atlan quickly answered. "Got it." But then a strange voice rang out, startling Levi. "It is okay, Levi." Calypso was standing before him, her eyes dark and sunken. "Do you know where the curse of life is?" Levi was flustered and his eyes could not hide his extreme fear. "I do not know what you are talking about," Calypso continued. "The blue whale is famous for its snow-white silver hair and huge body and for having gray eyes." Suddenly she stopped talking. Right after that, a thump sound echoed from somewhere. All three of them held their breath at the same time, and the girl's eyes widened and she smiled chillingly. "Levi, did not you say you live alone?" Levi, looking slightly guilty, immediately explained. "My house is sometimes a bit messy. I think you misunderstood because of that sound." Calypso, still maintaining that expression, was suspicious. "A misunderstanding? I guess someone else lives here who makes enough noise to be called a misunderstanding?" As soon as she finished speaking, a series of crashing sounds was heard from behind her. Atlan quickly turned around and snatched something with one hand. Calypso seemed very calm at this sight and soon spoke in a sweet, flattering tone. "What a wonderful guard! Thank you for saving me." Atlan retorted without being swayed. "You talk as if you did not see that coming." Below the stairs stood a boy holding a dagger. "What?" The boy was shining like a small sun. Calypso rubbed her chin and wondered. "Why is he so big?" "He is as big as Levi. Since he is a beluga whale shifter, it makes sense he'd be bigger than other kids." Suddenly, the boy ran out quickly. While Calypso was bewildered, the boy stood in front of Levi. Levi was slightly surprised and called out to the boy, "Wait, Juan, calm down." Calypso gestured to Atlan not to act rashly. Juan opened his mouth coldly. "Did you come to take me?" After speaking, he raised a small sword with a trembling hand and pointed it at his own throat. Juan grew more and more agitated. He still had the blade to his throat as he shouted, "If you try to take me by force, I'll kill myself. The powers of land shifters and aquatic shifters are balanced, for example. Orca shifters had water-based powers, while lions and black panthers were suited for land. The same was true for healing abilities. The female leader of the squirrel shifter clan had healing powers. In theory, there could be someone among the aquatic shifters with that ability. Calypso realized this in her third life, but it was too late. In her past life, Levi held a teacup, turned to the person beside him and asked, "May I leave my last words?" Hearing that, Calypso was flustered and pouted slightly. "Do not say such ominous things. At this rate, I am the one who should be leaving you my last words." Levi continued, pretending not to hear her. He was tending to a grave. Seeing that made her even more annoyed. "Hey, are you ignoring me?" Levi looked up at the night sky and said gently, "Just listen to it as a grumble. That is a child's grave. He was like a younger brother to me. If I am not here, no one will take care of it. I'll give you the address, so please visit just once someday." Calypso took a leisurely sip of tea and listened to him. That child was the last beluga whale shifter left in the world. At that time, their species was declared extinct. Even the boisterous orcas knew nothing. They were quietly torn apart and killed by a pack of sharks. As he said this, Levi's voice grew sad and he leaned forward slightly in his chair. The day he secretly brought that child to the mansion, he was caught by the sharks. If he had known everything would end like that, he would never have brought the child. Sharks, the apex predators of the sea. Their cruelty was passed down to the shifters, and only their ferocious nature was chillingly reflected. The orca shifters and sharks had fought over territory a few years ago, and the pack of sharks was defeated. The sharks fled to the slums of this land and dreamed of rebellion. To achieve that purpose, the shark shifters used all sorts of means to capture shifters with rare abilities and force them to join their side. Juan's gravestone was reflected in Levi's eyes, and he spoke again. "The last beluga whale shifter in the world died at their hands." Back in reality, seeing Juan trying to protect Levi from behind, Calypso thought. After that, when Bayan was alive, they kept quiet, fearing retaliation. But this time, that bastard died early. So the sharks were able to run wild. Because of that, the still young Levi and his brother suffered even more. A moment later, Calypso opened her mouth as if to reprimand him. "Levi, is this how you teach a child?" He was slightly surprised by her words. He tilted his head in disbelief and asked back, "How did you know I taught him?" Calypso did not answer and gloated inwardly. "How could I not know? This is just the kind of thing you do. You fool." She slowly walked forward and in the next moment rushed in to snatch Juan's small sword. The sound of a rather large gust of wind echoed. Juan was startled, gritted his teeth and retreated with the sword, causing Calypso's fist to cut through the air. At this sight, Calypso chuckled and thought, "Is he as strong as he looks?" Before Juan could recover from the shock, she startled him once more with a bizarre tone. "My dear boy, can you dodge this attack?" Without giving him a second to spare, Calypso immediately swung her leg and kicked. The small sword in his hand was kicked away and went flying. Juan squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth and fell backward. The sword flew through the air and stuck into the floor with a clang. If Levi had not supported him, Juan would have fallen backward. Calypso guessed that they must have been chased a lot. Juan also quickly came to his senses and stood firmly in front of Levi again. "Levi!" At the call, he who had been silent reacted slightly. Calypso brushed off her cloak and said in a gentle, nonchalant voice, I will protect all the dolphins in my name. If my name is not enough, after a pause she spoke again. How about the name of Pierre Kiao? Levi still asked with suspicion. You would not help us for no reason, would you? He placed a hand on Wan's shoulder and continued. I do not know how you found out, but are you also planning to use this child? Calypso raised her head, held out her hand, and answered. That is right, but I would appreciate it if you saw it as a deal, not exploitation. We will protect that child, and in return he will treat our father's wounds. That is all. As soon as she finished speaking, Wen's expression became slightly dazed, and he doubted his ears. He opened his mouth with difficulty. Is that really all? Calypso opened her eyes wide and held up 2 fingers. Sorry, but there is one more person with a similar illness. So that is 2 people in total. Wan still did not understand, but that is not a favorable deal for you. Calypso lowered her eyes lightly and answered nonchalantly. Even you say it is not a fair deal, healing 2 people in exchange for protecting an entire race. In the next moment, she winked cheerfully. So I am officially ending this crazy charity discount. Calypso took 2 steps closer and continued. Since you are still young, I'll overlook the fact that you do not know how to bargain. How shameless. Hearing that, Levi sighed and scoffed. I see you are finally showing your true colors. Fine then, what do you really want? She did not answer hastily and just smiled. Suddenly a bad premonition flashed through Atlan's mind. Why do I suddenly feel so anxious? Suddenly, she leaned in close to Levi and answered his question in a very calm voice. You. At these words, Levi was startled, opened his eyes wide and looked at her, but none of it mattered. What mattered was that Calypso was still smiling brightly. I want you. Meanwhile, a large hand kept making cracking sounds. Pierre was sitting in a chair, pressing his index finger to his temple, lost in thought. Why am I so anxious? Suddenly, a deafeningly loud scream echoed. No, Atlan clenched his fists in anger. Take back what you just said right now. What did you say? Calypso answered immediately with an innocent expression. What is it? Why are you doing this again? Do you really want to lift me up like that? Across from them, Wan was looking worriedly at Levi's wound, and Levi was sweating and thinking, so scary. Calypso looked up at Atlan, uncomprehending. What did I do wrong? He closed his eyes in annoyance. Yes, take back what you just said right now, she answered slowly. All right. Only after hearing a satisfactory answer did Atlan put her down. Immediately, Calypso turned to the other 2 and said in a sweet and sincere voice, Please become my subordinates. Levi's uncomprehending voice echoed. What? She smiled brightly and continued. It will be better than all the sharks outside. Levi clutched the wound on his arm and lowered his head. He was lost in thought, his lips firmly sealed, before finally uttering a single word. All right. A short while later, at a hotel owned by a Kiao Dello, a servant came rattling and pushed a few barrels in front of Calypso and Atlan. He bowed politely. I hope you have a pleasant time. A rattling sound came from inside a large barrel. With a bang, the lid of the barrel opened and Levi poked his head out, panting. Wan on the other side was no different, with a look of bewilderment on his face. Calypso slowly approached. How was it? Fun, right? Mixed with the smell of home, this place is completely different from your house. No one will be able to follow you here. After a pause, she smiled confidently, thumped her chest, and continued. More importantly, the sharks will not dare to provoke us. The orcas. Ignoring Levi and Wan, who were hugging each other, slightly frightened, she turned her head and continued nonchalantly. So shall we talk? Now that we have changed locations, can you tell me how the treatment works? Wan helped Levi sit down on the sofa to rest, and Atlan also stood right behind, watching. Calypso sat in the chair opposite and opened her mouth. Are you planning to show me directly? Wan answered awkwardly. Yes, it is a power that is almost like a miracle, so you'll understand more quickly if you see it yourself. At this time, Levi looked straight at Wan and said, I'll leave it to you. Hearing that, he did not know what to say and just called out blankly, Brother. Calypso on the opposite side spoke again. Do not worry. Boy, we have all sworn it to the sea, so we cannot leak your power. It is fine, just treat Levi as you normally would. These words seemed to ease Wan's worries a little. He slowly unwrapped the bandage around Levi's wound. Wan infused his power into it. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth. 1 salmon air bladder, petals from a red apocalypse flower, and 3 drops of dew. Levi gripped what was in his hand tighter. He opened it, and inside were the 3 things just listed. A stream of energy with the sound of flowing water lifted the items into the air. At the sight before her, Calypso was so shocked she stared without blinking. The wound on Levi's arm was completely healed without a single scar. Levi opened his mouth, slightly hesitant. As you can see, Wan's power is healing. But to be more precise, he was lost in thought for a few seconds before continuing. It is a healing ability through equivalent exchange. Wan, still seeming to trust no one but Levi, sat with his arms wrapped tightly around his. Levi spoke again. Depending on the wound or illness, Wan clearly states the price required, and only when the exact materials are prepared can he use his healing ability. Calypso hesitated for a moment, unable to continue. In the next moment, as if a switch had been flipped, she shot up and shouted. Why is it so complicated? She thought, unable to comprehend. In other stories, the heroine gets healed instantly as if by magic. So why do we have to prepare everything one by one? The image of Wan with a bucket on his head, sitting on the floor and saying, if you want to be treated, you need a bandage, thread and needle and a lighter, came to mind. With that thought, Calypso clenched her fists in frustration. Is this discrimination against aquatic shifters? Why do we have a power that relies on such conditions? Levi saw her and asked. Are you angry? But Calypso did not look up and answered hesitantly with her head down. No, I am not angry. Levi continued. Fortunately, he has never asked for someone's life as a price. It has always been things that exist in nature, including humans. Only then did she look up at Levi and say, "It is a relief he does not ask for a life to be sacrificed, but does equivalent exchange mean that the rarer the illness, the rarer the materials?" Levi answered immediately, "Exactly. The more severe the wound or illness, the rarer the materials required." Calypso asked him, "Then what materials are needed for my father's illness?" Levi explained gently. "We will not know until he diagnoses it, just like before, so he has to meet Lord Pierre in person." As soon as he finished speaking, Juan and Levi suddenly hugged each other in fear, and Atlan also looked to his right with a puzzled expression. Calypso calmed the two flustered people and said, "There is no need to be nervous." She smiled brightly, crossed her arms and announced, "I have a guest that I invited myself." Right after that, a sweet voice echoed, "Hello, your ladyship." The person was Ilya. She took off her hat and stepped inside. Calypso also opened her mouth. "Hello, did you come alone?" Ilya answered gently. "I came with my family. The children are playing with my husband on the first floor." She smiled brightly and continued, "I came on the pretext of a family outing." Atlan heard that and thought with puzzlement, "Finally we'll get to have a good time together too." Calypso chattered to Ilya, "There is something I want to show you over there." At this time, for some reason, Levi was hiding behind the sofa. As soon as she saw him, Ilya was startled and exclaimed, "Oh my, is not that Levi?" He answered very politely, "It has been a while, Lady Mila." Calypso turned her head and said to Ilya, "We do not have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. I would like the beluga whale family to take in Levi's group for a while. Levi and his companion." After saying this, she paused, pointed to the room behind her, and continued, "Levi will explain in detail in that room." Then she opened her eyes wide and said, "Atlan, you go in too. We do not know what might happen." He was very flustered by these words. In front of the firmly closed door, no one could hear or know what was happening inside. Outside, only Juan was sitting huddled on a large sofa. Calypso on the opposite side was also silent. She sat with her arms crossed, looking at the shy boy in front of her. Suddenly, Calypso broke the deathly silence and opened her mouth. "Let us get along from now on, Juan." Hearing that, the boy was very flustered and answered, Why so suddenly?" Before he could finish, Calypso said frankly, "If you are important to Levi, then you are someone I must protect too. More importantly, I wanted to talk to you." The girl thought to herself, "I even sent Atlan to another room so we could talk separately." Then Calypso asked Juan, "Do all beluga whales have a power like yours?" The boy answered slowly, "Yes." Seeing Juan's appearance, she suspected inwardly, "Does he have something to tell me?" Then suddenly, the boy started talking first. "But there is one thing that even my brother Levi does not know. We can only use our ability on specific people." As soon as he finished speaking, Calypso froze like a stone and gaped blankly. A moment later, coming to her senses, she suddenly realized and said to the boy, "Wait, are you saying there is something that not even Levi knows? Why do you trust us when we just met today?" Juan answered honestly, without hiding a thing. "My late mother told me that if I meet a special person, I should trust my gut and act on it." Calypso hesitated for a moment before asking, "Is now that time?" Juan replied without hesitation. "Yes," the boy continued. "Beluga shifters can sense a person's goodness. That is how we know if we can heal them. That is why we are called the guardians of goodwill." At those words, the girl's eyes sparkled. She placed a hand over her left breast and asked, "Really? Then what kind of person do I look like in your eyes?" Juan scratched his head and answered nonchalantly, "You are not a good person, sis." Calypso thought to herself, "He is spot on." Then, as if explaining to Juan while also comforting herself, she said, "What kind-hearted orca is there?" Juan suddenly hesitated and said, "But you are the type of person who would willingly sacrifice for the sake of good, so I can trust you." Calypso clenched her fists. This is the worst. The blind faith in Juan's eyes reminded her of Iki, and an unreadable smile crossed her face. Then she urged Juan, "You should not trust anyone so easily." The boy, looking slightly embarrassed, pouted and said, "This time I am only trusting you, sis." A month later, at Pierre's mansion, an excited voice echoed, "That is right, Dad. I am going to introduce you to the dolphin friend I mentioned before." Pierre did not spare his daughter at all and answered, "You mean that child who's under the temporary protection of the belugas? Is not it a little too late for an introduction?" Calypso, looking slightly guilty, answered in a small voice, "I am sorry. I wanted to surprise you, but I kept putting it off." Pierre asked the girl, "So why does that dolphin want to go back to his hometown?" She opened her sparkling eyes wide and quickly answered, "He said one of his clan members betrayed them and joined a pack of sharks, putting his family in danger. He said he cannot trust anyone anymore." Pierre looked down at Calypso. "But he trusts you." Suddenly his voice turned cold. "It must be because you were dating him." Hearing that, the girl hid behind a chair and pouted, "No, that is not it. He does not trust me. And I told you before that was just a joke." Pierre stared at his daughter unconvinced. She stood with her eyes closed, thinking she needed to change the subject, and soon said with a bright smile, "By the way, did grandmother call again today?" He glanced sideways nonchalantly and said with an emotionless face, "She has been calling often lately." Calypso grumbled in displeasure. "Really, she never used to give me the time of day, but now that I have shown a little power, she will not leave me alone," she thought to herself. "Besides, with grandmother's messengers coming and going all the time, I did not even have a chance to make the introduction." Pierre came over and gently stroked Calypso's head, comforting her. "My mother has always been that way, but the more impulsively I act, the more your value rises," he continued with a rare smile, "because you are the only one who can control me." Hearing that, the girl's eyes sparkled with joy. Am I that amazing? Dad answered gently. Did you only just realize my leash is yours? I hope you remember that forever. After he finished speaking, he stroked Calypso's head even more. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed the girl's skirt. She looked down in confusion and asked, Iki, what's wrong? Iki said it as easily as if he were eating a piece of bread. Calypso, I can give you a leash too. After speaking, he confidently patted his chest, then leapt into Calypso's arms, hugged her and said seriously, Calypso, take it, it is my leash. She was horrified inwardly. Now I see why adults say you have to be careful what you say in front of children. Behind her, Pierre's face had already hardened. Calypso, flustered, pleaded for help. Dad, what should I do? Iki learned something strange. Seeing Iki smiling brightly in her arms, the girl grew even more anxious. This will not do. I have to be careful. You know how important the first concept a child learns is. Pierre's face darkened. He said coldly, that foolish furry dragon of yours. The dragon duke must have accepted your thoughts just as they were. He needs to be educated. Calypso gently lifted Iki's head and urged him. Iki, you only give a leash to someone you really, really want. Pierre, who was beside them, cut in. Should not you be telling him not to say things like that? The two children looked up at him at the same time, and Calypso retorted, but it is only natural to give a leash to someone you want. That is how I get the justification to take what's theirs too. She smiled brightly and stroked Iki's head. At Calypso's words, Pierre stood there blankly. You do not think so, Dad? He fiddled with the tip of his nose, seriously mulling over his daughter's words. After a moment he opened his mouth. To be honest, I have rarely craved anyone that much except for you, he continued. There was one person, in the basement of Pierre's mansion. Today was a rather important day. It was time to re-establish the hierarchy, so I gathered all my subordinates. Suddenly, Atlan's sharp, annoyed shout echoed. You are coming with me right now. Riven grabbed his cloak and scolded him. Honestly, do you have to shout every time you speak? It is so rude. Atlan was so angry he could not speak, only managing to get out a single what? The two stared at each other, and it felt like 1,000 bolts of lightning were striking around them. Calypso stood at a distance with her arms crossed. This has completely turned into a zoo, Dad. Pierre, in the same posture, asked, Are you really going to be okay? The girl shrugged nonchalantly. I am worried, but what can I do? They are the people I chose myself, Calypso continued. They will be the future pillars of a Kiao Dello, she thought to herself, even if they are just kids right now. The girl's small hand gripped the leg of a nearby chair tightly. The next moment the chair was sent flying with great force, and the two who had been glaring at each other turned their heads in confusion. Riven stepped back while Atlan, with a blank expression, blocked the chair with one hand. Calypso clapped her hands together and smiled brightly. All right, has everyone said hello now? Riven immediately answered clearly. Of course, he was very kind. Atlan scowled, pointed at Riven, and asked in a loud voice. Say hello to this brat, are you kidding me? He spoke with a slightly agitated face, as if he simply could not understand. Little sister, have you lost your mind? Why did you choose that kid out of so many people? Calypso just called out quietly. Second brother. The girl was lost in thought. I know what I have to do. Seeing Atlan click his tongue without a word, looking at her with a mix of confusion, grievance, and sulkiness, Calypso thought, in his past life, Atlan swore to kill Riven with his own hands, so it is only natural he does not understand this situation. But this is no longer the third life. Suddenly, a playful voice was heard as a hand went up. I have not said hello yet. Seeing that it was Asen, Calypso came out of her thoughts and answered, What was that? Then do it now. But what came out of Asen's mouth was not a greeting but a question. Is there a need? His face was bright and innocent, but his next words shocked everyone. Why should I say hello to someone weaker than my prey? After speaking, he closed his eyes again and lay down at Calypso's feet, while she thought with some difficulty. A moment later, the girl opened her mouth. Everyone, do you know the best way to get close to each other? Calypso smiled brightly and answered her own question. It is by roughing it out together. At those words, the three of them simultaneously asked blankly. Ha, Pierre was inwardly pleased. My daughter is really paying attention in class. Another location. Amid Elia's flustered state, a voice rang out. Teacher, just a moment. Riven, looking utterly exhausted, was sweating and panting heavily. Are you insane? This is not normal training. Atlan turned his head and shouted, Hey, you bastards, block properly. Asen's eyes were welling up with tears. I did not do anything wrong, Calypso said indifferently with her eyes closed. Third brother, I know you all were secretly competing with each other. A short while later, the others arrived. Am I the last one? I am sorry. Pierre watched everything and judged inwardly, too weak. Calypso gently comforted them. No, the others just came early. She asked Elia, What about the children? Elia lightly stroked her hair and answered, They are right here. I brought them both safely. In front of the girl stood Levi with different colored hair holding wand. Elia closed her eyes, let out a sigh of relief and continued, Shifters who hide their abilities are very timid, so it was really hard to persuade them. Calypso answered, You have worked hard, Mila. The next moment Elia took a small bottle out of her bosom. The liquid inside caused Levi to return to his original blue hair. Calypso looked at him. Hello, thank you for coming. Levi lightly wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes and slowly opened his mouth. It is good to see you again. Princess Calypso said seriously to Juan, Now it is time for you to grant my request. First, from now on you will live in this mansion. There is a friend upstairs, so please get along with him. After speaking, she turned and walked away. It took Juan a few seconds to answer. I understand, yes. Calypso, looking slightly troubled, turned her head to look at Juan. If it is difficult, you do not have to be so formal. The boy was so surprised he stood there blankly. Really? Of course, this is my father. At the girl's answer, he was so surprised his eyes widened. He seemed afraid. While Calypso cheerfully introduced Pierre Chiaudello, the man in question stared this way with a cold and frightening expression. Immediately, Levi, flustered, called out to Juan. The boy was already trembling with fear, hiding behind Levi and holding on to him tightly. He is so scary, brother. He turned his head to look at the boy, wondering if it was because of Juan's ability to sense goodness. Calypso hurriedly waved her hands to calm them down. It is okay. My dad is— The girl paused, flustered, and turned to her father. You'll be a gentleman, will not you? Pierre said coldly, if you are on our side. At that, Juan, standing before him, though still afraid as before, held out a hand to him. Pierre was extremely puzzled. Calypso prompted him. Dad, please take that child's hand. The large and small hands clasped each other. Juan closed his eyes and activated his ability. Calypso watched, clenching her fists anxiously. The two stood holding hands like that for a long time. Someone asked quietly, who's that holding Lord Pierre's hand? Another person answered. He looks new. That must mean he just joined. Riven pushed back her long hair, her eyes wide as she asked, then is that child below me? Essen proudly puffed out his chest, one hand on his hip and the other covering his mouth as he yawned. In terms of hierarchy, you and Atlan are both below me, you know. Atlan immediately furrowed his brow and muttered nonsense. Essen heard him and said, I heard that. Atlan did not back down and retorted, so what, you want to go around? Calypso stood there blankly. Why is everyone so obsessed with rank? But soon she smiled in relief. Thanks to them, the tense atmosphere has disappeared. She said to everyone, let us use this break to do some simple introductions. That big handsome boy over there is Juan and this is Levi. Calypso turned and pointed to the other three, continuing the introductions. This is Asen, Riven. They are my subordinates. The people here will become the pillars of my team. Levi, hearing that, said in a fluster, wait a minute, I never said I would serve under you. Calypso did not answer right away, just widened her eyes and stared straight at him. After a moment she opened her mouth, and Levi was so shocked he took a step back in surprise. Now we can start over, Atlan asked with a fierce expression. You are not going to do it. Levi scratched his head and hesitated. No, Calypso raised the corners of her mouth and said in a strange voice, follow me. She walked ahead, not looking at Levi directly but tilting her head slightly. I am not that bad, am I? You still do not like it? He did not know what to say and just mumbled in his throat. Levi's face was red with embarrassment and he could not say a word. Seeing that, Calypso thought, hesitation is also an answer, because Levi is the type to say no right away if he dislikes something. Calypso turned to look at him standing there blankly and said, but I want to ask about the situation with Pierre and Juan still holding hands. Why is it taking so long? Levi did not know how to explain either. This is the first time I have seen this happen. He had a slightly dazed expression. Even when Juan saved a man who was dying from a stab wound. It did not take this long, Calypso asked worriedly. Is it dangerous? Levi answered firmly. Juan's ability is not dangerous to either side. For it to take this long means that a very rare material is needed. As soon as he finished speaking, the two clasped hands fell apart. Calypso looked slightly surprised. Is it over? Juan's lips moved slightly. The first thing he said was, a piece of a green apple. Calypso was anxious but also puzzled. Apples are easy to get, but right after that, a long list poured out of Juan. Tail hair from a 15-year-old white horse, the core herb of a blue wasabi, mint flour, eternal snow, namram beans, lido resin, the brain of a red frog, golden carp eggs, wolf claw powder, a hermit crab shell, deep sea water coral crab feed, South Sea water drawn from a 100-year-old swamp, a white elephant's tusk, burdock root, a 1,000-year-old cactus, bubo leaves, a 25-year-old deer's spleen leaf, mistletoe berries from a 100-year-old oak tree, the tail feathers of a sunken tree, and so on. As the boy listed so many things, Calypso stood frozen in place like a stone, staring blankly. She listened to everything with her fists clenched, while beside her Levi was quickly writing down what was just said. Calypso stood frozen, unable to think or speak. Asen opened his mouth curiously. What was that just now? But before he could finish, Atlan sternly covered his mouth. After standing blankly for a long time, Calypso finally opened her mouth, her voice noticeably hoarse. Putting aside the number of materials, what was that? A white elephant's tusk, the tail feathers of a sunken tree. By the time she said this, her voice had grown even colder. Those animals went extinct a long time ago. Calypso lowered her head and shouted in frustration. This is the same as just telling him to die. Levi came over, supported the girl's small body and gently soothed her. That could not be. Suddenly she unleashed her anger, so much that the ground beneath her feet caved in. Then what could it be? Levi hurriedly pulled Juan into an embrace to protect him. Atlan, standing nearby, was also caught in the aftermath, while Essen and Riven could only watch at a loss. A gloomy feeling echoed in Calypso's heart. I know this is not Levi's or Juan's fault. She grew more and more agitated, but she saw her father, who looked emotionless as if he did not care whether he could be treated or not. In her anger and fear, her gaze became more vulnerable than ever. She gritted her teeth. Is it harder to cure my father than to save someone on the brink of death? If I had known it would be like this, I would not have given my heart to anyone. I would not have called you my father. Suddenly Pierre broke the atmosphere and opened his mouth. That is enough. He strode forward step by step. He lifted the deeply distressed and despairing Calypso, letting her lean against him. He looked up and spoke in a way no one could refute. Everyone get out. Pierre strode out and Calypso was soon leaning on his shoulder, shedding tears. The space was frighteningly quiet and silent. The people who remained stood quietly in their own spots, with only Levi standing by their side. Child, slightly scared and bewildered, asked Levi, "Brother, did I do something wrong?" Levi hurriedly soothed him. "No, you did nothing wrong," Ilya also explained in a gentle voice. "Some shocks can make a person angry for no reason," Levi added. "If I were told there was no way to save myself, I would be angry too." "You are right, Lady Mila." Wan, he held the notes from earlier and was lost in thought. But Wan's ability could not create materials out of nothing. Could the extinct animals still be alive somewhere? Riven stood with her arms crossed, seemingly thinking about something. It was true. She bit her lower lip and thought, "I thought it was just a small difference." Recalling Calypso's appearance earlier, the voice in her mind seemed to grow more intense and fierce, but it wasn't like that at all. Atlan, leaning against the wall behind her, was equally lost in thought. Calypso, her appearance from her past life came to his mind again. He thought, she never stopped moving forward on the path she believed was right. But because she is strong, the moment she hits a wall she cannot overcome, she despairs twice as much as anyone else. In his past life, when Calypso was lost in despair like this, Atlan could only watch from behind, and now he realized. "I'm such a fool. Then and now I do not know how to comfort her." Suddenly he was startled and felt something. Looking in that direction, he was certain. Wait, this aura is unmistakably a dragon's. With that thought he lifted his head, and before his eyes was Iki standing coldly. Atlan kept repeating to himself, "It is unmistakable, it is the same aura I felt before I died. Why am I feeling that aura from him?" A worried cry rang out, "Calypso, be careful." The 5 people behind Atlan were all at a loss in the face of Iki's momentum. He spoke coldly with killing intent. "Who dared to make her cry?" Atlan glanced at Iki, deeply worried. "Damn it, what's happening to my sister?" At this moment the cloak draped over Iki's body fell, and his appearance was as if he could kill everyone. "What is that kid teaching?" On this side Pierre was still quietly holding Calypso, who was still sobbing. The tears were still welling up in her eyes, but she gritted her teeth and thought, "When will I be able to lift my head without feeling ashamed?" Then she cried out in confusion, "Why did I get so angry?" It was the feeling of having to stand up awkwardly after getting angry over something trivial. And in the middle of a gathering no less. Pierre gently stroked her back with a soft voice. "Have you calmed down now?" He closed his eyes and soothed her. "It is okay to stay like this, so just be comfortable." Calypso's voice was choked. "You'd better not look at me," Pierre asked, puzzled. "Are you embarrassed?" She squeezed her eyes shut and sulked. "Of course I am," Calypso, crestfallen in Pierre's arms, said in a small voice. "I lost my composure in that situation." She bit her lip in embarrassment, and Pierre's tone remained gentle. "I do not think that is a bad thing." He looked at her with gentle and affectionate eyes and smiled. "You got angry on my behalf." Calypso was startled and looked up with her round eyes. "Yes," but she was at a loss for words, as if she had fallen into an abyss at Pierre's next words. "Of course, if this is all you can do after trying your best, I would be a little disappointed," she immediately retorted. "No, I was holding back my power because I was afraid the house would collapse." Pierre pretended not to hear and answered nonchalantly. "You mean that was all you could do even while holding back? How disappointing." Hearing that, Calypso shouted in anger, "Fine, I will not worry about you anymore." She looked down at the floor and said to Pierre, "Please put me down and call Levi for me." He agreed and set her on the ground, but his voice had become colder than ice. "You mean that dolphin bastard?" "Yes." Calypso heard that and looked at him, bewildered. Then she stood face to face with Levi, who hesitated slightly before speaking first. "You said you wanted to see me alone," Calypso answered. "I want to talk to you frankly." She looked Levi up and down, slightly puzzled. "But what happened to you? Did something happen outside? Your clothes are a mess too." "Then I will not hold back anymore. Let us get straight to the point. Levi, how long do you think it will take to get the ingredients Wan mentioned?" Levi looked at her with a blank expression and said, "I cannot give you a definitive answer. I do not have any medical knowledge." Calypso immediately cut him off. "There is no need to hide it. You want to be an apothecary, do not you? Is not that right?" After a pause she spoke again. "And your teacher was another beluga shifter. Wan's mother, right? That is why you are trying so hard to protect Wan. The last beluga shifter. This is a secret that not even the other dolphin shifters know. And I will protect that secret of yours until the very end. Along with the safety of you too, of course." Levi seemed slightly surprised. To think she figured out so much. "Even if I have agreed to serve under you, it is still hard to believe." Calypso did not explain why she knew so much about him, and brought up another story. "Come to think of it, I forgot one thing when I said I would take you as my subordinate." After speaking, she smiled faintly and became serious. "I, Calypso a Kiao Dello, swear to protect Levi and Wan and keep this secret until the day I die." Levi was slightly horrified by Calypso's recent action, took a few steps back and stammered in a fluster. "What is this?" Calypso stood nonchalantly just now. "Yes, I just swore it to the sea, because you would not believe me unless I went this far." She clasped her hands behind her back and said with a smile, "Do you feel at ease now?" Levi stared blankly at the girl before him. He opened his mouth awkwardly. "I felt it from the moment we first met, but you really know everything." Pierre, standing not far away, thought darkly to himself, "If you stick to her one more time, I'll kill you." Calypso asked, slightly annoyed, "Anyway, how long will it take to get the ingredients?" Levi closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then answered calmly, "About 10 years, Calypso immediately demanded. "Shorten it." Levi widened his eyes in bewilderment and asked back, "Shorten what?" Calypso looked straight at him. I'll provide immense manpower and financial resources, so shorten it. He hesitated slightly. 5 years, she rubbed her chin and smiled sarcastically. Still too long, Levi clenched his fist helplessly. 4 years, that is the absolute shortest. A moment later, Calypso said brightly, then let us do it in 2 years. Those words were like a bulldozer flattening Levi's body like a piece of paper. He looked up, his brow furrowed in slight annoyance. I am sorry, but do you think I am some kind of machine that spits out ingredients at the push of a button? Calypso was pricked by guilt. How did he know? She said in a soft, coaxing voice. But you did not say it was impossible, did you, right? Levi scratched his head and answered. For my life and Wan's life, that much is nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Calypso's voice rang out towards the silently standing Pierre. Did you hear that, Dad? He said you can be treated in 2 years. She turned her head, smiling brightly and very happily. Is not that wonderful? Seeing that, Pierre also smiled, full of affection, and thought to himself, I cannot believe you are my daughter. At this time, returning to the remaining group, they were all making unsightly faces. Only Iki was trying to force a smile. Seeing them, Calypso was lost in thought. Why is the atmosphere like this? Why does second brother look like a beggar? Instantly, before anyone could react, Atlan opened his mouth in annoyance. Hey, that guy you call a dragon brat. But he did not reproach her further and just put a hand on his forehead and sighed. Never mind, let us talk later. Seeing Atlan like this, Calypso bit her lip, not understanding anything. But she collected herself and announced to everyone, anyway, as you all expected, my plan is to collect the ingredients for 2 years, along with what we already have. During that time, our team must become stronger and Lervin must increase her influence. SN, completely unable to understand, opened his mouth. Is not my sister already strong enough? How much stronger do we need to get? Atlan also chimed in. I agree with you this time. At this, Calypso smiled brightly like a blooming flower and explained, some powers only manifest in life or death situations. Everyone was even more bewildered by those words. Atlan asked again, so? Calypso's eyes sparkled as she crossed her arms in front of her chest and continued, but we cannot start a war within the family, so we have to grow outside, right? We are going to the Dragon City. Since I am the dragon's fiancée, I have to go to the Dragon City to fulfill my duties. It is the perfect place to train without throwing our family into chaos. Even Elia, hearing this meticulous analysis, was surprised and covered her mouth with her hand. Calypso did not stop and continued. Most importantly, some of the ingredients can only be found in the land of the land shifters. The Dragon City is where goods from both land and sea are exchanged. It is the perfect place to gather ingredients. Atlan immediately got angry, pointed his finger and shouted, Are you crazy? Going as the dragon's fiancée is the same as going there to die. Calypso said sweetly, acting cute. Second brother, do not you trust me? She smiled brightly and thumped her chest confidently. I told you I have a detailed plan. Seeing that, Atlan was inwardly startled at expression. He realized it was the same as when she declared war. A few days later, inside the mansion, Calypso lowered her eyes and said, Everything is proceeding smoothly. But below her, Iki was deeply asleep with his eyes closed. Calypso's words weren't finished. Why has not Iki woken up yet? She stared blankly ahead and said no more. Then she knelt down and placed both her hands on the quietly sleeping small body. She kept repeating to herself, I cannot put into words how shocked I was when I came out of the basement that day and saw Iki sleeping in the hallway. At that time, she was so angry she hit Atlan hard once and scolded him. You lunatic, how could you just leave a kid lying in the hallway? It hurts. Then what am I supposed to do? Atlan wrapped his arms around himself, grumbled and retorted, That kid's power goes berserk if you get too close. How was I supposed to know you'd get this angry? According to Atlan, Iki had become extremely angry, then suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and collapsed. Even when Atlan tried to get close to help, Iki's power attacked him. So he could do nothing but leave Iki be. Atlan's voice became weak and wronged. Do you know how shocked I was to think they call that thing a dragon cub? Thinking that far, she thought again. The real problem is that Iki is not waking up. Even Wan could not find anything. At that time he had told her. Calypso, I cannot explain it, but this child's body is very special. Wan gently pulled up the blanket to cover Iki and continued. This is all I can say. Recalling the past, Calypso thought again. He has suddenly fallen asleep before. There must be another reason that makes him sleep this much. Looking at the currently sleeping Iki, she resolved inwardly. I'll have to go to the Dragon City sooner than expected. Fortunately, a few days later, Iki opened his eyes. Calypso stared blankly at the person before her and opened her mouth. Iki quietly held the blanket covering his body. She spoke again. You seem to have grown a bit. She excitedly raised her hand and kept checking. I am sure when I held you before, your shoulder only came up to here. Iki stared blankly at her, then gently called Calypso. Then he smiled brightly. I missed you. Calypso smiled back. She reached out and gently stroked Iki's head, an even brighter smile on her lips. I missed you too. Iki stood blankly again and thought, this is not something I can avoid. This is an irresistible instinct engraved in a dragon's genes. Dragons are originally lonely beings. They lived their entire lives alone until they died, never living with their own kind. That is why they had to create something that truly belonged to them. Iki's eyes were filled with only the cheerfully talking Calypso. Iki, rest a little more, I have to go see grandmother, he thought to himself again. To possess what is mine, I must become stronger. If I have enough power to grant Calypso's wishes without sacrificing anyone. Iki recalled what Calypso had said before. Never give your life for anyone, got it? He thought. Then she will not be able to leave me. But even if I become stronger, by the time he thought that far, Calypso was already a few steps away from him. She waved her hand and said with a smile, "Bye Iki, see you later." Iki's thoughts had not stopped and continued to echo in his head. What if Calypso still leaves me? A moment later, Akila sat coldly in her chair and opened her mouth indifferently. "So what was the reason you wanted to see me?" she continued. "You'd better watch what you say. I have not forgotten about that funeral yet." Pierre, sitting in the chair next to her, placed a hand on Calypso's back. She sat there bewildered, lost in thought. Is she still angry about that? It was a long time ago. Suddenly, for some reason, Calypso smiled. She placed a hand on her chest and said with a smile, "Grandmother, please send me to the Dragon City." Hearing that, Akila was startled, looked at the girl before her and blurted out, "What?" Calypso inwardly raised the corner of her mouth and thought, "To see grandmother make a face like that, I must have lived a long time to see a sight like this." Then she put on an innocent expression and said with sparkling eyes, "Grandmother, since I am the dragon's fiancée, it is only natural for me to go to the Dragon City." Akila lowered her eyes and said in a sarcastic tone, "How ridiculous. Are you asking me to send the successor I personally acknowledged to that place to be a sacrifice?" Her voice became lower and harsher. "You are the one who was chosen as the dragon's fiancée." Without a hint of fear or panic, Calypso instead smiled even more brightly and replied, "I have simply decided to go there a little earlier than planned." Inwardly she cursed. "Damn it, you were the one who made that decision." For the past 3 lives she had always sent her far away, never reconsidered and never looked for her when she disappeared. And now, even when the successor she supposedly cherished was about to go to her death, she still did not withdraw the order. No, she could not. At this moment, Akila raised her hand as if lost in thought. Calypso's train of thought continued, "Because my fiancé will not allow it." The girl put on an innocent and fragile expression. It was something she had learned over 3 lives. She was a valiant warrior, but not a good head of the family. Then the girl said with childlike innocence, "Grandmother, please think of it as me going there to accomplish something great." Akila asked, as if she did not understand. "Something great? For what purpose?" Calypso's expression and voice both turned serious. "This time, I swear I will make it so that the land dwellers can no longer look down on the aquatic shifters. Being the dragon's fiancée is just a pretext for visiting the Dragon City on land," the girl planned inwardly. "This journey will definitely be the center of attention. The purpose is to collect the ingredients and retrieve Tus. If Tus, disguised as the Dragon Duke, disappears, it will surely arouse suspicion. So I have to cause an even bigger incident to cover our tracks." This time, Akila also smiled and agreed to Calypso's proposal. "Very well. If your plan succeeds when you return, you will have earned the right for me to call you by your name." Calypso giggled and replied, "Thank you." But inwardly she was cold. "I do not need your acknowledgement, grandmother. You'll just sit smugly on your throne. Then I will drag you down with my own hands." A moment later, when only the father and daughter were left, Pierre said to Calypso, "I have someone I must meet, so you should return to the mansion." At these words the girl was slightly dazed, unable to understand. Suddenly a voice rang out, "There you are." Hearing that, Calypso looked to see who had spoken. She was quite surprised and called out to her first brother Bo. He stared coldly at the girl, crossed his arms and asked, "Do you still call me that?"